Dad, I have to find Yanzi, I have to go. Son, look at yourself, you're like a ball, what can you even do out there? I doubt you can even feed yourself. Be a good boy, stay home, and help your old man take care of the cattle. And if you leave, who's going to stop the cows when they start fighting again? I don't care, I'm going to America. If I don't go, Yanzi might never come back. Wang Shulin was at his limit. How could his almost 20-year-old son be this stubborn? He had already laid everything out, pros and cons, the whole picture. But this damn kid kept insisting. He was dead set on going to America, to chase after a love that was way out of his league. They were a rural family, raised in the countryside, raising 20 cows. They lived decently, sure, but not decently enough to send their fat son across the ocean. And beating him wouldn't work either. He was too fat, and not the soft kind of fat. It was like concrete, thick skin, tough meat. Hit him, and you're the one who gets hurt. Sure, you could grab a stick, but he was their only son. Hard to justify that, especially when the boy weighed nearly 125 kilograms and stood over 2 meters tall. He even broke up cow fights by hand. And in 5 years, not a single injury. In the village, that earned respect. But respect doesn't buy you a plane ticket to the USA. Xiaochun, I'd be happy to have Yanzi as a daughter-in-law too. If she were just going to college, I'd go talk to her parents myself. But now she's in America. And son, we're not at that level. He and Yanzi had grown up together. She was a top student, best schools, best grades, study abroad program. He barely scraped through school. The only thing that consistently grew was his size. He flunked his exams, so the father pulled him home to tend cattle. But then the boy said, I can't be apart from Yanzi. What if someone bullies her? What could Wang Shulin even say to that? He immediately and mercilessly dragged the idiot home to raise cows with him. That was over 4 years ago. You'd think after all that time, the boy's feelings would have cooled. After all, the gap between them was growing by the day. Feudal customs might be out of fashion now, but compatibility in marriage is still a universal truth. And with that massive frame and unremarkable looks, Yanzi may have grown up in the countryside too. But she was beautiful. And her figure was flawless. So what was the point of all this foolish persistence? Yet clearly, after so many years raising cattle, the boy had become as stubborn as one. Enough already, both of you. Xiaochun, go call your sister for dinner. If you still want to argue, you can continue after eating. This kind of back and forth had happened more than once or twice. As the woman of the house, Zhang Huilan wasn't surprised. It was mealtime, meals came first, despite all his arguing with his father. Once he got hungry, he couldn't wait a second longer. Oh, right, Xiaochun was the boy's name. Full name, Wang Xiaochun. Besides him, the family also had a daughter, 5 years younger than her brother. Her name was Wang Xiao. Okay, I'll go call her now. His mother's words clearly shifted Wang Xiaochun's focus. He really was someone who couldn't stand hunger. Even during the heated argument with his father, he had already smelled the food. But for the sake of his principles, he had forced himself to ignore it. Unfortunately, those principles proved quite fragile before an empty stomach. Now that his mother had spoken, he immediately went off to do the pre-meal task. The Wang family lived on the eastern edge of the village, in a fairly open area. They had moved there a few years back and built a 2-story brick house. When they had fewer cattle, living in the village hadn't been an issue. But as the herd grew, so did the noise, and especially the smell. So they built a new place on a bigger lot near the grassy slopes. Because of that, very few families lived nearby, which meant his little sister had to go back into the village to find kids to play with. That was exactly where Wang Xiaochun headed to call her for dinner. It was not far, just 400 or 500 meters. But it took him nearly 10 minutes to get there. He was just too fat. He couldn't move fast. Judging by his size, he was definitely over 250 gene, 125 kilograms. Xiaochun, weren't you shouting about going to America? When are you leaving? Want me to give you a ride on the tricycle? Ha ha ha. Yeah right, even if Xiaochun's going to America, it's not your place to give him a ride. Don't forget what his uncle does. Just as Wang Xiaochun reached the village entrance, he ran into 2 uncles. It was dinner time, so folks were returning from the fields. His desire to go to America had already become the talk of the village, and it was all his own fault. He had not only argued at home, but also asked around the village. Wanting to move to a foreign land, he tried to gather info from wherever he could. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong people to ask. In this place, there were hardly any who had even been to a provincial capital, let alone abroad, so all his asking was in vain. which meant practically the whole village now knew his intentions. Surprisingly though, no one mocked him. Not because they admired his determination or romantic devotion. In the countryside, who really talks about love? Usually it's just about reaching marriage age, getting introduced, discussing dowries, then marrying and having kids. That's life around here. Love? Not as important as a few more kilos of grain from the fields. The real reason no one laughed was this. Going abroad might be next to impossible for others. But not for someone from the Wang family. As one of the uncles just mentioned. They had an uncle who could actually make it happen. Wang Xiaochun's uncle was named Zheng Huizhong. He was a retired soldier who had almost been admitted to a military academy. He served in the army for a full 7 years, and ultimately returned home due to certain circumstances. After returning to civilian life, he was initially assigned a position at a government office in their county town. But perhaps because he had spent too long in the military, he found it hard to accept such a settled and routine life. Ignoring the dissuasion of his elder sister, who had practically raised him, he insisted on entering the private sector. Later, he partnered with a comrade in arms, reportedly the son of a high-ranking officer in Beijing, to establish an overseas labor export company. Surprisingly, although the company had not been operating for many years, its business reportedly grew substantially year by year and was thriving. Thanks to this connection, while immigration might be difficult for the Wang family, it would not be much trouble to stay abroad for a year or two. Uncle, you know how it is, my dad will never agree to this. If he says no, my mom will not give in either. And if my mom does not support it, my uncle will definitely not dare to help me. I really have no choice. Do you know of any way out for me? Facing questions from his two uncles, Wang Xiaochun looked utterly helpless. After all, this was how their family dynamics worked. He had virtually no say in major decisions. Otherwise, he would not be asking such desperate and hopeless questions. You brat, are you making fun of your uncle? I don't have the same resources your family has, nor do I have such influential relatives. And listen, uncle's telling you this for your own good. Yanzi might just end up staying abroad forever. If you go after her, you will likely just waste your money. Given your family's standing, there are plenty of good girls who would love to marry into your family. You don't have to chase after someone who is out of reach. Being an elder of the family, after a few jests, he naturally switched to a more serious and heartfelt tone. This also reflected the general view of most people in the village. No one had much hope for Wang Xiaochun's pursuit of Yanzi. Having his confidence crushed once again, Wang Xiaochun had no mood left for small talk with his uncles. He said goodbye and walked to the house where his little sister's playmate lived, calling out at the gate. Then the brother and sister began their slow walk home. Brother, is it true that Sister Yanzi is never coming back? A lot of people say you are delusional, living in a hopeless fantasy. To match her brother's pace, Wang Xiaoxiao walked very slowly. Having spent much time in the village, she had heard a lot of gossip. Without much regard for how her brother might feel, she directly voiced her curiosity. She will definitely come back. As long as I go, she will come back. Even if she does not return now, she will when she finishes her studies in a couple of years. Who knows what emotions sustained Wang Xiaochun's unwavering determination to this day. Even though he had heard the same things his sister mentioned, he still could not change his mind. Sigh, I want Sister Yanzi to be my sister-in-law too, but everyone says it's impossible. Still, I support you. Go win her back. Let those who called you a toad, let those people who look down on others see what my brother is capable of. When the siblings returned home, dinner was already laid out on the table. After being urged by their mother to wash their hands, the family of 4 sat down to eat. Perhaps because it was impossible to avoid the topic these days, they ate in silence. The only sounds were the clinking of chopsticks and the clatter of dishes. After dinner, their mother cleaned up. The little sister went upstairs to do homework, and Wang Xiaochun followed his father to prepare the night feed for the cattle. While they worked, the father and son said little to each other. Nearly an hour passed before all the chores were finished. As they returned to the living room, Wang Xiaochun once again found himself standing nervously before Wang Shulin, who had just sat down to watch TV. He launched into their usual post-dinner routine, a campaign of non-violent persistence until his father gave in. Have you thought this through? If you really leave, who will take care of all the work at home? Do you think your father can manage over 20 cows by himself? Even just collecting the grass, can I do it alone? Those huge stacks of hay need to be moved and piled. Are you going to have your mother do it? Or your sister? Honestly, Wang Shulin had to admit, having a big lump of meat standing next to him, staring intently with those already small eyes, it was uncomfortable. So he once again began speaking earnestly. hoping to bring back the usually obedient son who only ever rebelled when it came to the Yanzi matter. Dad, please just let me go. I promise I will come back as quickly as I can. While I am away, I will make sure neither mom nor my sister has to suffer. I already talked to Xiaofu and Xiaocheng from second uncle's family. They agreed to come by and help out from time to time while I'm gone. Sigh, another failed attempt at persuasion. The boy remained as stubborn as ever. Then tell me, if you go and things do not work out, will you finally let it go? This might have been Wang Shulin's most helpless question yet, judging by the current situation. If he refused any longer, the fat kid might just run off on his own. Maybe letting him go under the family's supervision would actually help him move on. Then the obedient son might return to normal. Yes, absolutely. Once I get there, I'll explain everything to Yanzi. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for her to come back, just like when we were kids. His father's compromise finally gave Wang Xiaochun hope. He became visibly excited. He swore his commitment and made it sound simple, as if afraid his father might change his mind the next second. Sigh, fine. I will talk to your mother in a bit and have her call your uncle. He can figure out how to get this done. Okay. The family had finally agreed to Wang Xiaochun's plan. The 250-plus pound fat boy suddenly seemed to come alive, as if he could not wait. He thundered back to his room to start packing his bags. This left Wang Shulin with a headache. Even he, a simple rural man, knew that one could not just decide today and leave tomorrow for such a long trip, especially not one that went all the way overseas. And indeed, the next day, after Wang Xiaochun's mother informed his uncle of the matter over the phone, the uncle, who had long been aware of Wang Xiaochun's intentions, did not ask many questions. Since his elder sister had made the request, he would give it his all. However, he did explain over the phone some of the necessary procedures and precautions. Wang Xiaochun did not pay much attention to most of it, because the moment he heard that getting a visa alone would take at least 3 months, he froze. 3 months? That's way too long. If I only arrive in America by then, the year 2002 will be nearly over. Who knows if Yanzi will still feel the same by then? In reality, it did not take 3 whole months to process Wang Xiaochun's travel documents. In less than 2 months, he already had his plane ticket to New York, USA, in hand. This was largely thanks to Wang Xiaochun's persistence. He kept pestering his uncle, repeatedly pushing for expedited processing. The thoroughly tormented Zhang Huizhong ended up using some special channels to get it done so quickly. On the last day of November 2002, Wang Xiaochun said goodbye to his parents, carrying with him the 40,000 yuan love fund his father had given him. Under his uncle's watchful gaze, he finally embarked on his journey to pursue the girl he loved. After nearly 20 hours of flying, it was only upon landing that he truly began to feel loneliness and confusion. After all, this was a foreign country. The farthest he had ever gone before was within his own county. The tallest building he had ever seen was no more than 7 stories high. To make matters worse, he could barely speak the language, although he had crammed some English recently. It was only with the help of Wang Xiaoxiao, his middle school-aged little sister. As for how much he had actually learned, well, the fact that he stood under the airport signs for ages without understanding a thing made it pretty clear. Language barrier, this was Wang Xiaochun's greatest weakness, and one not easily overcome. But oddly enough, he was not too worried about it. Before he boarded the plane, his uncle had told him, although their company mainly handled business in Australia and Europe, they had very little business in the Americas. But Wang Xiaochun happened to be lucky. His destination was New York, and New York happened to have a branch office of his uncle's company. His uncle had already contacted the people there, and someone was going to pick him up. This was one of the main reasons they had dared let this fool fly to New York on his own. Though Wang Xiaochun could not understand the signs, at least he knew how to follow the crowd. He disembarked with the other passengers and soon reached the airport's arrival area. Looking around, in the sea of faces of various colors, he finally spotted a sign with his name on it. The person holding the sign, upon seeing Wang Xiaochun scanning the crowd, seemed to recognize him as well. Wang Xiaochun's appearance was highly distinctive. Even walking out among a large group of people, with such a noticeable figure, anyone who had a rough idea of his appearance could recognize him instantly. Hello, nice, me. Hello, I am Garrison. I majored in Chinese in college. I currently work for your uncle. He told me your English is not very good, so you can speak to me in Chinese directly. The person sent by his uncle was a black man, probably under 30. Wang Xiaochun did not really know much about the man. When he walked up and tried to greet him, he struggled for a while to string together a sentence. But after only 3 words had escaped his mouth, the other man spoke fluent Chinese. This left Wang Xiaochun both surprised and embarrassed. Surprised that he did not need to dig out his pocket dictionary to look up words. Embarrassed that this foreigner spoke better Chinese than he, a native Chinese speaker, did. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the trouble. Man, no need to be so polite. Your uncle is a good boss. I get paid for everything I do for him. So during your 3 months in the United States, if you need anything, just let me know. Alright, is this all your luggage? The car is outside. Do you want to go straight to your first stop or get settled first? Wang Xiaochun had come to the US on a work visa. It was valid for only 3 months. This was not because his uncle lacked the ability to secure a longer one. Rather, it was the limit set by his parents. From their point of view, this trip was only meant to resolve a personal longing. A chance to travel abroad and gain some experience. There was no need to stay too long. According to their plan, Wang Xiaochun should finish everything in time to return home for the new year. And Wang Xiaochun himself did not object. After all, it was already a miracle that he made it here. What more could he ask for? Besides, he had no intention of lingering. He was here for Yanzi. In a place so unfamiliar, he did not think he could get used to it anyway. Let us find a place to stay first. I need to freshen up and get some rest. You probably do not know this, but this was my first time on a plane. I barely slept during the 20-hour flight. Oh, and before we leave the airport, can we find somewhere to eat? The airplane food was way too little. Even though I shamelessly asked for 3 servings, I am still starving. Wang Xiaochun said this as bashfully as possible. After all, how many people meet a stranger and ask to be taken to eat first? But he had no choice. He simply could not stand hunger. And he had a huge appetite. His uncle knew this too, and made sure to stuff him full before takeoff. But that was before the flight. Given that the flight had taken nearly an entire day and night, it was inevitable that his stomach would start growling again. As for airplane food, with his appetite, it barely counted for anything. 20 minutes later, inside a fast food restaurant in the airport. Oh my god, man, I finally understand why your body is so enormous. I counted, this should be your 7th hamburger, right? Are you still planning to order more? Not really, it is just that this stuff is so light, it does not really fill me up, spoken through a full mouth. Garrison had seen big eaters before, but never one like this, a man who could eat a full-sized hamburger in 2 bites. And with such speed. It seemed like he barely chewed before swallowing. Garrison was seriously worried this guy would choke himself to death before he could eat enough to die of overeating. So he kept a large cup of cola in hand, ready at any moment. Wang Xiaochun, naturally, paid no attention to how shocking his behavior was. Back at home, if it was not mealtime, he ate like a normal person. But if he was actually hungry, well, when he was hungry, everyone else in the house would be too. Because at those times, all the food on the table would go into his stomach. Even if others tried to grab some, they stood no chance. So in the Wang household, the #1 daily priority, besides feeding the cattle, was feeding him. This was also the real reason his father had given him the so-called 40,000 yuan love fund. They were truly afraid their fat son would starve abroad. There is a saying, spend frugally at home, but never skimp when traveling. On the road, an empty stomach is the first enemy. Wang Xiaochun's first meal in America, though simple and cheap, consisted of 14 hamburgers. And only then did he finally feel somewhat full. Only after that did he follow Garrison out of the airport to find a place to stay. Even though Wang Xiaochun's stay in the United States would be short, it would definitely last over a month. But given his family's financial circumstances, it was out of the question for him to stay in an expensive hotel. So he had to find a rental place to live. Luckily, he had Garrison, a local resident. After consulting him, it took only 2 or 3 hours to help Wang Xiaochun find a very cheap temporary apartment near the university Yanzi attended, mainly rented by students. The lease was for 1 month, with a rent of $200. Although it was just a single room, the facilities were decent enough. Wang Xiaochun was quite satisfied. After all, coming from the countryside, this level of accommodation already felt quite luxurious to him. After completing all the necessary check-in procedures, he went to the apartment management office and paid to make a phone call to China, letting his family know he had arrived safely. Garrison then temporarily said goodbye to Wang Xiaochun, telling him to get a good night's rest. They agreed to meet again early the next morning, with Garrison continuing to serve as his guide and translator as they headed to the most important destination of his trip. Wang Xiaochun was exhausted. As previously mentioned, it was his first time abroad, his first time on an airplane. He had barely slept during the nearly 24-hour journey. He did not even take off his clothes. Less than a minute after lying on the bed, still a bit excited, he fell asleep. Perhaps he wanted to meet the girl he had longed for day and night in his best state of mind and appearance? Syracuse University is located in the city of Syracuse, New York State. Because it lies in central New York, it is also known by the same name. It is a top-tier comprehensive research university in the United States, with a history of over 130 years. Of course, Wang Xiaochun knew none of this. Everything above was explained to him by Garrison. But even without knowing the details, a prestigious school is a prestigious school. Standing on the campus, dominated by red hues and a blend of classical and modern architecture, Wang Xiaochun felt, for the first time, incredibly small. Especially when groups of blonde-haired, blue-eyed, or dark-skinned students passed by carrying books in their arms. An inexplicable sense of inferiority suddenly welled up in his heart. So this is the university where Yanzi studies? It is really big. At this moment, beyond the complex emotions swirling in his heart, Wang Xiaochun felt a renewed sense of gratitude toward his uncle. If his uncle had not arranged for Garrison to guide him, even if he had shamelessly obtained the address from Yanzi's parents, with such a large campus and no language skills, it could have taken him 10 or even 15 days without finding her. Man, I think I know where your girlfriend is. I asked around, and it turns out the School of Public Administration has no major classes today. So unless something unexpected happened, your girlfriend should be in the dorm. I also figured out the direction, just over there. Let us go. Although Garrison was a local, he had not studied at this university, so he was not familiar with Syracuse University either. When neither of them knew where to begin searching, Garrison told Wang Xiaochun to wait in place, and went off to ask around. Clearly, he was very efficient. He already had the answer. Garrison, are the dorms at your universities mixed gender, like in the movies? Perhaps because he was getting closer to the girl who haunted his dreams, Wang Xiaochun was becoming increasingly nervous. But along with the nervousness came another concern. Wang Xiaochun had only graduated from junior high. He had never lived in a dorm. But in China, no matter the school, dormitories were always segregated by gender. However, in the United States, based on what he had learned from movies, it seemed that things were not so strict. In fact, they seemed rather chaotic. So ever since Yanzi had come to study in the United States, this particular issue had always troubled him. And now that they were heading straight to the dormitory, a place that easily stirs the imagination, he wanted to get a clear answer from Garrison beforehand, just to prepare himself mentally. Oh man, you are overthinking this. Yes, it is true that some second-rate colleges in America allow mixed-gender dorms. But even in those cases, at most men and women are allowed on the same floor, or adjacent floors. They absolutely do not share rooms. As for top schools like Syracuse, they are even stricter. Usually it is something like boys on lower floors, girls on upper ones. That is good to hear, that is good. Having received a reassuring answer, Wang Xiaochun let out a sigh of relief. The chaotic thoughts in his head were finally pushed away. Just then, they arrived at the dormitory building where Yanzi lived. 5 minutes later. Man, you really should have informed your girlfriend in advance that you were coming. That way, even her roommates would know where she went and when she would be back. How about we leave for now, grab something to eat, and come back this evening? When Garrison helped Wang Xiaochun get through the dormitory entrance and tried to find out which room Yanzi lived in, Wang Xiaochun stood in the same spot, rehearsing in his mind, once again, the words he had dreamed of saying to Yanzi the moment he saw her. Unfortunately, all that rehearsal was for nothing, because she was not there. And if she was not there, what use was any of it? Judging by the situation, Yanzi was definitely not in the dorm, and probably not even on campus. That feeling of winding up and throwing a powerful punch into thin air, it brought up a wave of negative emotions for Wang Xiaochun. No, I will wait here. Maybe she will be back soon. He had finally made it here. Even though he knew Garrison was right, that they could come back at night and definitely find her then. Wang Xiaochun refused to leave. It was not because he was lazy or unwilling to make another trip. It was because if he could not see Yanzi the moment he arrived, then he wanted her to see him the moment she returned. All right, I respect your determination. Coincidentally, I have a neighbor who studies here. I will go see him. It will not take long, and I will bring you back a full lunch when I return. Garrison tried twice to persuade him, but when that failed, he did not insist. Still, he was not very keen to sit there doing nothing with Wang Xiaochun. So he made this suggestion. Okay, I will wait here. I will not go far. You go ahead. Wang Xiaochun could not expect others to accompany him in doing something so personal. After watching Garrison leave, he sat quietly in the corridor outside the entrance of the dormitory building and began to wait. Waiting is tormenting, especially when it stretches from morning until night, and when, time and again, you believe that the next person walking from afar might be the one you are waiting for. The torment multiplies exponentially. As for a man as fat as Wang Xiaochun, being such a conspicuous figure, staying in the same spot for so long, the people walking back and forth could not help but grow curious about this person who waited. But Wang Xiaochun was oblivious to all this. He had been standing so long that now, other than moving his mouth to occasionally pop snacks into it, he simply sat on the roadside, turning his neck slowly, to see if the next approaching figure might be Yanzi. During this time, Garrison came by several times, and even accompanied him for a while. But this kind of waiting was so dull, that even with Garrison's outgoing personality, he ran out of things to talk about after a while, and once he realized how much attention they were drawing. Sitting on the roadside like fools, with Wang Xiaochun's size being especially hard to miss, he gave up, agreeing to return once every hour, and left. But in truth, his departure was a good thing for Wang Xiaochun. Each time Garrison came back, he brought some snacks to fill Wang Xiaochun's stomach, which helped avoid the disaster of him going hungry. As time ticked by, the bustling groups of evening pedestrians dwindled into a sparse trickle by late night. Even Wang Xiaochun himself began to think about giving up. Maybe Yanzi had something to do, maybe she is not coming back tonight? He glanced at the snack wrappers scattered around him, and began considering whether he should start cleaning up. Just then, "Chun-chun, is that you?" A voice rang out that was more familiar to him than any other. As soon as he heard it, Wang Xiaochun looked up. Standing before him was someone he knew very well, though her appearance had become somewhat unfamiliar. But due to their height difference, even as he sat, their faces were nearly level. And in that surreal moment, he finally confirmed. The person before him was the one he had waited so long for, Yanzi. Yanzi? It's really you. Oh, you're finally back, I vow. Ah. Perhaps from sitting too long, and being too overwhelmed with emotion, as he tried to stand and get closer to her, his numb legs failed him. He stumbled forward like a charging bull, crashing directly into Yanzi. She, seeing him lose his balance, instinctively reached out to support him, but forgot how small she was, and how massive Wang Xiaochun had become. She was completely knocked over, which prompted her startled scream. Of course, her scream was just a reflex, a normal person's natural reaction. If things had ended there, Wang Xiaochun would have offered a silly smile, and she might have rolled her eyes. A clumsy but sweet reunion. But only they knew the true situation. Outsiders did not. Now imagine the scene, a massive man lying on top of a slim girl in the middle of a dark street. To someone who did not know what was going on, it would look very, very wrong. And given this setup, what happened next was almost inevitable. Just as Wang Xiaochun was still catching his breath and had not yet processed the situation, he heard heavy footsteps and a flurry of words in a language he did not understand. Before he could even turn to see who it was, several feet kicked into his body. Whether it was the force of numbers, or the combined effort of many, Wang Xiaochun was kicked off of Yanzi. Fortunately, he had thick skin and flesh. It did not hurt too much, but he rolled twice on the ground. Those rolls, however, helped him wake up. God damn it, which bastard just kicked me? He had just reunited with the girl he waited so long for. Their reunion had barely begun, granted, in a somewhat clumsy and chaotic manner. And then out of nowhere, he was kicked? There was no way he could not be furious. But as angry as he was, he still held back. He needed to understand what was going on first. In a foreign place, Wang Xiaochun knew better than to act rashly. He slowly got up and was just about to assess the situation. But when he saw what was in front of him, he forgot all caution and restraint. Bastards! Are you looking to die? Let go of Yanzi. What he saw was this. Yanzi, surrounded by a group of muscular men. One of them, a shorter Asian man among them, was holding Yanzi's hand, seemingly trying to pull her behind him as she attempted to speak. Faced with this sight, Wang Xiaochun's eyes blazed red. He shouted and charged. Among the group was a black man, as stocky as Wang Xiaochun but slightly shorter, who also charged at him. Bang! Perhaps it was a case of like attracts like. The two shared similar builds, and even their fighting styles were identical. Wang Xiaochun wanted to save time, It was clear the leader of the group was trying to block him, but Yanzi was still in their hands. He could not afford delay. He aimed to barge through with his elbow and get to Yanzi. Meanwhile, the black man had the same idea. He wanted to knock Wang Xiaochun back and stop him. From his eyes, it was clear. Even though Wang Xiaochun was slightly larger and taller, he was confident in the force of his charge. He also realized at the start that Wang Xiaochun was much slower. From a physics standpoint, he might not knock him away, but knocking him down should not be an issue. Logically, that was a sound plan. But real-world outcomes are not always so straightforward, because mass density matters, and some people are simply freakishly strong. Under normal circumstances, Wang Xiaochun was at a disadvantage. But when the black man rammed into him, Wang Xiaochun's body only staggered slightly. That brief pause neutralized their differences. And with different emotions driving them, one trying to block, the other charging in with desperation, the outcome was inevitable. With a thud, a loud crash rang out. After that brief pause, Wang Xiaochun continued forward. The black man, on the other hand, went flying. He was sent nearly 2 meters back, rolled on the ground just like Wang Xiaochun had earlier, and only then came to a stop. Yanzi's full name was Wu Xiaoyan. She could be considered a rather fortunate girl. After all, for someone born and raised in a rural village like her, to have completed high school, gone on to university, and eventually come to the United States to study, compared to other girls her age and background, she was undoubtedly lucky. Of course, her luck could not be separated from her own hard work. If she had not studied so diligently and ranked near the top of her class almost every year, if she had not been known locally as someone with a natural talent for academics, perhaps her parents would have already given up on supporting her education. After all, she had a younger brother at home. Finishing high school would have been considered the end of their duty toward her. Then she would have stayed home for a few years. And when the time came, married off. That was the expected path for girls in her village. Even the choice of husband might have already been quietly decided. Namely, the wealthiest family in their village, the Wang family. Speaking of Wang Xiaochun, Yanzi did not deny that she was quite fond of him, but that kind of affection? She was not sure it had ever reached the level of love that leads to marriage. Wang Xiaochun was someone in her life apart from family who could not have been more familiar. He was also someone who, during her school years, was incredibly important. Why incredibly familiar? Because in her memory, the two of them had been together almost every day. They went to school together, came home together, even did homework together. Well, she did the homework. As for Wang Xiaochun, that was debatable. Why incredibly important? Because in rural places like hers, a certain situation was common. Girls who were good at school and had sweet, gentle appearances often became targets for the teasing of mischievous boys. They might curse at you behind your back, spread rumors, tug your hair, or dirty your clothes. And if you did not fight back, they would only get worse, using this childish behavior to flaunt themselves or get your attention. Unfortunately, she was just such a girl, excellent in school, gentle in looks, and non-confrontational. But none of that happened to her. Why not? Because she had a protector ever since elementary school, already bigger than the middle school boys. That protector was Wang Xiaochun. Any boy foolish enough to harass her, she could only silently pray that when Wang Xiaochun dragged him behind the schoolyard, the boy would not end up crying and tattling to his parents, or worse, bringing them to the school or to Wang's home. With family support, and a friend like that by her side, Yanzi considered her childhood not just lucky, but blessed. Of course, such days could not last forever. As she grew older, her path would inevitably take her further. By now, she had been in the United States for over half a year. The last time she had seen Wang Xiaochun was during the summer break after her freshman year, and it was probably around then that her feelings toward him began to change. This change was not a negative one, but it became more defined. 1 year of university life had opened her eyes to the wonders of the big city and awakened in her a longing for a different kind of life. She also knew that after graduation, she would definitely not return to that small village, which meant her and Wang Xiaochun's futures would inevitably diverge. One might become a white-collar or even an executive in a metropolis. The other might always remain a well-off rural cattle breeder. Such a shift in environment and life standards was bound to lead to a divide. Yanzi could guarantee that if their paths did indeed split like that, she would not let her change in status affect her relationship with Wang Xiaochun. But that relationship would remain only at the level of friendship or close companionship. She would still chat with him when visiting home. She would still patiently listen to his long-distance calls, even if she had no real interest in what he said. and she would always hold this boy dear in her heart. But only as that. What she had not expected was that her only as that had run into complications. At the beginning of her sophomore year, due to her outstanding academic performance, she was selected for an exchange program at Syracuse University. She was thrilled at the time, because this opportunity would undoubtedly serve as a greater starting point for her future. She intended to make the most of it. So she did not return home, and only informed her parents over the phone. Then she plunged into the hectic preparation process and came to the United States. Shortly after arriving, while still struggling to adjust to life there, she heard some unexpected news during a rare call home. Wang Xiaochun is coming to find her? Or, to be more precise, he was coming to pursue her. Only then did she realize. She had never clarified her relationship with him, nor had she cared about how her family or the villagers saw their connection. As a result, Wang Xiaochun had no idea what she truly thought. And the villagers, still stuck in the past, had already taken for granted that the two were a couple. Mom, talk it over with Dad and go speak to Uncle and Aunt Wang. Tell him that I have always seen Xiaochun as my best friend, please do not let him get the wrong idea. She was in the US, there was no way to explain things in person. Even trying to make it clear over the phone. Given what she knew of Wang Xiaochun, it would not work unless he saw her face to face, so she could only hope her parents would explain things. To stop Wang Xiaochun from doing something so reckless, because going abroad was no joke. We do not have the face to do that, her mother replied. You know how it was back when you were in high school, everyone already assumed you were together, and we accepted it too. Now that you are studying abroad, if we go and say this, how could we even show our faces in the village? Had Yanzi not gone to college or studied abroad, her parents would have been more than eager to have Wang Xiaochun as their son-in-law. That family's wealth was unrivaled in the area. Yes, the boy was a bit fat, but he was honest and obedient, they had watched him grow up. And he treated Yanzi very well. What more could they ask? But that was then. Now their daughter was studying overseas. Not just in their village, but across the entire county. Such a thing was extremely rare. Their daughter had a bright future. How could they hold her back? So their mindset naturally changed with the times. Even so, there were some things they could not bring themselves to do. So they resorted to passive resistance. Refusing to help, pretending not to know, staying silent. They hoped Wang Xiaochun would take the hint. And in fact, the entire village understood. Even Wang Xiaochun's parents got it. Only Wang Xiaochun himself refused to understand. So ultimately, the problem was left for their daughter to handle. But she, as mentioned before, was still adjusting to life in America. She had no energy to spare worrying about Wang Xiaochun. All she knew was that he would be coming to the US soon. But she did not know exactly when. That led to what happened. After attending a local alumni gathering with a few friends, she had just returned to the dormitory when she saw that familiar, oversized figure sitting by the roadside. And so, everything that followed began. In ancient times, before major battles, it was common to see a scene called Duel of Champions. This meant that both sides would each send a powerful general to fight one-on-one. The outcome would significantly influence morale. If one side won, their morale would soar, while the losing side's morale would plummet. Often, people had great confidence in their own general. After all, they knew their own people well, how powerful they truly were. But sometimes, combat strength was misjudged, especially when people had already taken certain results for granted. When things turned out differently, the shock was inevitable. Just like when Wang Xiaochun sent the opposing burly leader flying with a collision. For the rest of the group, that outcome was simply unacceptable. So they stood there in shock. They had not yet realized whether they should rush forward or check on their leader's condition. But while they were stunned, Wang Xiaochun was not. As mentioned earlier, the kid now had murder in his heart. Not only had he been inexplicably kicked around, Yanzi was still being held hostage by a group of strong men. So in an instant, he appeared in front of the group. First, he launched a move called Twin Dragons Emerging from the Sea, which was essentially both arms forcefully pushing forward, sending the two nearest men flying. Next came the move Divine Dragon Swings Its Tail. Following the momentum of his charge, he swung his arm and elbow sideways, knocking another strong man off his feet. After all this, only two remained. One was the slightly smaller Asian man mentioned earlier. The other was Yanzi. To ensure Yanzi's safety, Wang Xiaochun decided to be more cautious with his next move. He planned to use Twin Dragons Drawing Water, grabbing the opponent with both hands. But just as he was halfway through executing the move, before his arms fully extended, a voice interrupted him, forcing him to stop. Chun Chun. It's all a misunderstanding, they're my friends. Stop. Although the process described above seemed long, only a few seconds had actually passed. Yanzi had likely been overwhelmed by Wang Xiaochun earlier. After all, she had just been tackled by a 250-pound man, practically a human landslide. Only now had she figured out the situation and regained her voice. Your friends? Then why did your friends try to kidnap you just now? Wang Xiaochun absolutely refused to believe Yanzi could be friends with a bunch of foreign strongmen. Even if she had such friends, they should be locals. Like him. Oh my god, wait a second. Yanzi likely felt that she could not explain things clearly to Wang Xiaochun at the moment, so she decided to put it aside for now. After all, there were still several people lying on the ground. She needed to clarify things with the group first. She then started chattering in a foreign language Wang Xiaochun could not understand, with the Asian man. It took about a minute. Oh my god, it was all a misunderstanding. From the way Yanzi slapped her forehead and looked utterly incredulous, it was clear she had figured everything out. The situation, its cause and context, was a bit complicated. To summarize it from another angle, Yanzi went to a local alumni gathering today. Not everyone at such gatherings was necessarily from the same hometown. Some were mixed race, Asian descent, or overseas Chinese. Since it was her first time at such an event, she followed a former schoolmate, an older female student. At first, she was reserved. After all, one's environment can limit one's perspective. Yanzi had barely adjusted to life abroad, let alone social events like this. Her awkwardness, however, made her stand out in some people's eyes. One such person was this Asian guy. His Chinese name was unknown, but his English name was Arthur. Apparently, his family had been in America since his grandfather's generation. So after years of assimilation, he did not speak Chinese. But he seemed very interested in Chinese culture. At least, when he approached Yanzi, he showed genuine curiosity on this topic. And Yanzi? She probably thought he counted as Chinese too. So she did not reject his conversation. Plus, he was quite chatty and engaging. He talked about where to shop affordably near Syracuse University, where to find authentic food, and then about how strong the school's sports programs were, how well the football team was doing. He even suggested that a young woman like Yanzi should join the cheerleading squad to show off her energy. By the way, Arthur was a member of the Syracuse University football team. Though based on how he only talked about the team and other players, not himself, it could be inferred he was probably a marginal player on the team. Yanzi had not been in the US for long. Her focus was on studying. Even though she was curious about the surroundings, she had not explored much. So having someone to talk to made for a pleasant chat, which lasted until the event ended. But of course, people do not immediately scatter after an event. From a polite standpoint, a guy should walk a girl back. Since she did not refuse, the two walked together. Syracuse University was quite large. They walked more than 10 minutes before reaching the area near Yanzi's dorm. But it also felt small. Because, by coincidence, they ran into some of Arthur's teammates. In such situations, teammates or dorm mates would usually tease or whistle. Arthur's teammates were no different. They meant no harm, just teasing. But for someone as reserved as Yanzi, it was embarrassing, so she quickly walked away. Seeing this, Arthur's teammates got even more excited. Since the girl had left, they focused on teasing the guy. They were joking around with Arthur. When they suddenly saw Yanzi being pinned to the ground by a massive fat guy, faced with that, how could they ignore it? They rushed over and started kicking the fat guy. Then rescued Yanzi. They surrounded her to protect her, in case the fat guy attacked again. And it was clear they made the right choice. Because after getting up, the fat guy charged at them without hesitation. But they were not afraid. After all, the guy had no weapons or guns. And who were they? Football players. Their whole job was charging and tackling. They trained daily. And their best nose tackle was with them, one of the top-ranked linemen in the league. Though a bit smaller in size, he could easily knock the fat guy over. So none of them thought they needed help. But judging from the outcome, even if they had helped, the ending probably would not have changed much. Because this fat guy was goddamn strong. That much was obvious from the bruises and pain they felt where he had slammed into them earlier. With Yanzi mediating the situation, the conflict between both sides finally came to a halt. However, the fire of anger in Wang Xiaochun's heart had not yet been completely extinguished. After all, he had long awaited this reunion, only for it to be ruined by a few foreigners. Especially that Asian guy. How dare he touch Yanzi's hand? Even if it was under the pretext of protection, it still made Wang Xiaochun uncomfortable. If it were not for Yanzi's position, the flames of conflict might still not have been put out. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, the football players also realized it had been a massive blunder. And since no one was seriously injured during the intense conflict, after exchanging a few words with Yanzi and glancing at Wang Xiaochun, they left. Are you hungry? Do you want me to take you to get something to eat? Now that they were alone, Yanzi returned to her usual way of interacting with Wang Xiaochun. She would typically ask this whenever they met. Even now, after such a long separation and despite being in a foreign country, this habit had not changed. No, it is all right. I ate quite a lot today. Yanzi, when did you arrive? Where are you staying? If you have not arranged that yet, I need to help you find a place quickly. It is late already, and I do not know if there are any suitable places nearby. For some reason, Yanzi seemed afraid of the questions Wang Xiaochun might ask. Perhaps she had not yet figured out how to answer certain things he might say. After all, his appearance had been so sudden. Even if she had some answers in her heart, she did not want to reveal them under these circumstances. So she tried her best to steer the conversation away from his questions, taking control of the dialogue. Oh, I arrived yesterday, and I have already rented an apartment. It is not far from here, about 10 minutes by car. You rented an apartment? Why did you rent an apartment? Renting is more economical. It is $200 a month, and I owe it to Garrison. How long do you plan to stay? When are you going back? Can your family back home manage without you? There are so many cows to take care of. You cannot be this selfish, ignoring the hard work of Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang. Wang Xiaochun never imagined that, after finally finding Yanzi, their very first conversation would leave him speechless. Even though Yanzi's tone was still gentle, he could sense it. She was not particularly happy to see him, nor was she especially welcoming. I have already arranged everything at home. It is fine for me to stay in the United States for a while. Besides, this time I came. That is great. Since you are finally in America, you should take the time to enjoy yourself. It just so happens I do not have many classes over the next few days. I can accompany you the whole time. Yanzi seemed to realize that her earlier replies had come off as too abrupt. No matter what, Wang Xiaochun was her best friend since childhood. He had come all this way, regardless of the reason. She could not afford to make their relationship tense. Maybe she could follow her parents' example. First, let him enjoy good food and fun. Then, show him her current lifestyle. Perhaps, through the differences in lifestyle, she could help him realize that their futures were going to diverge. Even if Wang Xiaochun sensed some evasiveness in Yanzi's words, he did not want to dwell on it. So he followed her lead in conversation. After all, it had been a long time since they last met, and Yanzi had been abroad for a while. She genuinely wanted to hear about what had happened back home. So, the initially awkward atmosphere between them gradually returned to how things used to be. This made Wang Xiaochun believe that all his earlier feelings had been mere illusions. They talked for nearly half an hour. Then Garrison came over once again for check-in, and since it was already quite late, Wang Xiaochun reluctantly said goodbye to Yanzi and left with Garrison driving him back to his apartment. On the way back to the apartment, "Man, I did not expect your girlfriend to be so beautiful. You really are one lucky guy." Garrison knew nothing about the earlier conflict, and Wang Xiaochun had no intention of telling him. After all, he had been kicked, made a fool of. What was there to say? But he certainly appreciated Garrison's compliment about Yanzi. Of course, Yanzi is not only the most beautiful girl in our area, she is also the top student. Otherwise, she would not be able to study abroad in America. Since his last meeting with Yanzi back in China, this was probably the happiest smile Wang Xiaochun had ever shown. After all, he was hearing someone praise his girlfriend while thinking of himself as her boyfriend. He might not have been beaming with pride, but his heart was blooming with joy. Unfortunately, that joy did not last long, because Garrison's next words forced him to start worrying about what was to come. Yes indeed. Syracuse is a prestigious university. So many political figures and business geniuses have come out of here. And your girlfriend is studying the most prestigious major, public administration. When she graduates, she will at least be a senior executive at a major corporation. So, have you thought about immigrating to the United States? Building a life here with your girlfriend? Clearly, Garrison's compliments had a bit of fluff. He also said it half-jokingly. Everyone enjoys hearing nice things, this was just his way of dealing with people. But he did not know. His words had struck a chord in Wang Xiaochun's mind. You mean, Yanzi might stay in the United States in the future? Of course. America is a place many people dream of. Given the chance, anyone would choose to stay. I have not worked long for your uncle, but I help foreigners come to the United States for a living. I have met all kinds of people, seen countless cases of people trying every possible way to stay. Unless someone has all their family overseas, back in your home country, then they have no choice but to return. Anyone who can stay will definitely choose to stay. That is the charm of America, haha. Because he was driving, Garrison did not notice the change in Wang Xiaochun's expression or tone. He continued chatting with the same enthusiasm. After all, who does not like to brag about their own country? So his words were filled with a sense of pride. But precisely because of that, Wang Xiaochun believed him. After all, the reason he had come was to ensure Yanzi would return to China after her studies. As long as she returned, even if not to their hometown, as long as she was on home soil, he would have no worries about their future. If Yanzi really stays in the United States and never returns, what will I do? What can I even do? This was the question Wang Xiaochun asked himself. He was contemplating the worst-case scenario. That Yanzi might not plan to return home at all. Up to now, Wang Xiaochun had not considered whether Yanzi truly wanted to be with him. He had not even realized that Yanzi was no longer the same person she used to be. He still held on to the hope that things between them would turn out positively. Looks like I need to prepare for a long-term campaign, persuade Yanzi to return, and also find a job for myself. After all, if this takes 3 months, I cannot just sit around and do nothing for 3 months. Although Wang Xiaochun had gone to bed very late the night before, and had slept just as late, he still forced himself to get up early the next morning, fighting off his drowsiness. After all, he and Yanzi had already made plans. Today, Yanzi was going to take him out for a proper tour around the area. With a beauty's invitation, how could he possibly let her wait? Especially since she had said she would come pick him up. That made it even more important for him to get up early and prepare. This was Wang Xiaochun's third day in the United States. Because the previous 2 days had been quite hectic, he had barely had time to clean up the apartment he was staying in. Apart from the bedding Garrison had helped him purchase on the day he arrived, everything else remained untouched, so he had to do some wiping, scrubbing, and tidying. To prevent Yanzi from once again saying his place looked like a pigsty, he got up at 8 a.m. and spent an hour cleaning. By 9 a.m., his stomach began growling. Only then did Wang Xiaochun realize that he had not stocked up on food, but there was no need to worry, because at that very moment, the thoughtful Yanzi had already arrived, carrying a large amount of food, just as he had given her the address. I figured you would not get full eating this foreign food, so I bought a bit more. But do not be like before eating everything I bring in one go. Save some room so we can eat out later, and keep the rest for dinner. He. Yanzi, you are so kind. Inside the apartment, Wang Xiaochun was sprawled out, devouring his food. Meanwhile, Yanzi had not stopped moving since she entered. It was obvious she was not satisfied with the results of Wang Xiaochun's cleaning. As soon as she came in, she started tidying up herself. Seeing Yanzi busying herself while his mouth was full, Wang Xiaochun felt nothing but bliss. Yanzi was clearly much more efficient than Wang Xiaochun. She had everything sorted out within 10 minutes. And by then, Wang Xiaochun had just finished his battle with the food. Afterward, the two of them left the apartment to go out and have fun. The places they visited were not far, just in the vicinity of Syracuse University. After all, Yanzi was not exactly a competent tour guide. She was not even very familiar with the area herself. As long as she did not get them lost, that was already quite an achievement. So they only visited a few of the major buildings around campus, such as the massive domed stadium, and an old auditorium built in the last century. However ancient and grand the architecture was, Wang Xiaochun was not particularly interested. He had come to see a person, not the buildings. Even though they did give him some visual impact, no matter how impressive they were, it did not concern him. As long as the person before him was here, he was perfectly content. Happy moments are fleeting. There were only a few places Yanzi could show him, so they wrapped up the day's tour in just half a day. The rest of the time was mostly spent on eating. Of course, it was mainly Wang Xiaochun eating and Yanzi watching. As night fell and the city lights came on, the girl walked the boy back to where they had started. Though the boy was somewhat reluctant to part ways, the girl still laughed, but not without making another appointment beforehand. American university culture is really fascinating, especially the sports competitions, which are incredibly intense. Yesterday Arthur told me that tomorrow there will be a football game between our university and Clemson University, held in the stadium we visited today. I will take you to see it. As long as he could be with Yanzi, no matter the invitation, Wang Xiaochun would certainly agree. However, if other men were involved, he was sure the date would not be as perfect. Fortunately, he did not reveal this emotion in front of Yanzi, even though he had no interest in football whatsoever. He still cheerfully accepted. Time flew by quickly, and before he knew it, it was a new day. When Wang Xiaochun and Yanzi sat in the audience seats at the football stadium, he had to admit that Americans really knew how to have fun, and there were a lot of spectators too. In a venue that could hold more than 20,000 people, at least over half the seats were filled. Especially before the game had even started, more than 10,000 people were already chanting and cheering. This kind of scene was something Wang Xiaochun had never witnessed before. It left a deep impression on him, but that awe did not last long. Because once the game began, with intense action on the field and relentless cheering from the stands, even Yanzi, who should have been just as clueless about sports as he was, got caught up in the excitement and started cheering for her school's football players. Faced with this situation, Wang Xiaochun naturally felt very sour. How can this be? Your future man is sitting right beside you, and you are cheering for other men. Have you thought about how your future man feels? Besides, is it not just a bunch of people running into each other? If I were on that field, I might be better than them. Football was not a sport Wang Xiaochun was familiar with. What had shocked him earlier was simply the roar of the crowd. As for the actual game, as a heavy-set man with considerable strength, he was certainly not inferior to those on the field. If it were not for seeing how engrossed Yanzi was, and not wanting to spoil her mood, he probably would have gotten up and left a long time ago. He held back, and after enduring the confusing game alongside Yanzi, Wang Xiaochun thought he could finally leave. But he had not expected that their seats were in the front row, right near the Syracuse football team's rest area, right after the game ended. Arthur, the very guy who had thoroughly irritated Wang Xiaochun 2 days earlier, actually started walking over to their spot. And upon arriving, he immediately began speaking English to Yanzi. Yanzi, in turn, quickly responded. This left Wang Xiaochun flustered and at a complete loss. Yanzi, what are you two talking about? Regardless of what they were actually saying, Wang Xiaochun felt extremely uncomfortable. Watching the two of them chatting back and forth, and seemingly planning to continue the conversation, Wang Xiaochun felt he had to insert himself into it. Oh, it was nothing much. Arthur just said he was very happy we came to watch their game, and he invited us to visit their training ground sometime. That's it? Just tell him we do not have time. Yanzi could clearly sense Wang Xiaochun's hostility, but she did not think too much of it. She assumed it was still because of the near fight they had almost gotten into 2 days ago. So after replying to him, she merely said, "Do not make trouble," and then went back to chatting with Arthur. This made Wang Xiaochun even more upset. So he decided to move from being a mere interrupter to being a complete pain in the ass. Yanzi, what is it? Help me ask him whether he did not play today. Also, it seems like their team lost. They lost the game, and he still came over to chat? Is he really that thick-skinned? You want me to ask that? That seems a little inappropriate, does it not? What is so inappropriate about it? I am just worried his teammates might blame him for chatting after a loss. I am merely giving him a heads up. Wang Xiaochun could guarantee that while asking Yanzi to translate for him, his expression was absolutely solemn and serious. And Yanzi did not think he meant any harm either. So she went ahead and translated his questions as they were, though she did refine the wording a bit. At least, she expressed the concern that Arthur might be blamed by his teammates for chatting after a defeat. And of course, she did not forget to ask, why did he not play? Oh, it is no big deal. Today's opponent was extremely strong. We had already considered the worst-case scenario. In the end, we only lost by a small margin, so it was within our expectations. As for why I did not play, that is because there are too many strong players on our team. For such an important match, of course they would not send me in. Arthur's words sounded quite composed and gracious, as if he was completely unfazed by the questions Wang Xiaochun had asked. Even though Yanzi's translation had softened the delivery, a man's intuition told him. Arthur definitely sensed malicious intent behind those questions, and from what Wang Xiaochun said next, that intuition was proven correct. Strong my ass. I could beat the crap out of several of them all by myself. Wang Xiaochun said this in Chinese, which Arthur obviously could not understand. But from his expression and the look in his eyes, even a fool could grasp what he meant. You fat piece of shit, who do you think you are, coming here and throwing your weight around? If it were not for wanting to impress this girl right in front of me, I would have already called the guys from my fraternity to teach you a lesson. Most of the guys involved in college sports clubs were far from being saints. If not for certain objectives, they would have shown their true colors long ago. So Arthur no longer bothered maintaining his composure. After all,
this was a matter of male pride. How could he let a country bumpkin look down on him? No matter how Yanzi tried to scold Wang Xiaochun in Chinese, Arthur just turned and fired back at him in English. Football is not as simple as you think. Do not assume that just because you surprised a few of us the other day, you are something special. If you stepped onto the field, any one of us could take you down. Yanzi? What did he say? You better translate it for me honestly. Is he insulting me? Watch how I deal with him.
It was the same kind of male instinct. There was no way Wang Xiaochun could miss the look Arthur gave him, that condescending, "you're a hick" look, so he rolled up his sleeves and, for the first time, used a tone that was nearly a command, demanding that Yanzi translate exactly what Arthur had said. And Yanzi, perhaps because it was also her first time seeing this side of Wang Xiaochun. Originally she had intended to de-escalate the situation, but against her better judgment, she ended up translating Arthur's words word for word.
Oh, still not convinced? Then let's have a go.
And do not say I am bullying you. Bring out your team's strongest player, and come train with me one-on-one.
Wang Xiaochun, do you not think you have gone too far?
Challenging someone to a match out of the blue, and it is football of all things, and you even want to take on two people at once.
What is wrong with you?
Yanzi was clearly very angry now. You could tell just by the fact that she called him by his full name. What was supposed to be a friendly chat had been forcibly turned into a pre-battle declaration by this guy. How was she supposed to face Arthur again after this? I just cannot stand that guy's smug face. Someone who cannot even get on the field during the game, what is he acting so cocky in front of you for?
You? Fine, if you insist on going this afternoon, you can go by yourself. I do not want to be embarrassed alongside you.
Wang Xiaochun and Yanzi had already left the football field. After all, the game had just ended. Even if Wang Xiaochun wanted to practice with Arthur, it would have to wait until the afternoon when Arthur could gather his team at the football training field.
Going alone is no big deal.
Wait a second, how will I get there? I do not even know where their training field is. The football match had taken place in the morning. By the time it ended, it was right around lunchtime. Even though Yanzi really did not want to speak to Wang Xiaochun at that moment, she still could not let him go hungry. So the two of them ate in silence. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yanzi, who had firmly said she would not go, still accompanied Wang Xiaochun to the university's football training field. Arthur really is something. There are so many people here, and he did not even bother to tell us. Yanzi had assumed their showdown would happen before the team's practice began, when there were fewer people around. Since it was a personal matter, it should have been resolved privately. But judging from the current scene, this was clearly not the case. At a glance, all the football players, coaches, and trainers were present. On one side, the cheerleading squad was also rehearsing, adding some students just wandering around. There were easily more than 100 people here. What are you afraid of? None of these people know me. When they lose, they will be the ones embarrassed. Clearly, Yanzi's concerns did not register with Wang Xiaochun at all. The fool even seemed excited that the crowd was this large. So without waiting for Yanzi, who was unsure whether they should keep going, he confidently strode over to where Arthur stood. Do not say we are bullying you. We will only send one person to do a head-on collision with you, and we have prepared the proper gear for you. Just do not cry when you lose. Arthur spotted Wang Xiaochun the moment he appeared at the edge of the training field. That body shape was just too distinctive. Maybe emboldened by the crowd, he spoke with great arrogance and confidence. So much so that he forgot Wang Xiaochun could not understand a word of it. Yanzi, what the hell is that guy yapping about? Luckily, Yanzi, who had been momentarily stunned, had caught up by now. So she also heard what Arthur said. Naturally, Wang Xiaochun demanded a live translation. He said they would send only one player and provide you with football gear for a head-on training drill. Clearly, Yanzi was still afraid things would escalate. So she tried to soften the translation. But her efforts were in vain. Arthur's tone and expression had already made things perfectly clear. They are only sending one person to deal with me? Not afraid of choking on their own arrogance? Wang Xiaochun no longer wanted to listen to Arthur's babbling. After all, he could not understand it anyway. He would rather prove himself with brute strength, since this was a test of physical collision. He had experience. When raising cattle at home, he could take down 2 bulls on his own. Even if a bull charged at him, he could pin it down. If he was not afraid of bulls, why should he fear a bunch of foreigners? So he shot Arthur a look he believed was disdainful, then walked to the football gear Arthur had pointed out. He scratched the back of his head and asked, Yanzi, how do I put this thing on? With Yanzi's help, Wang Xiaochun finally managed to put on the football gear. Once suited up, he looked even fatter than before. But that was not the point.
The point was that Arthur showed up with a group of people just then. Let me introduce this guy, he is Bruce, our team's starting defensive end. You have probably seen him before. Last time, he was caught off guard and did not want to hurt you, so he got knocked down. This time, prepare to get injured. Although Arthur was speaking formally, it gave Wang Xiaochun the distinct feeling he was acting like a pimp introducing his goods, thanks to Yanzi's translation. After all that, he is not going to fight himself, and instead brought someone who already lost to me? Is this guy brain dead? This Bruce was the burly black guy who had charged him first during the Yanzi kidnapping incident. Wang Xiaochun wanted to ask him, who gave you the courage to stand up again? If Bruce had heard that question, he might have replied, who the hell told you I volunteered to come here? If it were not for Arthur going around the team bragging about that night, would I be here now, dragged along just so he could save face? Bruce remembered their previous clash very well. He admitted that Wang Xiaochun was very strong. Although he had been knocked over that night, he still believed it was mostly because he had underestimated his opponent. So with Arthur's egging on, though still lacking some confidence, a part of him wanted to challenge Wang Xiaochun again. That was the real reason he came. Hello, I am Bruce. I look forward to this matchup. Since his opponent was strong, Bruce showed the proper respect, regardless of what had happened before. After Arthur finished talking, he stepped up to Wang Xiaochun and offered a handshake. Enough of that fake politeness. Let's get started already, this gear is uncomfortable as hell. Clearly, Wang Xiaochun did not appreciate Bruce's greeting, he just wanted to get it over with. Now that he was in full gear, this was going to be a formal face-off, so the rules needed to be clarified in advance. While Yanzi was translating those rules and Wang Xiaochun was trying to memorize them, on the other side of the field, at the spot where the coaching staff was originally discussing something, Syracuse University's head coach, Gilbert, noticed something unusual with his players. What are those kids doing? All gathering over there, have they forgotten they are here to train? Having lost the game that morning, the head coach was in no mood for nonsense. He had already planned to intensify training that afternoon. But before he could issue the order, his carefree players had already stopped their routine and were now crowding around. Oh, it is just a little thing among the players. Bruce already cleared it with me. Should not take more than a few minutes. The head coach was unaware of what was happening, but the assistant coach next to him seemed to have been informed. Judging by his tone, he clearly did not take it seriously. A personal matter? What kind of personal matter? Let's go take a look. On this side of the crowd, the confrontation between the two was, after all, just a simple one-on-one collision. So there were not many rules that Wang Xiaochun needed to understand. He only had to know the posture required during the collision, and that actions like eye gouging and groin grabbing were prohibited. It was enough to understand the points of exertion and collision. After grasping these, the two of them took their respective positions. They stood 5 meters apart, with a line drawn between them. Then they waited for a stick figure-like referee chosen on the spot to give the starting signal. Perhaps it was because too many people had gathered here, and since they had formed a semicircle on purpose. When the coaching staff approached, even the cheerleaders on the sidelines and idle students nearby came over, all curious to see what was happening. Once the stick figure referee received the signal from both parties that they were ready, he shouted the command, "Start!" The referee gave the command in English. Wang Xiaochun had learned the meaning of that word from Yanzi, but since English was not his native language, even though he knew the word, he still reacted a beat too late when starting the charge. Moreover, he was never fast to begin with. So just as he had barely taken the first step, Bruce had already charged up to him. This brings us back to the issue of gravitational acceleration. From the perspective of the theory of relativity regarding force, Wang Xiaochun was at a disadvantage. And it was a significant disadvantage. There was no way he could, like last time, pause briefly and then send his opponent flying. After all, last time he had aimed to tackle. From a football rule standpoint, Wang Xiaochun's action then was indeed a foul. Now that it was a formal drill, the reaction time was longer than before. He even started leaning backward slightly under Bruce's impact. But that tendency ended there. Once he used his massive body and solid footing to neutralize the impact, he held his breath and exerted force starting from his legs, beginning to push the already fully exerted Bruce step by step backward. Bruce could clearly feel the strength of Wang Xiaochun. While mentally regretting his decision, he did his best to shift his power into his legs, not seeking to advance, just to barely hold on. Even a shorter duration of resistance would be acceptable. After all, in front of so many people, he did not want to be taken down too easily. Unfortunately, while that was his hope, Wang Xiaochun had no intention of allowing it. Once Wang Xiaochun adjusted to the impact and optimized his strength, especially upon hearing that one familiar voice in the crowd shouting encouragement in Chinese, he transformed into a bulldozer, plowing forward while pushing Bruce, whose feet were practically rooted into the ground, like he was tilling a field. Yes, he began running. Although slowly, he was indeed running. He charged right through the crowd, until Bruce could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed to the ground. Only then did he stop, amid a chorus of astonished cries. "You yield or not? If not, let's go again." Staring down at the panting Bruce, even though Wang Xiaochun himself was gasping from the effort, he still said it with an air of bravado. Even if Bruce could not understand him, though he did not understand the words, he knew exactly what Wang Xiaochun meant. After all, they were both men who would not show off after winning. So Bruce quickly waved his hands repeatedly, expressing his submission. At this, Wang Xiaochun turned to look at Arthur. His meaning was clear. "Is it your turn now?" Arthur quickly responded, by shaking his head at once. "You must be joking. If Bruce could be taken down like that, if I went up, I would probably get thrown straight into the air." Since it was all over, Wang Xiaochun felt there was no need to stay. So he waved at Yanzi, indicating that she should take him to eat something again. Perhaps because of all that activity, he was feeling hungry again. "Hey, wait a minute, buddy. Are you a student at our university? I have never seen you before. Your performance just now was incredible. Are you interested in joining our team?" Wang Xiaochun was just about to leave with Yanzi when suddenly someone shouted at him. He still could not understand the words. And precisely because he could not, he turned curiously toward the source. Yanzi's translation quickly followed. "Ha, are you interested in joining their team?" No interest." Even though Yanzi explained that the foreign man shouting at him was actually the head coach of the football team, Wang Xiaochun knew perfectly well why he had come to the United States. "There are still so many cows waiting for me back home. Why would I be interested in playing games with you? Besides, Yanzi's situation still is not resolved, so what ball would I even be playing?" Wang Xiaochun, after all, was just a chubby guy from the countryside. He had no idea what it meant to receive an invitation from the head coach of a renowned American university's football team. And now that he was feeling hungry again, nothing mattered more than filling his stomach. Even though Coach Gill still wanted to say more, Yanzi also felt it might be worth hearing him out. But she ultimately could not convince the hungry Wang Xiaochun to stay and listen. After all, Yanzi herself was clueless about sports. She did not understand what this opportunity meant either. This left Coach Gill deeply regretful. He had assumed that Wang Xiaochun's refusal was because he was not a student at their university. After a long day and another large meal, as Yanzi escorted him back to the apartment in the evening, Wang Xiaochun felt that yet another day had been wasted. He had now been in the United States for 4 days, and he had not even found the chance to bring up what he had come here to do. Every time he tried, Yanzi would divert the topic. And since Yanzi had told him she had classes the next 2 days and might not be able to come, Wang Xiaochun felt a deep sense of loneliness. It was just past 7 p.m. when he returned to the apartment. Wang Xiaochun had no idea what to do. There was an old, barely functional TV in the apartment. It worked, barely, but all the programs were in English, and he could not understand them. So in his boredom, he began counting his assets. In just 4 days, just meals and lodging, plus some incidental spending with Yanzi, he had already used up 1/10 of his funds. Yanzi's family truly was a farming household. If it were not for the support from her previous school and a scholarship here, she would not even have had time to accompany him. She would have gone off to work already. So during these days of fun, Wang Xiaochun would never allow Yanzi to pay for anything. At this rate, by the time rent is due at the end of the month, I will be completely broke, and who knows when this issue with Yanzi will be resolved. I have got to earn some money to get by. 40,000 yuan, calculated at the current exchange rate, was a bit over $4,000. For most people, that would be enough to last at least 3 to 5 months. But Wang Xiaochun ate too much. His food consumption alone matched that of 3 to 5 people. Although it might not be quite as dire as he claimed running out in a month, the difference was probably not that large. So it was wise to plan ahead. Besides, Wang Xiaochun had no intention of asking his family for more money. After all, he had already taken away 1/10 of the family's assets when he left. His family had given him all the support they could. He had no right to take more. Once he thought of it, he acted immediately. He had already decided, even if he did not know the language well, he could still find some physical labor. But he could not ask Yanzi for help with this. If he did, she would definitely not agree. She had just asked him today when he was planning to go back home, after all. Besides, with Yanzi's limited knowledge of the area, she might not even be able to help. So he turned to Garrison. He believed this black friend of his was genuinely a good guy. Since Yanzi had been with him these past few days, Garrison had not come by to be a third wheel. But even though he had not shown up, he still called the apartment management office every night to check whether Wang Xiaochun was safe and doing well. Truly diligent and responsible, Wang Xiaochun had already recognized him as a real friend, so he wanted this friend to help him find some physical labor. And sure enough, his friend came through. After Wang Xiaochun called the management office and told Garrison about his plan, Garrison did not make any excuses. Less than an hour after the call ended, Garrison had found a physical labor job for him, and it was on the Syracuse University campus. For a university like Syracuse, which ranks nationally across the United States, achieving such success naturally requires substantial annual investments. This includes funding for various athletic programs. After all of the university's sports teams participate in NCAA Division I Big East Conference competitions. If the hardware cannot keep up, it is certainly difficult to achieve good results in such highly competitive collegiate sports. Therefore, the university has established a dedicated department of athletics. This department is responsible for managing basketball, football, hockey, and other sports that are part of NCAA competitions. Under the Department of Athletics, there is also an equipment division. After all, these athletic teams cannot just be handed a few balls and told to train on the field. Specialized training equipment must be provided. Most of these student athletes aim to develop into professional athletes. This requires strong logistical support. The equipment division is primarily responsible for that. If any department's equipment malfunctions, it must be replaced. Routine maintenance is also essential. Even issued balls must be regularly inspected. If damaged and unusable, they must be reported and replaced. The labor job that Garrison found for Wang Xiaochun happened to be here. Actually, it is not really a job at best. You can call it temp work or hourly work. It is paid by the hour, $12 per hour. That is considered a pretty good rate. Generally, these positions are aimed at students from Syracuse University who want part-time jobs. But the job you would be doing is too physically demanding for the average student. It involves almost daily lifting and moving of heavy gym equipment. If you lack physical strength, you simply cannot do it. According to my neighbor's brother, they are seriously understaffed, so they have relaxed the requirements and started recruiting externally. Last night, when Wang Xiaochun got the reply from Garrison, he was already getting impatient. After all, the sooner he worked, the sooner he could earn money. And he still did not know whether he could handle this job. After all, physical labor sometimes required skill as well. Plus, since Yanzi had classes the next 2 days and could not accompany him, he figured instead of staying idle, it was better to come early and take a look at the potential workplace. So he urged Garrison to come early this morning. The two were now standing outside Syracuse University's Department of Athletics, waiting for Garrison's neighbor's brother to arrive. Wow, Garrison was not wrong, you really are a big guy. You should be able to handle this job. They did not have to wait long, the person they were waiting for soon arrived. From his first words, it was clear that Garrison had mentioned Wang Xiaochun to him more than once. This guy is Jimmy, he just welcomed you. He is a sophomore at this school. If you need anything later, you can find him. Clearly, Garrison had a great relationship with this Jimmy. They fist bumped and hugged briefly upon meeting. Then Garrison introduced Jimmy in a near sullen tone, as though entrusting someone important to him. As for Wang Xiaochun, after holding back for a moment, all he managed to say was hello. The language barrier was still a major issue. And he suddenly realized an even bigger problem. Garrison, when you helped me find this job, did you tell your brother that I do not speak English? When he had initially thought of working, Wang Xiaochun imagined jobs like carrying cargo on a dock. He figured in that kind of environment, even if he did not speak the language, as long as he worked hard, it would be fine. He had not expected to end up doing physical labor on a university campus. That would inevitably involve language issues. So he had to ask. Do not worry, I definitely told him. But Jimmy said there is no need to worry. I did not ask for details, so let's ask him now. Hearing this, Wang Xiaochun naturally breathed a sigh of relief. But he was still curious, how did Jimmy plan to solve such a major issue? So all he could do was curiously and helplessly watch the two of them converse. A minute later, their conversation ended, and through Garrison's translation, Wang Xiaochun finally understood the situation. It turned out that Jimmy was also a temp worker for the athletics department. But he did not do heavy lifting, he contributed technical skills. Jinny's major was electromechanical engineering. He had considerable expertise in that area. Because of this, he worked as a part-time electrical maintenance technician for the department. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Wang Xiaochun. The reason it was relevant was that, due to the nature of Jimmy's job running around inspecting and maintaining equipment, he had become familiar with everyone in the department. So when Garrison asked him, he was able to quickly provide a job lead, and the job did not require any knowledge of English. You mean this old Su immigrated here when he was young, so he has no problem communicating in Chinese? And now that he is older, he still has the technical skills but needs someone physically strong to assist him? With Garrison's help, Wang Xiaochun finally understood why he did not need to speak English to do the job, because he only needed to exert physical strength. Any language or technical issues would be handled by someone else. He just had to follow instructions and work hard. Yes, old Su is said to be over 50 now. I heard he has worked at this school for over 20 years. Jimmy already knew he was looking for a helper, but had not found anyone suitable. When I mentioned you yesterday, he immediately inquired. The response was, as long as someone is willing to work diligently, language is not a problem. After all, it is just a temp job, there is no guarantee it will last long. That is fantastic. This job is made for me, ha 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 ha. Clearly, finding a job that suited him so well made Wang Xiaochun extremely happy. Even more so, he was probably glad that he no longer had to think about learning English. He had previously thought that during his stay in the US, he should at least pick up some everyday phrases. Now it seemed that would not be necessary at all. Once everything was clear, Wang Xiaochun needed to report to his post to check when he could start. Since the equipment room was nearby, the three arrived there within minutes, and they met the old Su Jimmy had mentioned. Well, look at this. Where did this chubby boy come from? Ha ha ha. As Jimmy had said, old Su was indeed quite talkative. He seemed to already know a bit about Wang Xiaochun's situation. So upon meeting, he greeted him directly in Chinese. Hello, old Su. Call me uncle. Do not learn from these foreigners, calling every older person old man. I am not that old, and I do not have that many kids. Besides, my family is from Chinatown. I have lived in America for so many years and have not been completely assimilated. Even though he had been told old Su was friendly, meeting him in person still surprised Wang Xiaochun. He felt a deep sense of warmth. All right, uncle. I will be relying on you in the days ahead. Do not worry, I will definitely work hard. Since the vibes were so good, Wang Xiaochun naturally let his guard down. That uncle he called out was sincere and cheerful. And the newly acknowledged uncle did not stand on ceremony either. Your timing is perfect. Help me move this pile of stuff to the basketball department. I was just worrying about it. Now that you are here, I have nothing to worry about. Ha ha ha. Wang Xiaochun had to count himself lucky that he had eaten enough earlier in the morning when he came to campus with Garrison. Otherwise, he would have probably gone on strike halfway through the morning's work just to find food. After all, he had not expected that old Su would be in such urgent need of help. Although the equipment they were moving, barbells and dumbbells, were quite heavy, thankfully, there were designated carts for transportation. In that regard, Wang Xiaochun did not exert much effort. Still, moving things up and down consumed energy. Looks like I will need to carry some snacks with me from now on. Otherwise, when it is mealtime and hunger strikes, I cannot just abandon Uncle Su and run off. Actually, moving the equipment did not take much time, but installation and replacement required Wang Xiaochun to wait nearby, ready to lend a hand to old Su at any moment. Moreover, they could not interfere with the team's scheduled training. It would affect the athletes' gym use, so the timing had to be precise. Just like now. In the morning, the basketball team was practicing on the court. They would likely need the gym in the afternoon. So the work had to be completed before the team started using the gym. This meant they would likely miss lunch. Do not worry, your wage is calculated by the hour. However long you work, that is how much you get paid. Besides, if we finish this in the morning, you will be free in the afternoon. I heard from Jimmy that you came to America to find your girlfriend. You could go on a date this afternoon. Old Su only had a general idea of Wang Xiaochun's situation. He was unaware of the details. Seeing that Wang Xiaochun was getting restless around noon, he assumed the boy was just losing patience with the dull work, so he tried to reassure him. After all, he had witnessed Wang Xiaochun's strength earlier. The boy was like a human crane. He could easily lift equipment that normally required two people to move. Old Su hardly had to lift a finger. With such a capable assistant, of course, he did not want to lose him. Heh, I am not anxious, just a little hungry. I was just thinking about where to eat once I am done. Wang Xiaochun replied honestly. He meant every word. He truly had no idea where to eat on such a large campus. Upon hearing this, Old Su just chuckled. But he clearly sped up his work. It seemed he also thought it unkind to let this big guy go hungry on his first day. Although Old Su sped up, they still did not finish all the work until after 1 p.m. Wang Xiaochun was suffering terribly. No way, kid, you really cannot handle being hungry? It is not even the end of lunchtime, and your stomach is already rumbling like a drum? No wonder you are so huge. Seeing Wang Xiaochun's constipated-looking expression, Old Su did not waste more time. After packing up the tools, he led Wang Xiaochun out of the gym to go get food. Oh, Su, thank you so much for all your work. The basketball team's gym was located inside the training facility, a large, independent room. To get in or out of the gym, one had to pass through the court. Just as Old Su and Wang Xiaochun came out of the gym, they saw a few players already practicing their shots on the court. One of them, probably a coach or assistant, walked over when he saw them and greeted Old Su. It seemed the two were old acquaintances. It is nothing, just doing my job. Right, I forgot to introduce you. This big guy is my assistant. He will probably be around often. Xiaochun, this gentleman is Coach Jones, the basketball team's assistant coach. Whenever the team needs equipment or supplies, he comes to us. You should remember him. Old Su spoke the first part in English to Mr. Jones, then switched to Chinese for Wang Xiaochun, making introductions for both sides. Ah, your assistant is really quite big. Is he a student here? I do not think I have seen him before. Could he be an international student? Coach Jones seemed quite sharp. From Old Su's language switch, he probably realized that Wang Xiaochun might have language difficulties, which led him to guess that he might be an international student. You punk, just because you work in basketball, does not mean you know every tall guy in school. Wang is not a student here. He is just staying temporarily. Why am I telling you all this? If there is nothing else, we will get going. I am starving. Old Su probably intended to chat with this assistant coach a bit longer, but he seemed to hear Wang Xiaochun's stomach growl again. So he decided not to waste more time and was ready to leave. Hold on, do not rush off. I have not finished what I wanted to say. But Coach Jones seemed to have more to say, so he stopped them. It is not a big deal. The team is short on medicine balls. I was going to go get them myself, but now that I ran into you, lucky me. Oh, that? What weights? When do you need them? How many? Although being stopped made Old Su a little unhappy. Once he heard it was work-related, he responded professionally. He asked for details while pulling a notepad from his pocket. 2 weights, 1.3 kilograms and 1.5 kilograms, 5 of each. Ideally, we would like them ready for tomorrow morning's training. Oh, that urgent? If I remember correctly, we do have those weights in the warehouse, but the paperwork may not be ready yet. Here's the deal, since you do not want to go yourself, let us stick to the usual method. Sign this form, and I will take it back and give it to the administrator so they can prepare the items. I cannot guarantee when they will be ready, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow morning. Anyway, there were a few items this morning that I forgot to bring to the gym. I will deliver everything together. Old Su clearly had handled many such requests before. He spoke with procedural efficiency and pulled out a form for Jones to sign. Oh, thank you so much. Should I arrange for someone to wait here to receive the delivery? No need. I am not sure when I can bring it anyway. Besides, I have the keys. I will just leave the items in the gym. Alright, I am done talking. I think this chubby kid beside me is about to pass out from hunger. Let's go. Ha ha ha. Their conversation was entirely in English, so Wang Xiaochun understood none of it. Not that he would have, even if he could. He was already so hungry that he was nudging Old Su with his hand, and his stomach was growling non-stop. Old Su knew he could not delay any longer. He quickly ended the conversation with Jones and took Wang Xiaochun to eat, perhaps to welcome Wang Xiaochun, or to apologize for letting him go hungry on his first day. Old Su insisted on paying for the meal. He even told Wang Xiaochun to order whatever he liked. Whatever he wanted in the campus cafeteria, Old Su would treat. That generosity was sky-high. But it lasted less than 10 minutes. Once he saw Wang Xiaochun devour a plate of spaghetti per minute, he felt like all that bravado had gone straight into the ditch. Even though each plate of pasta at the student cafeteria only cost $3, very cheap. Once the quantity piled up, it became a sizable expense. Especially after Wang Xiaochun finished his 10th plate and still looked unsatisfied. Old Su began to worry whether the allowance his wife gave him each month could survive this one meal. And the answer came soon enough. $40? You kid just ate $40 worth of food in one sitting. That is almost my whole monthly allowance. It was $39. Shut up, does that make any damn difference? The answer drove Old Su to despair. And as he spiraled into that despair, he tried to balance his emotions. You ate this much on my tab, so you better help me out. The basketball team needs 10 medicine balls, right? You are going to deliver them. As the saying goes, one who receives favors is bound by obligation. Wang Xiaochun probably felt he had eaten a bit too much. After all, he had just met the man and already cost him $39. He did feel somewhat embarrassed about that, so when Old Su asked him for a small favor, there was no way he would refuse. Besides, he had nothing to do that afternoon anyway. He was more afraid of being bored alone, so after finishing lunch, he followed Old Su back to the equipment room. Once they organized the necessary documents, they headed to the materials department to ask the staff to prepare the items. These guys usually take their time preparing things. You do not need to wait here the whole time. Go for a walk. Just come back and pick up the stuff before they get off work. After you pick it up, go directly to the basketball training facility. I have a few things to deliver there too. We will meet up at the facility. The reason Old Su brought Wang Xiaochun with him was likely to help him get familiar with the place and the people. He was well aware of how slowly things moved around here, so he did not want Wang Xiaochun to waste time waiting. Also, the supplies needed to be placed in a designated location. He was afraid Wang Xiaochun would not know where that was, so they agreed on a rendezvous time. You could say they split up to cover more ground. Okay, no problem. I will be back here before 5 to pick up the stuff. Do you need help with your delivery? I have nothing else to do anyway. No need. It is just some small parts. I can carry them all with one hand. Go enjoy your walk. Seeing that Old Su really did not need help, Wang Xiaochun did not insist. After they parted ways, he wandered aimlessly around Syracuse University. I wonder if I might run into Yanzi. If I do and she finds out I am working here, would she be surprised? Wang Xiaochun did not have the best memory. That much was clear from the fact that he never continued studying after junior high. So he only vaguely remembered the general location of Yanzi's dormitory building. He had no idea where her classrooms were. Given all this, and not wanting to delay Old Su's tasks, or get himself lost on campus, Wang Xiaochun limited his wandering to areas near the school cafeteria, equipment room, and basketball gym. Besides, it was already after 3 p.m. when he and Old Su had split up. He had not walked for long before he returned to the materials department to collect the assigned items from the assigned staff member. Aren't these just basketballs? Why are they called gravity balls? At first, Wang Xiaochun did not really understand what the basketball team had requested. He could only roughly guess from the name that it must be some type of ball, but once he received the items, he thought Americans sure had a way of exaggerating things. Slightly heavier basketballs were called gravity balls. If that's a gravity ball, does that make a lighter one an anti-gravity ball? With that idle thought in mind, Wang Xiaochun pushed a cart full of basketballs toward the basketball training facility. Earlier, when he was wandering around, it was between classes, so there were only a few students on the paths. But now, things were different. Classes were over by this time, and the campus was suddenly much more crowded. Normally, that would not matter to Wang Xiaochun. After all, the road did not belong to him. People could walk however they liked. What did it have to do with him? But he was confused that during his walk, 1 or 2 students here and there would clearly point at him and say something to others while gesturing. That made Wang Xiaochun feel uneasy. Have these foreigners never seen a foreigner before? Pointing and gesturing like that, how rude. Actually, this feeling was not unfamiliar to Wang Xiaochun. Back in China, because of his size, he had received similar stares when visiting the county town. But even then, it was just a few curious glances. He had never experienced people walking by, pointing, and talking at the same time. Plus, since he could not understand what they were saying, he could only interpret their behavior as malicious, like they were gawking at a rare animal. But if Wang Xiaochun thought that, he was mistaken, because what those pointing and whispering students were saying was, in a way, actually a kind of praise. See that fat guy? That's the one I was telling you about, the guy who knocked Bruce down. No wonder he turned down Coach Gill's offer. Turns out he's already on the basketball team? He's really that strong? Come on, just because he's big and tall doesn't mean he could easily flatten Bruce. That's a bit much, isn't it? Bruce has the potential to go pro. Why would I lie? I wasn't the only one who saw it. Didn't you see that person up there also pointing at him? If you still don't believe me, check the school forum for the video and compare for yourself. On a university campus, some things spread very quickly, especially anything involving star athletes, like rumors. For students interested in sports, such news could be explosive. Yesterday, during Wang Xiaochun's face-off with Bruce, there were only about 100 spectators. But many of them recorded the scene on their phones and posted it on the school forum. You can imagine how fast it spread. Although Wang Xiaochun had worn a football helmet, making it hard to see his face clearly in the video, those who had seen him in person easily matched the identity. That explained why, as he walked across campus, so many people were pointing at him. He had no idea that the moment he knocked Bruce down had already made him famous. At least on the Syracuse campus, he was now something of a local celebrity. Because he was unaware of all this and disliked being pointed at, Wang Xiaochun quickened his pace. He soon arrived at the basketball training facility. But when he got there, he saw neither old Su nor anyone else. The gym was completely empty. Did I get here too early? Why is Uncle Su not here yet? These people really are relaxed, leaving the gym wide open like this. Aren't they worried someone might steal something? Just before entering, Wang Xiaochun had considered whether he should greet someone inside in English. But from the looks of things now, there was no need. His only task was to wait for old Su to arrive. After all, he needed to know exactly where to place the equipment. Waiting is a boring process. Especially when half an hour has already passed, it is nearly dinner time, and the person you are waiting for is still nowhere to be seen. Wang Xiaochun felt that he had to do something to distract himself. Otherwise, he feared he might get hungry again out of sheer boredom. But what could he do inside a basketball training gym? Let me see what makes this gravity ball different from an ordinary basketball, to deserve such a dramatic name. Wang Xiaochun was genuinely bored and had no idea what to do, so he started fiddling with the items at hand. Clearly, this cart full of gravity basketballs became his source of amusement. He pushed the cart to just outside the three-point line on one half of the court. He picked up one ball from the cart, glanced at the hoop, and then threw it with one hand. Yes, the key word is threw. Bang! The gravity basketball flew from Wang Xiaochun's hand. You could tell from the rebound, it did not go in. The ball hit the rim solidly, then bounced away, and rolled off to the side. Sigh, I guess my hands gotten rusty from not herding cattle for so long. Some may wonder why Wang Xiaochun suddenly said that, and the sentence itself sounds a bit odd. What does herding cattle have to do with hand skills? Especially since he was throwing a basketball, what does that have to do with cattle? Was he trying to say that he used to play basketball while herding cattle? The two just do not logically connect. But that was not the case. Wang Xiaochun only had a rough idea of what basketball was. After all, he had dropped out of school early. He had only encountered basketball a few times during physical education classes in middle school. And even those times were very limited. He merely understood how 2-point and 3-point shots were scored. Knew that it was a game where people competed to put a ball through a hoop. Anything more detailed, he could not say. This was evident from his shooting posture. What regular basketball player would shoot like that? His form now was simply what he felt most comfortable with. Just like back on the grassy hills of his hometown when he herded cattle, this was what he often did. At this point, someone might again ask, weren't we just talking about basketball? Why are we suddenly discussing cows? Is cattle here a metaphor for one-on-one basketball? That would not make sense. Of course not. Here is the real story, and it begins with Wang Xiaochun's career in herding cattle. That career did not start after he dropped out of school. It began much earlier, from the moment the Wang family started raising cattle. Around the time Wang Xiaochun was 7 or 8, his parents, on the advice of his then still active in-service uncle, began with 1 or 2 cows, aiming to become cattle farmers. At that time, raising cattle had not yet become the family's main livelihood. Someone still had to tend the fields. So after school, Wang Xiaochun became the family's little helper, responsible for taking the cattle out to graze before evening dew set in. Even at that age, Wang Xiaochun was nearly the height of an adult, so he could handle the task. But he was still a child, and children are playful and restless. Fortunately, he had Yanzi, his childhood friend, who often came to accompany him after finishing her homework. This made Wang Xiaochun extremely happy. But no matter how happy he was, the cattle still needed tending. He could not neglect them just to have fun. Luckily, most of the time, the cattle were obedient and grazed near where he and Yanzi were sitting. But there were always a few troublemakers that wandered out of sight while eating. When that happened, Wang Xiaochun had to run and bring them back. At first, since the herd was small, this did not happen often, maybe once every few days. But as the herd grew, so did the number of rebellious cows. Some even set a bad example, and others followed suit. This annoyed the chubby and lazy Wang Xiaochun, who just wanted to spend more time with Yanzi. One time, a particularly disobedient cow not only wandered off but seemed intent on heading somewhere with determination. That scared Wang Xiaochun, because every cow was a valuable asset to the family. Losing even one could mean a year's worth of effort gone to waste. So he chased after it, but with his chubby build and slow speed, he was no match. Desperate, he picked up a dirt clod and hurled it at the cow. That throw was completely instinctive. No aim, no planning. But by pure luck, the clod hit the cow squarely on the head, perhaps out of pain and surprise. And since he had been strong since childhood, the cow, stunned, spun in place, allowing Wang Xiaochun to catch up and lead it back. Crisis averted. But that scare gave him inspiration on how to manage cattle. And since he truly disliked chasing them, from then on, he always kept dirt clods nearby when herding. Whenever a cow tried to leave, he would hurl one at it. Of course, his aim was terrible at first. He missed, or hit the wrong places. The tail, the butt, the balls. Sometimes the cow ran even farther. But he did not give up. And with his exceptional strength, he quickly got the hang of it. By the time he was older, he could consistently hit a cow's head within 20 meters. At closer range, he could hit the ear without touching the horn. With this skill born of repetition, combined with his brute strength to physically stop unruly cows, his herding life became much easier. If a cow tried to cross the line, he would toss a dirt clod. The cows he raised knew their little master's power, and usually turned back immediately. If one kept going despite being hit, Wang Xiaochun would just keep throwing, until it gave up and turned around. That was why he had muttered, "My hand's rusty from not herding cattle lately," because he was throwing the basketball like a dirt clod. But a basketball is no dirt clod, it is much bigger. If he threw a dirt clod the size of a basketball at a cow, he would not be herding it back, he would be sending it to the afterlife. Plus, the required arc was completely different. It was no surprise he missed. But Wang Xiaochun did not see it that way. He still blamed it on being out of practice with clod throwing, and since he was just killing time, he took the basket as a challenge. Missed once? Let's try again. Missed again? I'll throw another. At first, despite returning to a familiar motion, every throw missed. Too much force, too little, wrong arc. Most bounced off the rim, but he had a foundation in throwing clods. By the second round of throwing all 10 basketballs, with gradual adjustments to his force and trajectory, his accuracy began to improve. Still, the key word was throw. He maintained his clod-throwing posture throughout, always throwing the basketball with one hand. The form looked ugly and awkward, but the more he threw, the higher his hit rate became. By the third round, he hit 5 out of 10. By the fourth, 8 out of 10. By the fifth round, the empty gym echoed with the crisp sound of swishing nets, because these were gravity balls. The friction with the net made a louder, sharper sound than normal basketballs. It was clean and pleasing to the ear. That swish carried far, right into an office on the second floor of the basketball facility, and it caught the attention of an elderly white man inside. "When did one of my boys become so diligent, still practicing free throws at this hour?" A voice is still just a voice. Without a matching visual, most people interpret things through common assumptions, like this elderly white man did. Based on what he heard, the steady rhythm of the sound suggested someone was practicing free throws, and doing so with excellent consistency. Could it be that kid Anthony? Talented, hardworking, and now this diligent too? Looks like I should go offer some encouragement. Not many people in his eyes could achieve that level, so the elderly coach's first thought was of his prized student. Out of fondness and support, he decided to go and praise the effort. Without further delay, the old man walked out of his office and headed toward the hallway that led to the stairs. Since the corridor was connected to the training facility's upper structure and had glass walls, he could see the entire gym the moment he stepped out. That's not Anthony. And he's not practicing free throws? Who's that fat guy? Do we even have someone like that on the team? Glancing through the glass, what the coach saw left him full of questions. He first noticed a chubby young man, someone he had never seen before, throwing basketballs one-handed toward the hoop. And he made it. One shot going in was not particularly surprising. The old man had just happened to catch that moment and did not yet grasp the consistency of the shooter. But curiosity over the stranger made him watch for a few more seconds. And the more he watched, the wider his eyes opened. What he saw not only defied his expectations, it defied his understanding. This kind of shooting posture, and yet he's landing deep three-point shots repeatedly? That's insane. Anyone who had an office in a basketball training facility obviously worked in the field. And because of his expertise, the old man knew exactly what he was witnessing. He had seen people consistently make deep three-pointers before, and more than once. But none of them ever looked like this. And certainly, none of them used that kind of posture. Who maintains stable accuracy shooting one-handed? I need to meet this incredible guy right away. Is he a student here? If so, I absolutely must recruit him onto my team. As the saying goes, rarity defines value. So what if his posture was off? The goal of basketball is to put the ball through the hoop. If he can score, who cares what the form looks like? Driven by this conviction, the elderly coach almost seemed to forget his age. He dashed off, and despite his years, his speed left a gust of wind behind him. It only took him 10-odd seconds to run down from the second floor to where Wang Xiaochun was practicing. Naturally, the noise caught the attention of Wang Xiaochun, who glanced over, curious, at the elderly man whose speed did not match his age. "Hey, kid, who are you? Are you a student here? Why haven't I seen you before? Why are you here?" Though slightly winded from running, the old man fired off his questions the moment he saw Wang Xiaochun looking at him, clearly hoping for a response. But his hope was in vain. The breathless rush and barrage of questions left Wang Xiaochun with one impression. What the hell is this old guy saying? Why is he in such a rush? Is he some kind of security guard here, mad at me for using the gym and basketballs? Same old problem, language barrier. Wang Xiaochun did not understand a word the man was saying. He could only try to guess from context. Clearly, someone in charge was here to kick him out. So he did what he could. Tried to use gestures and the few English words he barely remembered to explain that he was just here to deliver something. Thus began a classic case of mutual incomprehension. To simplify, the rest of their conversation will be rendered in Chinese for clarity. I just deliver stuff. You misunderstand? You're an international student? Sorry, I can't understand you. Can you speak English? Don't point at me. I really did not do anything wrong. Someone will come soon to explain for me. Oh God. What are you even saying? Can someone come help translate? If you don't believe me, I'll wait outside the gym, not stepping in at all until they arrive. Wait a second. We cannot communicate like this. I'm going to call someone for help. What the hell, old man? I told you I didn't do anything wrong, just delivering stuff, and now you're calling for backup? You're not calling the police, are you? The two went back and forth for 4 to 5 minutes, getting absolutely nowhere. The old man became exasperated and decided to find someone who could understand what Wang Xiaochun was saying. Conveniently, not far from where he had come in, there was a wall-mounted telephone. The old man gestured for Wang Xiaochun to wait, as if to say, "Hold on, I'll make a call." Then he walked over to the phone. But from Wang Xiaochun's perspective, the gesture and behavior meant, "Just you wait, kid, I'm calling reinforcements." Which understandably made him panic. What kind of mess is this? No, I can't just sit here. I need to go find Uncle Su to explain things. Wang Xiaochun absolutely did not want the misunderstanding to grow worse. As the old man was dialing, Wang Xiaochun turned and bolted, running back toward the equipment room. Meanwhile, the coach, having just dialed the number, looked back at where Wang Xiaochun had stood, only to find nothing but scattered basketballs on the floor. Where'd he go? Not caring who had just picked up the call, he slammed the phone down and ran out of the gym, scanning all around. But unfortunately, it was already 6 p.m. In New York, in December, the sky darkens early. Even though Wang Xiaochun ran slowly, under the cover of dusk, and without his glasses on, the old man simply could not spot him. He was left confused and frustrated. Frustrated that his team was missing a big man who could stretch the floor. Confused by the sudden escape. Why the hell did you run? Couldn't you at least tell me why? The coach stood there for a long time. Eventually, with disappointment in his heart, he returned to his office. Half distracted, he resumed his work. But he was still unwilling to give up on tracking down that guy. The only question was, how and when? He had not figured that out yet. After all, it was already December, and the NCAA national tournament had started last month. The schedule was extremely tight. They had an important game the very next day, so he could not spare time to personally search for the mystery player. I'll have Troy keep an eye out. Hopefully, we'll get some news on that kid. In truth, The old coach did not have to go through all this trouble. It could have been very simple. If only he had waited 5 more minutes at the same spot, that boy who had run off would have returned, this time with someone else in tow. Unfortunately, from his office, he could not see any of it. Where is this security guard or janitor you mentioned? The gym is clearly empty right now. Besides, I have been at this school for years and have never heard of anyone matching your description. Are you sure you are not mistaken? At this point, Uncle Su clearly felt that Wang Xiaochun might be pulling his leg. Perhaps he thought this guy was upset that he arrived late. After all, they had agreed to meet around 5 o'clock, but it was already 6, and he had not shown up. He suspected that this kid might be seeking some petty revenge. That would explain why he rushed over, possibly to trick him. In reality, the delay was not intentional. He had been held up searching for something. As mentioned earlier, he had a few small parts to deliver to the basketball team's gym. But because the parts were so tiny, he could not find one of them for a while. Normally, such a minor issue would not warrant such a lengthy search. He could have simply picked up another one the next day. But as luck would have it, he had plans for the following day and would not be coming to work. This would mean a 2-day delay. As previously noted, he takes his work very seriously. He did not want a small oversight on his part to affect the basketball team's use of the gym. If that happened, he would consider it a blemish on his career. So he spent a long time searching. Fortunately, despite the lengthy search, he eventually found the missing part. It had gotten stuck in a slot in his toolbox. Once he found it, he immediately set off, knowing that Wang Xiaochun was waiting for him. But just as he was about to leave, Wang Xiaochun came running over. "Sorry, I took too long looking for something. I will treat you to a soda later." Seeing Wang Xiaochun appear, he assumed the kid had grown impatient from waiting and had come to find him. But it turned out that he had indeed come to find him, just not for the reason he thought. He said someone was about to call the police on him and needed Uncle Su to come explain. Call the police? That was serious. Uncle Su did not dare waste time. He quickly grabbed Wang Xiaochun and ran toward the gym. On the way, he asked for more details. According to Wang Xiaochun, there was an old man, about 60 years old, possibly a security guard or janitor for the basketball team. Because he did not know who Wang Xiaochun was, and due to the language barrier, he mistook him for someone causing trouble or trying to steal something. Is there such a person? I do not recall anyone like that. Uncle Su first considered the position. He was always around these sports facilities. He should know all the security and janitorial staff. He was certain that, while he might not know everyone's name, there was definitely no one matching that description. With that conclusion, he slowed from a jog to a walk. They reached the gym, and there was not a soul in sight. This led him to believe that Wang Xiaochun had been joking with him. But he was just here. Now, Wang Xiaochun did not know what to say. After all, seeing is believing. With the person in question nowhere to be found, what more could he say? I did not expect someone who looks so honest to be so full of tricks. Forget it, it is getting late. Hurry up and gather the basketballs and move them to the gym. I need to install these parts, and then we can leave. Uncle Su did not bother arguing with Wang Xiaochun. He urged him to get to work. After about 10 minutes, they left together, with Wang Xiaochun feeling a bit down. Since Uncle Su had already informed Wang Xiaochun that he would not be coming to work the next day due to other commitments, Wang Xiaochun stayed in his apartment all day. Aside from eating, he did not go anywhere. As a result, the task assigned by the old white man to his subordinate to find Wang Xiaochun yielded no results after a full day of searching at Syracuse University. This left the old man even more disappointed. But as the saying goes, one man's loss is another man's gain. While the old man was disappointed, Wang Xiaochun was overjoyed, because when Swallow learned that he was working part-time in Syracuse, she was initially a bit surprised and not very pleased. But upon learning that Wang Xiaochun could only stay in the US for a maximum of 3 months, she felt relieved and indifferent. She even started helping Wang Xiaochun plan how to spend those 3 months. Previously, she had been avoiding certain questions from Wang Xiaochun, urging him to return home as soon as possible. She had not inquired about his visa duration, but upon learning this time frame, she realized there was no need to rush him. After all, the visa's time limit ensured that Wang Xiaochun would have to return eventually. With such a constraint, why hurt his feelings? So now, not only did she not oppose Wang Xiaochun staying in the US, she hoped he would make the most of his time there. For example, visiting various places to broaden his horizons. Or exploring some farms to learn about local breeding standards and bring back some good ideas. Naturally, these plans delighted Wang Xiaochun. Of course, his enthusiasm might not have been solely due to the plans themselves. Perhaps it was more because Swallow would be accompanying him on these adventures. With a job that ensured food and drink, and the opportunity to continue spending time with Swallow in the US, Wang Xiaochun was quite content. So, in the days that followed, he lived happily. Each morning, he worked part-time with Uncle Su, carrying and moving things. In the afternoons, he rested in his apartment and then went to see Swallow. Life was quite enjoyable. However, every time he went to the basketball gym, he would intentionally or unintentionally look for the old man with whom he had the misunderstanding, hoping to clear things up. After all, it was a lingering concern for him. He did not want Uncle Su to keep thinking he had been lying. Unfortunately, even after working part-time for over a week and visiting the gym 2 or 3 times, he never saw anyone there. He learned from Uncle Su that the basketball team had many games that week, and they needed to perform maintenance and repairs when no one was around. So naturally, the place was empty. But by the following week, the gym should be bustling again. Sure enough, Uncle Su was right. When Wang Xiaochun accompanied Uncle Su to the gym in the second week, the previously empty scene was no more. See? This is what real basketball training looks like. After all, Syracuse is a top team in the 6th district. Usually, their training tasks are very demanding. That is why we have to come at off-peak times, which is why you have not seen this before. Perhaps because he had worked at Syracuse University for a long time, seeing Wang Xiaochun curiously looking around, Uncle Su, as a true Syracuse native, felt obliged to explain. Oh, yes. But upon hearing Wang Xiaochun's response, Uncle Su seemed a bit dissatisfied. Because Wang Xiaochun was still looking around while answering, his response was perfunctory. It seemed he did not grasp the significance of Syracuse's prowess. Are you envious? Based on your physique, you could have had a chance to play here. Too bad you are not a Syracuse student, haha. As the saying goes, if you are not happy, I will not let you be comfortable either. Uncle Su, displeased with Wang Xiaochun's response, began to mock him. Unfortunately, his mockery was in vain. This was evident from Wang Xiaochun's reply. Oh, yes. Of course, Wang Xiaochun's response did not satisfy him, because this kid was not paying attention to what he was saying. At that moment, Wang Xiaochun was still looking around for the old man with whom he had the misunderstanding, but he still could not find him. Alright, stop looking. It is no use. These players might become stars in the future. Hey, where are you going, you brat? Since mocking him had no effect, Uncle Su, feeling bored, was about to get to work with Wang Xiaochun. But before he could finish speaking, Wang Xiaochun suddenly ran off in a certain direction. And he ran quickly, not watching his path. He ran straight through the center of the training court. His sudden dash caused quite a commotion. And before the commotion had even settled, someone shouted, "Quick, protect the coach!" In ancient Chinese poetry, there is a widely known verse used to describe searching for someone. If slightly adapted, it would perfectly capture Wang Xiaochun's current mood. Searching for him thousands of times in the crowd, and suddenly turning around, that person is surrounded by a group of brawny men. Ever since entering the basketball gym, Wang Xiaochun had been looking for that elderly white man. But with so many people around, even after scanning the area several times, he did not see him. But not seeing does not mean he was not there, it was just a matter of obstructed vision. When Wang Xiaochun looked around, the old man happened to be surrounded by a group of tall and sturdy students, so naturally he could not spot him. Still, the crowding was only temporary. Just as Wang Xiaochun was about to give up and follow Uncle Su to work, the old man emerged from the crowd. This made Wang Xiaochun a bit excited. After all, he had been searching for days. Now that he finally saw him, he felt he could resolve the knot in his heart. Naturally, he wanted to go over immediately and explain. What is more, the old man seemed to have finished talking and was about to leave, so Wang Xiaochun hurriedly followed him. But in his haste and focus, he failed to notice that several players were practicing plays in the middle of the court. Likewise, those players, immersed in their drills, did not notice him. Thus, 2 players who were running plays collided head-on into Wang Xiaochun. What happened next was inevitable. Players running plays on the perimeter are usually either point guards or shooting guards. Players in those positions are not typically very large. As a result, the collision involved a significant mismatch in body mass. Though they were not much shorter than Wang Xiaochun, at most 10 centimeters, the difference in weight was considerable. And because they were not aware they were about to crash into what was essentially a concrete pillar made of flesh. The result of the impact was exactly what one might expect. Both players were knocked to the ground, rolling several times. Naturally, this startled everyone else on the court. They had all been training seriously and had no idea how someone had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seeing their teammates rolling on the ground, They assumed this chubby intruder had deliberately knocked them over. This made them explode with anger. "What the fuck are you doing, you bastard? Barging in here causing trouble?" They all shouted furiously and started to rush over to teach him a lesson. What they did not expect was that this fat guy completely ignored them. He did not even look back at their shouting, only waved his hand and muttered a few incomprehensible words. Then he continued walking toward their coach. That alarmed them even more. "Oh no, he's going after the coach. Quick, protect the coach." Such a reckless move with a clear target made them question whether this guy intended to harm their coach. After all, incidents like that were not unheard of in the US. Back in the 60s and 70s, there were even crazy fans who attacked coaches from rival teams. Is such a tragedy going to happen to us now? Once your thoughts go astray, they tend to spiral further. These players now all thought the worst. They rushed at Wang Xiaochun, aiming to take him down. Their aggressive movement naturally caught the attention of their coach. What is going on? Why is Jerry rolling around on the ground? Why is Warwick copying him? Who is that fat guy? Why does he look familiar? And why are my players chasing him? For a moment, the old coach thought he was losing his mind. Otherwise, why had he been asking himself so many questions lately? But before he could think more, the next scene shocked him. As his players closed in on the fat man, just a few steps away from grabbing him, this guy seemed to sense their presence. Then, using what appeared to be a very practiced technique, he easily threw them all to the ground. What the hell, is this a kung fu movie? The coach could not believe what he was seeing. Four of his front court players, strong, powerful young men rushing at a similarly tall but much bulkier man, only to be instantly floored. It looked like a scene from a Hollywood action film. His eyes bulged wide as saucers. The players around him were also shocked and stunned, but since their teammates had been taken down so quickly, they felt compelled to act. Their only reaction, though, was to step in front of their coach, shielding him. As for any further moves, they dared not make any, for now. After all, the guys on the ground had not even gotten up yet. Sorry. It was purely a reflex. I absolutely did not mean to do it. Fortunately, the fat guy, although talking quickly, made no further moves. That brought a sigh of relief, and the players all turned to their coach. At that moment, Uncle Sue finally arrived, belatedly. He saw the mess of bodies and chaos and began to wonder if this usually obedient and useful fat guy might actually be some kind of terrorist. "Xiaochun, my god, what on earth are you doing?" "Uncle, I swear I did not mean it, it was all a misunderstanding. That old man was the security guard I mentioned before. I just wanted to explain things to him. I did not expect people to come at me from behind, I thought it was a cow charging at me. I instinctively tried to take it down, and only realized afterward that it was people." Wang Xiaochun felt helpless. The previous misunderstanding had not even been cleared up, and now this new one was even worse. He had been afraid the old man would disappear again, so all his attention had been fixed on him. He did not see who bumped into him, and because his thick skin and large frame barely registered the impact, he thought it was just a passing bump. He even waved his hand to signal that he was fine, the others need not worry. As for the subsequent tackles, Wang Xiaochun could swear to the heavens it really was just a reflex. The cattle his family raised were not always obedient. Sometimes they would try to ram him, especially from behind. He never tolerated that. Whenever it happened, he would toss them to the ground. Over time, he had perfected the technique, and it became second nature. If it had just been a few average people behind him, he might not have reacted so strongly. But those were big, strong men, clearly charging toward him. And that is how this whole mess unfolded. Hello everyone, my name is Su Diquan. I am a Chinese man who immigrated to the United States more than 20 years ago. In all the years I have been in America, aside from the recent incident involving my daughter, I have never felt as mentally exhausted as I do today. The reason is a young compatriot I recently got to know, who has caused me a great deal of trouble, major trouble, and worse still, it is difficult to explain. At least, I cannot explain it. Oh, so you are saying that you mistook him for a cow, and therefore took him down using a method meant for handling cattle? Do you even believe that yourself? And if I use this explanation to talk to the others, do you think they will buy it? Old Su looked at the tall young man in front of him, his head bowed to his chest, yet still taller than Su himself. He was at a loss for words. After all, the reason given was simply too bizarre, yet he still had to explain it to the people on the basketball team. Even if not out of solidarity with a fellow countryman, this young man was, after all, under his wing. And from the perspective of shared responsibility, he could not completely wash his hands of it. Well, this, I suppose. But that ridiculous excuse was really hard to utter. "Oh, so it was you? My god, I have been looking for you for a long time, and you show up on your own? And what a surprising entrance! Old Sue was still agonizing over whether to tell the team's head coach the absurd explanation. Unexpectedly, it was the coach who spoke first. Only then did Old Sue realize there had been a misunderstanding earlier, which he had never clarified. Why do I suddenly feel like dying? Back then, when the roles were mistakenly assumed, how could he have imagined this legendary coach would be involved? Who would depict a famous NCAA coach as a janitor or a security guard? At least, he never could have. Mr. Boheim, this whole situation is quite unclear, but I can assure you that this kid had no malicious intent. As for the earlier misunderstanding, oh, Sue, let us discuss that later. Right now, I want to know more about this big guy here. Oh, I almost forgot you speak Chinese, that is perfect. You can help us with introductions. Old Sue was utterly unprepared for the sudden shift in tone. They were no longer discussing the incident, but rather focusing on the person. It seemed that, in the coach's eyes, the earlier conflict was far less important than the person standing in front of him. Last time, I was not wearing my glasses, so I did not recognize you right away. What I want to know now is, are you a student here? The coach asked, and Old Sue began to translate. Through his interpretation, he finally understood what had actually happened last time, and he could finally half believe the beginning of this conflict. This made his explanation somewhat more convincing, and also gave him a new impression of this young compatriot. Did Mr. Boheim really say that? Your basketball skills are that amazing? You can consistently make long-distance three-pointers? Old Sue knew the saying you cannot judge a book by its cover, but this went beyond his comprehension. If this young man was truly that skilled, how could he still be working part-time? Even in China, he should have already been making waves. Is simply throwing a basketball into the hoop considered impressive? It seems like a lot of people can do that. Wang Xiaochun did not quite believe the compliments Sue was relaying. From his perspective, he had merely gotten good through practice. Nonsense. If Mr. Boheim himself vouches for you, how could it be wrong? It sounds like he is very interested in you. Kid, this could be your chance. You might soon be part of the Syracuse basketball team. The coach completely brushed aside the earlier conflict. All he did was ask about Wang Xiaochun's personal background. His intentions were obvious, and Old Sue had no trouble deciphering them. Interested in me in joining the basketball team? Ha, uncle, you must be mistaken. I cannot play basketball at all. But Wang Xiaochun did not believe Old Sue's judgment. Besides, he was quite satisfied with his current situation. He could spend time with Yanzi, work a little to earn some money. Then, once things with Yanzi were clear, he would happily return home. Would that not be wonderful? Playing basketball? What a waste of time. That was why he could not share Old Sue's excitement. You brat. Sue, can we ask this big guy to show us that precise shot again? I want to reconfirm what I saw the other night. Sometimes, coincidences do occur in this world. After all, that night the coach had only watched for a brief moment. If he did not see it again, and that performance had just been a fluke, a random stroke of luck, then all his plans would be in vain. Moreover, this big guy did not admit to knowing how to play basketball. He also seemed disinterested in joining the team. So let reality speak for itself. I already said I cannot play. What is there to show? If simply sinking a few shots into a hoop qualifies someone to join the team, then the entry requirements must be too easy. After learning what the coach wanted through Sue, Wang Xiaochun really had no interest. But he could not resist Old Sue's persistent urging to just show something. So, reluctantly, he agreed to throw a few. After all, he had just taken down a few of their team members. The earlier conflict had been quite the spectacle. By the time explanations were being made, a crowd had already gathered. Even if they did not fully understand the misunderstanding, they had heard that the attacker, the big guy, was about to demonstrate his skills. Naturally, curiosity drew them in. Wang Xiaochun did not expect the scene, though he had experienced something similar before with the football team. That had been driven by a burst of emotion for a woman. His mind had been fired up, so he had not cared about how he appeared. But this time was different. He was clearly in the wrong, and there was no shortage of hostile eyes. He was naturally feeling uneasy. Still, uneasy or not, he had to do it. So, stiffly, he approached the same spot from which he had made the shot last time. He pulled a ball from a cart someone had wheeled over, took a look at the hoop, and with one hand, threw the ball. Bang! The first shot missed. Shoo! And it was greeted with loud boos. Wang Xiaochun, who just wanted to get it over with, looked a bit embarrassed. He grabbed another ball and threw again. Bang! Missed again. Boo! The boos grew louder. Another, and another. Bang, bang. He missed 7 or 8 shots in a row amidst the jeers. Not only did the coach on the sidelines frown, but even Wang Xiaochun furrowed his brow deeply. And as he frowned, he muttered to himself, "This basketball feels a lot lighter than last time. Should I ease up on the strength and adjust a bit?" Thanks to my sister's brother-in-law for the generous tip. Wang Xiaochun was certain. The force and angle he was using now should have been the same as last time. But judging from the current results, it was clearly different. He had just missed 7 or 8 consecutive shots amid the jeers. He could not help but start thinking about why he was missing. Of course, last time I used that so-called gravity ball. These basketballs are clearly much lighter than that one. Using the same strength naturally will not work. Now that he realized the difference, he had to make adjustments. Although he had only intended to go through the motions and toss a few shots to get it over with, being mocked by a bunch of foreigners like this, Wang Xiaochun did not want to leave in embarrassment under so many watchful eyes. Since he was adjusting, it needed to be tested. Naturally, there were moments where he used too much or too little strength. As a result, even after those initial 7 or 8 misses, the following few adjustment shots also did not go in. That fired up the hostile players standing on the sidelines. What the hell is this? I thought we were going to see something amazing. Turns out it's just a kid playing stickball. Hey, Fatso, our backboard's going to get bent out of shape from your throwing. Warwick, you are being too harsh. The guy had the courage to throw like that. It already takes guts. It is really mean to mock him like this. Oh, I almost forgot, even if you say nasty things, he probably cannot understand you, huh? Alright, no need to waste time here. We all have our own training. Let us disperse. Maybe once we all leave, he will finally make one, ha ha ha. Wang Xiaochun could not understand exactly what the loudmouths on the sidelines were saying, but just because he could not understand the words did not mean he could not feel the malice. Fortunately, Wang Xiaochun had one particular trait. No matter how angry or frustrated he got, he would always finish what he had started before reacting. Amid the ridicule and the gradually departing crowd, Wang Xiaochun kept adjusting his strength until he finished off the entire cart of balls. Mr. Boheim seemed to have lost interest and was about to leave. No one brought him another basket. Wang Xiaochun did not mind. He picked up a ball that had rolled to his feet, made one last strength adjustment, and tossed it. Swish! Finally, the first ball went in. The few who were still moving stopped for a second. But only for a second, when Wang Xiaochun picked up another ball and missed again. Guess that was just a lucky shot. Almost everyone thought the same. More people began leaving. That should have been the right strength, maybe a little more arc next time. That way it will not even touch the rim. The people watching laughed. But Wang Xiaochun was not affected. He was determined to finish what he had started. That was just his nature. He stopped temporarily, not to quit, but to gather all the scattered basketballs back into the cart. After all, bending down to pick up each ball and throwing it again was a bit of a burden for a fat guy. Much easier to grab them directly from the cart. You brat really gave me a scare. I thought I was about to witness some American dream today. Alright, you've cleaned up the basketballs, let us move on. Do not take this too hard, these foreigners are always like this. Everyone else had left. Only old Su stayed. But even he was just there to take Wang Xiaochun away with him. The test was over. This fat guy was the same one he had always known. Uncle, wait a minute. Let me finish off this cart. It will not take long. No means no. No need to waste any more time here. We still have. When old Su walked over, Wang Xiaochun did not even look at him. At that moment, the hoop was all he saw. Not because he was deeply focused, but simply because he wanted to verify if all his adjustments had paid off. So he casually answered old Su, and just as Su was about to speak again, a simple sound made him fall silent. Swish! From the freshly refilled basket. The first shot went in. Not bad, looks like your luck is not completely. Swish! Another one. Swish! Heaven above. Swish! After that first shot went in, old Su found it hard to speak, because that simple sound started repeating. So repeatedly and clearly that everyone still in the gym could hear it. Which led to, is there something wrong with my ears, or did someone bring a sound system? I swear I hear something terrifying. Your ears are fine, but maybe my eyes are messed up? Shit, the coach might have been right. That fat guy really is a cannon. Is this fat guy doing it on purpose? Showing off with that legendary act of slapping people in the face? Mom, I just saw Superman. The crowd that had drifted off after the loud clanking of the missed shots reassembled within minutes as the clear swish-swish filled the air again. With each shot, their eyes and mouths opened wider and wider. Thankfully, the sound stopped just as their faces looked about ready to tear apart. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Uncle, let us go. I am done. What? Oh, yes, huh? Go where? The cart held no more than 20 balls. At a rate of one shot every 2 seconds, less than a minute had passed. But the shift in energy before and after that minute made old Su feel like he might have a heart attack. At least for those last 10 or so shots, his mind had gone blank. He was barely breathing. So when Wang Xiaochun called out to him, he could not even respond. He was practically in a who am I? Where am I kind of state. Go to work, of course. We have already wasted half the day. And since you are not paying me for the time lost, I have lost a lot of money. Compared to old Su's dazed state, Wang Xiaochun was unnaturally calm. As if none of this had been his doing. No, you brat. Just now they watched me like a monkey. Now I see them as the monkeys. Let us go, let us go. Watching monkeys does not earn me money. Seeing that old Su was still in a daze, Wang Xiaochun did not bother saying more. He pulled him along, eager to get back to work. There was likely a lot to do today. After such a delay, they might even miss lunch. That was what really worried Wang Xiaochun now. Oh, wait. Su, and yes, Wang. I think we need to have a talk. Since coming to the United States, the only place where Wang Xiaochun dared to eat to his heart's content was the student cafeteria at Syracuse University. After all, the meals there were made for students, so the prices were relatively affordable. If only the portions were a bit larger, then it would truly be affordable, and the university you praise so highly would actually deserve that praise. I would not have to eat 7 or 8 servings just to barely feel full. Can you stop eating for a second and wait? Can you show a bit of ambition, for once? Who comes to university just to eat? You are going to be the death of me. You talk like it is not your fault. Look at the time, the cafeteria is about to close. If I do not eat now, not only did you delay my wages for today, but I will not even get enough lunch. I did it all for you, damn it. And now you are blaming me. Do you know how many people dream of studying here and never get the chance? Mr. Boheim offered you an incredible opportunity. And you? You simply said you were not interested, and gave the bizarre excuse that you plan to go back home to raise cattle. What the hell is wrong with your brain? Do your parents even know? My parents do know. They know I am great at raising cattle. Now old Su finally understood what it meant to be blessed and not realize it. And he could also relate to how Lu Dongbin must have felt when he was bitten by a dog. A poor kid from China. Someone gave him a fantastic platform. Not only was he ungrateful, but he even acted annoyed by it. That fluid shooting performance Wang Xiaochun had shown that morning in the basketball gym had stunned old Su. What shocked him even more was that Mr. Boheim wanted to talk to Wang Xiaochun seriously. And during their conversation, he directly offered the best possible treatment, recruiting Wang Xiaochun into Syracuse University. Old Su firmly believed this. After all, the one making this offer was a head coach who had served Syracuse for over 20 years. Someone with that kind of status had every reason to make such a promise. What no one expected was that the opportunity was offered, and this fat kid still turned it down. In his own words, I do not understand basketball, and I cannot play it. At most, I can just get a few balls in the hoop. If you bring me onto the team, you are only asking for trouble. I might even end up getting kicked out. Besides, studying here costs money. Tuition in the US is pretty damn high. At first, old Su thought he was just being modest. After all, Wang Xiaochun had once said he was on a mission to pursue a girl and that his family had given him some startup funds. So, in his mind, money should not have been a problem. And on top of that, with such precise shooting skills, who would believe he could not play basketball? Old Su certainly did not. Neither did Mr. Boheim. But some things cannot be judged by appearances. Because this guy proved everything with facts. If you do not believe me, just bring a ball over and I will dribble it for you. The result? When they saw this clumsy guy chase the ball around with such a lousy dribbling technique, this kid is brutally honest. So fucking honest it hurts. He was not lying. Faced with all this, old Su could only admit he had to side with the kid. After all, the facts made it clear this guy had one skill, but ultimately, he was an amateur. What no one expected was, it does not matter. Skills can be trained, knowledge can be learned. You have fantastic hand feel and a strong physique. Every shortcoming can be made up for. Mr. Boheim still stuck to his original verdict. He still wanted this kid, and the offer remained unchanged. That should have been a dramatic reversal. But in the end, damn it, it all collapsed again. The kid rejected the offer again. This made old Sue feel that this guy was utterly unreasonable, beyond saving. I am done talking. As your uncle, I have fulfilled my duty. I told you everything I needed to say. Mr. Bohane gave you 1 week to consider. I hope you think about it seriously. This is not just an opportunity, it is a platform. Even if, worst case scenario, you do not do well on the team, you can still earn a diploma from a prestigious university. Do you understand? Having said all he could, old Sue could do no more. At the end of the day, if he could not persuade him, there was nothing more to be done. After finishing the last few bites on his tray, he left, leaving behind the one he had been talking about, Wang Xiaochun, still immersed in eating. What old Sue did not notice as he walked away was that despite his mouth being full of food, Wang Xiaochun still mumbled a few muffled words. It is not that I do not understand the benefits, but back home, there is still so much to take care of. Raising cattle is hard work. I do not want my parents to suffer too much. In ancient times, there were those foolishly loyal. Likewise, there were those foolishly filial. Wang Xiaochun did not dare to call himself noble, nor did he dare to think too far into the future. As he always said, he was satisfied with how things were now. All he wanted was to accomplish his goal, and then go home and live a quiet life. But is life ever that simple? Some things, once they happen, are no longer up to you. 3 days after the swish-swish incident at the basketball gym, while helping carry discus weights in the equipment room, Wang Xiaochun was visited by an unexpected guest, the head coach of Syracuse University's football team, Gilbert. Oh, buddy. I finally found you. My God, you are still so strong. Each of those discus weights is 20 kilograms, and you lifted 2 in one hand so effortlessly. Faced with the middle-aged man he vaguely remembered, Wang Xiaochun could only blink his little eyes, trying to signal to old Sue where his weakness lay. Oh, Mr. Gilbert, what brings you here? Are you in need of any equipment? The head coach's greeting naturally left old Sue a bit confused. He had no idea about what had happened with the football team, so he could only ask curiously. Oh, right, I remember now. The forum mentioned this guy does not speak English. Sue, I am here to see this big fellow. Did Wang do something wrong? Did he offend you? No. You misunderstood. He is great. He did not do anything wrong. If anything, his only fault was in turning down my invitation. My God, if it were not for my assistant coach spotting his basketball video on the school forum, I would have missed out on a top-tier football talent. That would have been unforgivable. Your name is Wang, right? I am formally inviting you to join the Syracuse football team. As long as you are willing, we will waive all your tuition and provide a full scholarship. Ever since he let Wang Xiaochun slip away last time, Gilbert had been feeling rather dissatisfied. But since the young man was not a student at the university, there was nothing he could do to force the matter. Unexpectedly, he later heard through other sources that the promising Asian kid he had his eye on had gone to the basketball team. That reignited the flames in his chest. He even went to the basketball team once, hoping to see if there was any chance of winning the kid over. But what he got was a disappointing result, no such person. That frustrated him. Fortunately, real talent shines eventually. Someone uploaded a video of the kid's seamless shooting performance during basketball practice to the university forum. That excited him more than before. Such accurate long-range throws, my God, this kid could handle any position on a football field, whether it is tight end, tackle, or quarterback. I have to get him. As the saying goes, it is easy to find gold, but hard to find a great general. How could he possibly pass up a naturally gifted football player like this? So over the next 2 days, he conducted thorough investigations and made meticulous arrangements. The results of the investigation were encouraging. This kid was currently not enrolled at any university. In fact, he would not be staying in the US for long. If I can offer him a chance to go to college in America, getting him to join the football team should follow naturally, right? Initially, Gilbert thought that what he was offering was extremely generous. After all, even local American students find it extremely difficult to get into a prestigious school like Syracuse, let alone a kid with a 3-month visa. But then, a piece of news came in that made his offer feel less generous. That old man Bohame, why is he meddling? That kid does not even seem to know how to play basketball aside from throwing the ball. Since another team had offered the same benefits, he knew he had to up his offer. To make sure there were no surprises, he raised his offer to the maximum from the beginning, putting forward one of the few full tuition, full scholarship spots available on the football team. Well, are these terms generous or not? Even I am tempted. Come on, join the football team. I can guarantee that once you are on my team, you will not only become the team's top star, your future as a franchise player in the pros is practically guaranteed. Xiaochun, if I were you, I would say yes without a second of hesitation. This is not just free tuition, there is a full scholarship too. Once you go pro, you will make millions a year. Do not hesitate. As a reluctantly appointed interpreter, Old Su looked at Wang Xiaochun's hesitant expression and really wanted to crack open his head to see what it was made of. With terms like these, even the top high school football talents in America might not get such a chance. He could not understand what there was to hesitate about. Is it really as good as the coach says? If I do poorly after joining, will all these offers be revoked? His hesitation was similar yet different from when the basketball team approached him. Similar because he had no experience, no confidence, and no skill. Different because now it cost him nothing and might earn him serious money. That is impossible. Mr. Gilbert is a veteran of the university, his professional judgment is well recognized. If he says you are capable, then you are capable. Kid, this is a rare opportunity. I know it is rare, but I still want to think it over. Can you tell the coach I need one day to consider? Even though Old Su was recommending him so strongly, and Wang Xiaochun was clearly moved, he still wanted to consult one other person. That person's opinion mattered greatly to him. Alright, no problem. I believe that no matter how long you take, your answer to me will be the same. I look forward to having you on the team. Special talent deserves special treatment. After learning that Wang Xiaochun needed time, Gilbert's demeanor did not change at all. It was clear he had full confidence in what he had to offer. But plans often fail to keep up with change. When offers become equal, what was once an advantage may no longer be one. Gilbert came to see Wang Xiaochun during his morning work shift. Though the conversation was not long, it still disrupted Wang Xiaochun's work. But Wang Xiaochun did not abandon his current duties just because his identity might soon change. He spent the rest of the day busy as usual. Uncle, are you going to the basketball gym this afternoon? Yes. They said some of the equipment there has issues. I will go check it out. Why? Oh, nothing really. It is just that they gave me a week to think about it, right? Whether I end up joining the football team or not, I should give them an answer. If you happen to see Coach Boheim, can you pass a message for me? You know I cannot speak English. Even if I said it in person, I probably would not explain it clearly. Oh, that? Of course. I will tell him. Old Su thought this was the right thing to do. After all, finishing what one starts is good character. In his mind, Wang Xiaochun would definitely go to the football team anyway. No need to waste anyone's time. So he left cheerfully, but returned in a hurry. I have no idea what kind of magnetism you possess, but Mr. Boheim has upgraded his offer to match Coach Gilbert's exactly. You make the call. I do not dare to say another word. Seeing Wang Xiaochun's confused face upon hearing the news, Old Su himself felt pretty confused too. Earlier, when he went to the basketball gym, he had remembered Wang's request, and he happened to see Mr. Boheim there. But at that time, the coach was in a bad mood, shouting at his players. Old Su dared not approach right away, so he decided to handle his own tasks first and observe the situation. Being a seasoned man, he knew when to step forward and when to hold back. It did not take long to inspect the faulty equipment. After about 10 minutes, he came back out. Thankfully, the coach had not left yet. He was still standing there, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing this, Old Su figured now was a good time. What? Just because the football team can make that kind of offer, we cannot? Tell that kid. Whatever the football team is offering, we can match it. Trying to steal players from me? Over my dead body. Old Su realized he was not nearly as refined as he thought. A calm surface does not mean a calm heart. He had not expected that simply relaying Wang Xiaochun's message and casually mentioning the football team's interest would set off such an explosive reaction from the legendary coach. Oh, yes, I understand. The football team cannot compete with you. I will tell the kid just how much you value him. Seeing that he had stoked the flames even further, Old Su did not dare stay any longer. He fled the scene like a man escaping a fire, and left Wang Xiaochun with the task of putting out the blaze. How the hell am I supposed to choose? As the city lights began to glow, Wang Xiaochun once again arrived at that familiar waiting spot, by the roadside outside the dormitory of Yanzi's apartment. Compared to every previous time he had happily waited there, this time, Wang Xiaochun was clearly absent-minded. If that had not been the case, he would not have failed to notice that Yanzi had already walked up beside him. Hey, Chun, what are you thinking about so deeply? Someone who knows you well is not only familiar with your habits but also with your changes. It was obvious that Yanzi noticed something was different. Naturally, that made her curious. I really was thinking about something, and you have to help me think it through too. From the beginning, when the options were still unequal, Wang Xiaochun had already intended to hear Yanzi's opinion. After all, Yanzi was not only the person who knew him best, she was also the one he trusted most. And besides, she had been in the US much longer than he had. Her perspective was much broader. He believed Yanzi would help him make the right choice. Are you still the Chun Chun I know? Are you not lying to me? You have only been in America for such a short time and you are already in such high demand? When Wang Xiaochun told Yanzi everything, her shock was clearly several times greater than old Su's had been. After all, how long had old Su known Wang Xiaochun? She, on the other hand, had grown up with him. Yanzi would not say she knew Wang Xiaochun inside and out, but she definitely knew what he was capable of. You are strong, that much I know. If your uncle had not said you were too tall, he would have sent you to train in weightlifting. But being strong is one thing. The football team wanting you, I can understand. But the basketball team too? Is it really like you said, they value your ability to throw dirt clumps at cattle? It had been mentioned before that Yanzi was a total sports idiot. She could only understand things at surface level. So even though Wang Xiaochun had explained why he was being recruited, she still could not grasp it. So, what are you saying? That I should not go? After all Yanzi had expressed so far was disbelief and skepticism. So Wang Xiaochun was unsure if she wanted him to stay or not. Hence the question. Why not go? Of course you should. There is not only a scholarship but also free tuition. Even I am envious. I did not expect that Chun Chun would end up like me. Soon you will be an international student too. That is wonderful. What Yanzi said came straight from the heart. She was genuinely happy for him. After all, a childhood friend now had a very promising future ahead of him. That was something she sincerely wished for. Oh, that is good. I was afraid you might not be happy about it. Ha ha ha. What nonsense. Why would I not be happy? I only suggested you return home before because I was afraid you would waste time in the US. After all, your family is not sitting on a gold mine. Why waste money for nothing? But now it is different. Like Uncle Su said, at the very least, you can earn a degree from a prestigious American university. So of course you must go, only a fool would not. As for having advised him earlier to go home, Yanzi did not think she was wrong. Perhaps, if he had not received this opportunity, she would have still insisted on her original view. But the situation was no longer the same. How could she become an obstacle for Wang Xiaochun? Then which team should I choose? Uncle Su thinks the football team might be more suitable for me, since it relies on strength and physical contact. That is my biggest advantage. Although old Su had said he would no longer interfere in the decision, he still gave his opinion. From a technical standpoint, Wang Xiaochun would not have to invest nearly as much time as he would in basketball. He could rely on his physical abilities to succeed. But football is too dangerous. It is all about collisions. I heard that when injuries happen, they are serious. It is too risky. You cannot expect a layperson to have a professional opinion on something they know nothing about. Yanzi could only look at the matter from the perspective of concern for a friend. Then I will choose basketball. I will not be at a disadvantage in terms of height, and I can get the ball into the hoop. It should not be much worse than football. Clearly, Wang Xiaochun's insight was not much better than Yanzi's. Maybe to keep her from worrying, he was more willing to choose the less ideal path. Yes, you are tall, and you are really good at throwing things, hee. As long as you do not get hurt, that is more important than anything. And so, two outsiders, with only a half-baked understanding of the matter, happily made a decision about someone's future career path. Once a decision is made, it must be acted upon immediately. After all, Wang Xiaochun did not consider himself some kind of nobleman. If he delayed too long, what if the benefactor changed their mind? So on the second day after the decision with Yanzi, he went eagerly with old Su to meet with the head coach of Syracuse University's basketball team. Mr. Bohame, what did I tell you? Those football guys cannot compare to you at all. You only made the offer yesterday, and today this kid could not wait to come. What needs to be done for his admission and enrollment? What does he need to do? As both elder and temporary translator, old Su, though slightly surprised by Wang Xiaochun's choice, still felt he should see his young compatriot and colleague through to the end, so the handoff needed to be done properly. What he did not expect was that this very serious handoff seemed to give the legendary coach a toothache. He. I did not expect you to come so soon. As for what comes next, I will first arrange a physical assessment for this kid. After that, I need to discuss some matters with my assistants. To be honest, Bohane now felt like he had a real toothache, as if he had shot himself in the foot. Yes, he wanted this chubby kid, but even for someone you want, there must be the right conditions. Yesterday, he had been irrational. He had been angry about the team's poor performance on inside defense. Of course, he could not lash out too much. After all, it was a player ability issue. So the anger had only shown on the surface. He had forced himself to suppress it. But he had not expected that the fire he had just managed to extinguish would be reignited by one comment from old Sue. And so, in a moment of irrationality, he had made an offer that did not match the player's abilities. After all, Wang Xiaochun had no basketball fundamentals. Yes, he had accurate shooting and great strength, but everything else would need to be developed. So offering him admission to Syracuse University was already the best he could realistically do. Now, because of his own irrationality, that offer had been pushed to its absolute limit, but the words had already been spoken. To go back on them now would be an ugly slap to his own face. Besides, the kid had already rejected the top offer from the football team. If he backed out now, he probably would not be able to forgive himself. Looks like I will have to go out and sell my old face after all. Since he had dug the pit himself, he had no choice but to fill it. But that was a matter for later. Right now, he had to discuss with his assistant coaches how to utilize this fat kid on the team and how best to train him. I think we should first wait for his physical test results. That way, our training can be more targeted. The speaker was Troy Weaver, the assistant coach who had wasted a day searching for Wang Xiaochun last time. He was considered the team's top assistant coach. Since he had never met Wang Xiaochun in person nor seen his shooting skills, he preferred to rely on hard data. I agree with Troy. After all, this guy has no foundation. And when I first saw him, I had the impression that his speed was extremely slow. Should we make him lose weight? How much? That all depends on the test results. This time, it was assistant coach Jones speaking, the one who had first met Wang Xiaochun at the basketball gym. Clearly, he did not have high expectations for him. But since the head coach had already recruited him, there was no point in opposing it. Still, the real situation would need to be determined by data. Alright, you both make very good points. Let us wait for the results, then. Syracuse University not only had a long history of academic excellence, its athletic programs were equally well established. And being a prestigious school, its systems were extremely well developed. This included the physical testing system. The university had dedicated facilities for conducting professional assessments of the athletes it recruited. Although perhaps not as sophisticated as those in professional leagues like the NBA, its accuracy was still widely recognized, relatively authoritative. This result is both expected and unexpected. The whole test took just about an hour. When the three coaches finished reviewing Wang Xiaochun's data, they all felt a mix of resignation and surprise. Wang Xiaochun's physical test results were as follows. Body fat, 19.1%. Hand length, 23.49 centimeters. Hand width, 26.03 centimeters. Height, barefoot 205.91 centimeters. Height, with shoes 208.72 centimeters. Wingspan, 208.79 centimeters. Standing reach, 267.75 centimeters. Weight, 131 kilograms. Lane agility test, 13.42 seconds. 3/4 court sprint, 22.86 meters 4.57 seconds. Standing vertical, 39.69 centimeters. Max vertical, running 53.56 centimeters. Max bench press, 235 kilograms. Reps at 84 kilograms, 33 reps. Jesus, that strength is terrifying, and that speed is terrifying too, just in the opposite way. Where there were highlights, there were also shortcomings. But overall, his test data brought more surprises than excitement. For someone of his build, that body fat percentage is actually pretty decent. I was expecting at least 25%. His height is acceptable. Our tallest player now is only 2.08 meters. He could definitely hold the center position, maybe even play power forward, though the wingspan is a bit lacking. His vertical is not bad, considering his size, not bad at all. But damn, that speed is a real pain in the ass. Boss, you could probably outrun this guy, right? As the team's top assistant coach and lead scout, Troy Weaver believed he had the most say. He dealt with recruits more than anyone. This data had undeniable highlights and also many obvious flaws. No doubt, That strength is incredible, top tier even in the NBA. But that speed? Can he even keep up with the pace of the game? It is way too slow. His strength was clearly the brightest point in all the data. No exaggeration, it was almost legendary. But no matter how strong you are, if you cannot keep up with the game, it is useless. Imagine during a fast break. The opponent's 5 players are already set up, and one of your own has not even crossed half court. That would be a huge disadvantage. So Coach Jones stuck to his cautious stance about using Wang Xiaochun. Let us at least try him. Our front court lacks someone with real strength right now. If he is used in the right spots for the right roles, he might have surprising value. Besides, the guy has a deadly 3-point shot. That alone makes up for a lot of his shortcomings and helps space the floor for our offense. Though both assistant coaches were somewhat skeptical, head coach Boeheim still affirmed Wang Xiaochun's potential value to the team. He probably had no choice if Wang turned out to be a bust. After negotiating such top-tier terms for him, even his thick skin could not save him from the embarrassment. So how do we train him? If we start from scratch, who knows how long it will be before he is actually useful? And the season has already begun, we do not have the time. Training new players usually fell to assistant coach Jones. So naturally, this new guy would be under his wing as well. He needed to know what the head coach wanted. Here is what we will do. We really cannot afford to give him much time. I want to use him in actual games soon and hopefully see some miracles. Starting now, focus his training on boxing out under the basket and rebounding, both offensively and defensively. I will also include some off-ball movement plays in our offensive sets to leverage his 3-point shooting. Oh, and remind this kid, he needs to improve his English, fast. I cannot even imagine, what if we are calling plays and he does not understand? Then botches the execution? What then? If he was to be an immediate contributor, there was no time to start from the ground up. The key was maximizing his current strengths. That was what the team needed, and Wang's fatal flaw had to be addressed right away. That was the top priority. With the physical test completed, Wang Xiaochun officially became a member of the Syracuse Orange men's basketball team. Oh, by the way, it was only after officially joining the team that Wang Xiaochun found out the name of the team. What does that even mean? Is it just because the jerseys are orange? He could not understand why Americans pick names like this, nor could he figure it out, because it was old Sue who had explained it to him, and after doing so, had quickly left. After all, he was not a full-time interpreter. Having handed things over, he went back to his own business. Wang Xiaochun, meanwhile, was left to follow assistant coach Jones. Through a mix of gestures and words, he started doing basic warm-ups, then worked with training equipment, and began his drills under the basket for positioning and rebounding. It was truly a leap from zero experience to full-on technical training. Slow down when you eat. Are you really that hungry? Goodness. Is basketball training that exhausting? You look like you spent the whole day hauling bricks. Time passed quickly. And the same was true for Wang Xiaochun's first day of basketball training. Of course, he himself probably did not feel that it had passed quickly. From his perspective, the basketball training was mind-numbingly dull to the extreme. Endlessly repeating the same drill in the same place. There was no way time could seem to fly by. Yanzi, if you tried what I did today, you would not be saying that. I never imagined basketball training would be so boring, so painfully monotonous. Clearly, compared to the excitement he had felt in the morning. By evening, Wang Xiaochun was completely worn out like a dog. As has been mentioned, he was a total novice. Until that morning, he had thought basketball training was all about running and shooting drills. Who would have guessed he did not shoot a single ball the entire day? Instead, he spent the day wrestling with positioning equipment. To say he was not tired would have been a lie. And due to the intense physical exertion, he was noticeably hungrier than usual. This was obvious from the fact that he ate nearly 50% more than he normally did. So it was definitely the right choice for me to come have dinner with you today. Hee hee, now do you need me to cheer you on a little? How would you cheer me on? Of course by saying, Chun 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 chun, you are the best. Chun 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 chun, you are the strongest. Since today was an important day for her best friend, Yanzi had naturally come to check on him. Offering encouragement and motivation was a must, though it could only go so far as words and gestures. Hey, by the way, now that you have joined the basketball team, what about your enrollment? Did they tell you anything? Compared to Wang Xiaochun's stories about boring training, Yanzi was more excited to know when he would officially become a college student. So she eagerly asked. Uncle Su told me when he left this morning that the team would need to formally apply to the school. and that an official notice would take some time. But I have to prepare the required documents in advance. He mentioned something called 6 plus 3 plus 3, but I did not fully understand it. I plan to ask Uncle Sue about it again when I have time. Old Sue's handover this morning had not just been about dropping him off. After all, Wang still had that fatal flaw, so Sue had to help him manage the paperwork. But due to time constraints, he had not explained everything in detail. And even what he did say, Wang Xiaochun had not really understood. Oh, right, I know what that is. It is the minimum academic standard for Chinese students to be admitted to American universities. You know, I came as an exchange student after already entering college. If you had not mentioned the 6 plus 3 plus 3, I would not have remembered it. So what does it actually mean? Thanks to Yanzi's explanation, Wang Xiaochun finally understood what those numbers referred to. It was actually quite simple. Because of differences in educational systems between countries, the structure and division of grade levels vary. The 6 plus 3 plus 3 represents the standard Chinese education path. 6 years of elementary school, followed by 3 years of middle school, and then 3 years of high school. So by that logic, I am missing one of the 3s? What do I do about that? As everyone knew, Wang Xiaochun had dropped out of school after middle school. So yes, he was missing the final 3 years. How would I know that? You need to ask your family. Do not tell me you have not even informed them about any of this? Even though she was studying abroad, Yanzi was still just a student. So how could she solve the problem Wang Xiaochun had brought up? I have not had a chance yet. The decision was made yesterday, and today I already went to the team. With the time difference, I did not even have a chance. This whole thing had unfolded rather suddenly for Wang Xiaochun, and given that he was now grown and independent, he had actually forgotten to consider his family's opinion. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat, then call your family. Yanzi was speechless over Wang's carelessness. All she could do was urge him to call home as soon as possible. What the hell is wrong with you, boy? You do not want to come back from America now, huh? Making up a story like this to trick your father. I am telling you, stay there a while and then come home like a decent person. Are you not even afraid of dying out there? The Wang family was, after all, the wealthiest in the village. And given their business dealings, a landline had been installed when their new house was built. So Wang Xiaochun could call home directly. It must have been around 5 or 6 a.m. in China when he called. The whole family was probably in the middle of deep sleep, to be jolted awake by their own brat calling. You can imagine what kind of mood Wang Shulin was in. And then, in his half-dreaming state, to hear from his son that he was going to attend college in America. Do you think he would believe that? Ever since Wang Xiaochun had gone abroad, the family had come to understand just how much they depended on him. What used to take 3 people to complete now took 6, and even then, it was not enough. You can imagine how exhausted they were every day. So under the weight of all this frustration, to Wang Shulin, what his son said was not just a lie. It was a betrayal. The lie, they knew exactly what their son was like. How could he possibly get into an American college? The betrayal, since he left, the whole family had suffered and struggled. How could Wang Shulin possibly react calmly to that? Oh my dear father, I am telling the truth. They saw my natural athletic ability and said I was a great prospect for basketball. So they offered to let me study here, with full tuition waived and even a scholarship. Wang Xiaochun knew this was a lot for his family to take in. But he had not expected them to think he was lying. That felt horribly unjust. Keep spinning your tail. Keep going, you little bastard. You got yourself a girl and now you have forgotten your mother? Was this Yanzi's idea? There must be some nonsense going on with our ancestors' graves. I know what kind of trash you are. How could you possibly do something like this? I am so fucking mad. In truth, ever since his son had left the country, Wang Shulin had occasionally worried that he might never return, but he had always pushed that thought away, afraid it might come true if he dwelled on it. Now, however, it seemed like his worst fear had become reality. And given how attached his son was to Yanzi, how could he not suspect she was behind this? Dad, what are you talking about? Yanzi is right next to me. If you do not believe me, ask her, she knows everything. Wang Shulin had been speaking in a confused rage. Now that he was about to speak directly with the person in question, of course he fell silent. He quietly listened as Yanzi explained everything about Wang Xiaochun's situation. Could it be real? Has smoke really started rising from our family's ancestral graves? Is my boy going to college like Lu Yong? Yanzi's academic background far surpassed Wang Xiaochun's. She spoke fluently and clearly, and explained the situation thoroughly to Wang Shulin. He could not help but believe her. And as his belief grew, so did his excitement, so much so that he began to shout, "Hey, wife, come quick, your son is going to college. An American college." Becoming a special recruit at a prestigious American university. Wang Xiaochun's college life could not possibly consist of just playing basketball. So, on his second day with the basketball team, someone handed him a stack of forms. Based on their gestures, these were things Wang Xiaochun needed to fill out. However, that was all they indicated. The rest was left for him to figure out on his own. Looks like I need to find Uncle Su as soon as possible. An unhealed flaw, this was Wang Xiaochun's pain. And from that moment on, he resolved to earnestly study English. But learning naturally requires time. Who knows when he will be able to communicate properly? Fortunately, he had arrived at the gym particularly early this morning, and no other players had shown up yet. A perfect time to go ask questions. Oh, this is for personal information in choosing a major. The rest concerns regulations and terms for collegiate athletes. It looks like you will need to register an NCAA student-athlete profile after your admission letter is issued. That is about it. Since an old colleague came for help, Uncle Su did not hesitate. He quickly explained what all those documents were. Looks like I will have to get Yanzi to help me fill these out. I will also need her advice on which major to choose. Due to time constraints, Wang Xiaochun clearly could not complete all this immediately. He would have to treat it as homework and wait for Yanzi's help. Afterward, he said goodbye to Uncle Su and hurried back to the gym. By the time he returned, the entire Orange team had already arrived. "Oh, Wang, welcome. I am Anthony. From now on, we are teammates." The moment Wang Xiaochun entered the gym, a black man with dreadlocks, a headband, and not a very dark complexion approached him. He greeted Wang with a mix of gestures and English. As for the words, Wang Xiaochun still could not understand them, but the gestures made the message clear enough. At least he now knew the guy's name was Anthony. "Hello, I Wang Xiaochun." That was about all he could manage in response. Since Anthony already realized they could not communicate verbally, a simple introduction would have to suffice. At that moment, the coaching staff began arriving at the gym. Wang Xiaochun obediently walked over to assistant coach Jones. "You, join the group training. Also, this is from Coach Boheim." Wang Xiaochun had assumed he would continue his positioning drills under the basket. He did not expect to be thrown into team training so soon. Wait, how did he understand what Jones said? Actually, it was not strange at all, because Coach Jones had just given him a simple Chinese-English translator. He had even taught Wang Xiaochun how to use it. This is amazing. Thank you, Coach Boheim. This device was immeasurably helpful to Wang Xiaochun. Even if it only translated basic words between Chinese and English, it would allow him to communicate, albeit roughly. At least he would no longer look like a fool, not knowing what people were saying, or being unable to express himself. As long as there was no game scheduled, the team had daily group training. The reason Wang had not been included the day before was simply because he had been doing physical testing while the team completed training. Now that he was officially a team member, he could no longer be treated differently. However, the training routines were extremely demanding for someone not only new to basketball but to sports in general. Running laps, shuttle runs across half-court, lateral steps, high-frequency steps. And this was just the warm-up. Wang Xiaochun already felt he could not take any more. What followed was various coordination drills, which utterly humiliated him. For example, during passing drills, he either could not catch passes from teammates, or his own passes went way off target. In short, he was clumsy and unskilled, and his presence badly disrupted the flow of training. Eventually, assistant coach Jones had no choice but to pull him aside again and send him back to wrestle with the positioning equipment from the day before. Another grueling day came to an end. As he prepared to leave the gym, Wang Xiaochun felt utterly drained. "I do not know when this kind of life will end." In just 2 days, he had come to understand how tough an athlete's life was. Wang Xiaochun even began to doubt whether he could stick with it. Just as he was leaving the gym, weary and disheartened, assistant coach Jones suddenly called out to him. He used the translator to say, "The team has a game tomorrow. You will travel with us." As previously mentioned, the NCAA basketball season had already started in November. At this point, the first half of the schedule was already underway. Tomorrow morning, the Orange team had a home game. Although paperwork issues meant that Wang Xiaochun could not yet be placed on the active roster, and it had never been considered that he would actually play in this game, he was, after all, a member of the team now. Coach Bohame wanted Wang to get a feel for the team dynamic and the game day atmosphere. So he decided to include him in the travel group.
Okay, thank you. Just newly joined, and the head coach did not exclude him despite his novice status.
Wang Xiaochun was deeply grateful.
He no longer felt quite as tired.
After saying goodbye to Coach Jones, he went off happily to find Yanzi.
After all, he still had a pile of forms to complete, and he needed her input on which major to choose.
Here, this is your admission gift. I went out of my way to buy it today. It cost me quite a bit of money. Apart from the roadside by the dormitory, the school cafeteria was the most common meeting place for Wang and Yanzi, especially around this time. Naturally, anywhere with food.
But unlike their usual meetings, today brought a small surprise for Wang. For the first time, aside from food,
Yanzi had brought him a gift.
Hee, I feel a little embarrassed.
What did you get me?
Excited, Wang eagerly took the bag Yanzi handed him, and began examining its contents while asking questions.
You just joined the team, right?
You probably have not been issued the team jersey or training clothes yet.
I know you well. You definitely did not bring many usable clothes when you came here. So I picked out a few casual training outfits.
Remember to wash and change them regularly, do not always be stinky.
Humph, Yanzi, you always think of everything.
I was just worried about whether I should wash this set or not. Since I am traveling with the team tomorrow, I was not sure what to wear.
Now I have options.
They had only just met up, and Wang had not even had a chance to say anything yet.
Seeing Yanzi's curious expression,
Wang Xiaochun proudly shared the news about traveling with the team. Naturally, that earned him another round of encouragement. He also did not forget the forms and the choice of major, so the two of them sat there in the student cafeteria. One seriously helping to fill out and explain the forms, the other seriously eating and watching. Though what exactly he was watching was another matter entirely. The next day arrived. Since Wang Xiaochun had already been told where and when to meet, he naturally did not go to the gym. But it was precisely because he was not at the gym that morning that a family member who had just arrived from China appeared there. The two just barely missed each other. The Carrier Dome at Syracuse University is the largest university sports stadium in the United States and the largest indoor arena in the northeastern United States. It includes both indoor and outdoor facilities. Syracuse University's football, hockey, and basketball home games are all held here.
This was Wang Xiaochun's third visit to the arena.
The previous 2 times were with Yanzi, once for sightseeing and once to watch a football game. Of course, both of those visits were to outdoor events.
Wang Xiaochun had thought the crowd at the football game was already enormous.
But to his surprise, the number of spectators for this indoor basketball game was no less than that of the outdoor one.
My God! So this is the atmosphere at an American college basketball game? The only similar scene Wang Xiaochun had ever witnessed
was on television during the national games or Asian games. He had never imagined that a game he might one day play in would take place under such circumstances. So, when he sat down in the last row of the bench, he behaved like a curious child, glancing here and there with wide-eyed fascination. He was, quite unmistakably, the picture of a country bumpkin.
Hi, dude.
Meet me, my name is Fei Ersi, and I will be a teammate in the future.
Just as Wang Xiaochun was taking everything in with curiosity, a skinny young man sitting beside him, skinny and small only relative to Wang Xiaochun, spoke up and greeted him. Wang Xiaochun's reaction, of course, was, he quickly pulled out his translator, revealing his obvious handicap. Fortunately, with the help of this little device, he could at least roughly understand the gist of the conversation. Through this simple interaction, Wang Xiaochun learned that the skinny young man, named Fei Ersi, had also just joined the basketball team this year and was a freshman. He played the shooting guard position. Unfortunately, he had not yet had a chance to actually appear in a game. Firmly a benchwarmer, just like Wang Xiaochun. So, naturally, he was seated next to Wang, who was also unlikely to get any playtime. Having someone who wanted to talk to him, Wang Xiaochun stopped looking around and focused on the conversation. He also hoped to learn more about the team and his teammates through Fei Ersi. As for the team, there was no need to ask. Fei Ersi's proud expression made it clear. This was a top-tier school and a top-tier team. Regarding the players, Fei Ersi only introduced 2 fellow freshmen, Anthony and Jerry. From the words and fragments Wang Xiaochun managed to decipher, he gathered that these 2 were the team's offensive core. They were on a completely different level from the others. Whether the team won or lost largely depended on their performance. As for the rest of the players, Fei Ersi felt there was no need to concern oneself with them for now. That made Wang Xiaochun curious. To be honest, he had now been part of the team for 3 days. Aside from the coaching staff and the few brief exchanges with Fei Ersi and Anthony, the rest of the team remained distant and indifferent to him. That was not what Wang Xiaochun had hoped for. In his view, human relationships were like raising cattle. Only by getting along could things last long. Self-centeredness was dangerous. So he tried to understand how his teammates viewed him. Through simple vocabulary and explanation, Fei Ersi finally told him the real reason. It was because of the way Wang Xiaochun had entered the team. Too dramatically. Moreover, the players he had knocked down during that incident were all starters, embarrassed by having been so easily taken down in front of everyone. They resented him. Had his show of strength not been so overwhelming, some of them might even have tried to teach him a lesson. What a bunch of petty guys. I already apologized and said it was not intentional, and they are still holding a grudge. Wang Xiaochun, for his part, had not taken the matter seriously. In his mind, he had not injured anyone, nor acted intentionally. He had apologized, and that should have been the end of it. But these foreigners were still dwelling on it. They were way too petty. If you guys do not want to acknowledge me, then I will not bother with you either. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Wang Xiaochun had no intention of forcing his way into anyone's good graces. Nor did he plan to dwell on this any longer. Wang Xiaochun and Fei Ersi did not chat for too long. After all, they were here for a game. Once they were called in, the arena staff informed them that the court was ready for use. The players naturally began their warm-up routines. At that point, Fei Ersi turned to Wang Xiaochun and said, they also needed to head over to the warm-up area. Even if we are not playing, we still need to warm up? This being his first time at a game, Wang Xiaochun had no idea what the procedure was. Fei Ersi explained that, even if you were not going to play, you still had to warm up. It was just that the warm-up routines for players unlikely to see court time were different from those of the starters. According to team tradition, their warm-up involved retrieving balls for the teammates who were practicing their shots. That was their designated task. Damn it! Newbies have no rights. Wang Xiaochun had not expected this, but since it was tradition, he had to respect it. So he followed Fei Ersi to the basket area. Their job was to collect the balls that teammates shot, either returning them in a pile or passing them back. Fei Ersi, having done this for a while, and clearly having a good rapport with the team, knew exactly what to do and which player needed a pass. His actions were smooth and effective, but when it came to Wang Xiaochun, he wanted to pass the balls back for teammates to use during warm-up. But it was his first time doing this. Not only was his aim poor, but even when he aimed correctly, his passes were either too strong, or hit teammates on the head or body. And since he was not yet familiar with his own passing strength, you can imagine how annoyed the teammates were. However, since this was a game setting, and the stands were full of spectators watching, they could not vent their anger openly. So they simply shot him vicious looks, or deliberately ignored and dodged his passes. As a result, Wang Xiaochun had to run all the way across the court to retrieve the balls he had passed and that no one caught. This only added to his frustration. Fuck this. If you guys will not take the passes, I will just play with the ball by myself. Wang Xiaochun did not think the problem was with him. Moreover, after hearing Fei Ersi's explanation of how the teammates viewed him, he believed the others were deliberately targeting him. So as he ran around the court picking up balls, his anger began to build. However, all the players were still in the middle of their warm-up, and he could not just stand still while everyone else was active. Doing so would make him look far too out of place. Driven by this mindset, Wang Xiaochun began throwing the balls he collected toward his own team's warm-up basket. In truth, Wang Xiaochun had no need to worry about whether he looked out of place, because even while moving, he stood out clearly on the court, not because he was overweight, but because of what he was wearing. All the other players were dressed in uniform team training attire, but Wang Xiaochun? He was wearing the casual training clothes Yanzi had given him, different in both color and style from the rest of the team. So he stood out, like a lone sprout in a field of flowers. Absolutely unique. Moreover, while the other players were positioned around the three-point arc for warm-up, he, who was not even eligible to play, could hardly take up a spot there. So the only place he could shoot from was near the center circle at midcourt. This gave the audience the impression that a tall, fat spectator had somehow wandered onto the court and decided to join the players in shooting hoops. And from that position, no less. Was he not clearly here to make trouble? Should the arena staff not intervene? Of course, these were just their impressions. They were not the staff, so they kept those thoughts to themselves. Many of them were also curious. What would happen next with this odd fat man causing a stir behind the players? Clearly, they were beginning to enjoy the potential spectacle. Their curiosity was quickly rewarded. As soon as the fat man made his first shot, they went from curious to mildly surprised, because he actually made the basket from that far away. And with one hand. Fine, perhaps that was just luck, so their surprise remained mild. Following this sequence of events, it seemed obvious that even if the arena staff did not act, the players would surely react. But for some reason, after the ball went in, only a few players turned their heads to glance at him, then returned to what they were doing. It was as though the appearance of this fat spectator did not surprise them at all. This only deepened the crowd's curiosity. These kids are way too chill. Are they not even a little worried? Could he be someone the opposing team sent to disrupt their warm-up? Just as these thoughts began forming in their minds, and even more wild possibilities began to arise, the fat man picked up another ball, stood in roughly the same spot, and made another one-handed shot. Again, nothing but net. That transformed the audience's mild surprise into genuine astonishment. They began to exclaim aloud. These were 2 consecutive ultra-long-range three-point shots. Even if you explained it away as luck, the luck would be beyond belief. Normally, witnessing one such shot in a professional game would be a major surprise. But here was an obvious spectator, sinking 2 in a row. How could they not react with amazement? And before they had time to process what had happened, they were forced to raise their voices again. And again. Because the fat man kept shooting from the same spot, making 5 baskets in a row. What is going on? Why is the audience reacting so loudly? Is someone doing a slam dunk show? On the orange team's bench, head coach Bohane was in the middle of a tactical discussion with his 2 assistant coaches. As each had their own views, they were fully absorbed in the conversation. None of them had been paying attention to what was happening on the court, but the audience's collective gasp was so loud that they had no choice but to look over. And while doing so, they began asking what had happened. Coach, it is that guy Wong doing warm-up drills. He is the one who fired up the crowd. It was Anthony who responded, having already finished his own warm-up. As the team's top star, he was always the first to complete such tasks. He had seen the entire performance from Wang Xiaochun, while the latter had been collecting balls. Him? Who told him to warm up? Does he not know what he is supposed to be doing right now? Wait, where is he? Upon hearing Anthony's explanation, Bohane instinctively looked toward the basket area to find the chubby figure from his memory, but he could not find him there, which struck him as odd. So he looked back at Anthony again. Anthony, seemingly understanding the coach's confusion, pointed toward a more distant spot with a slightly suppressed smile. Following the direction of the finger, Bohane finally saw Wang Xiaochun, just as he was picking up another basketball and preparing to shoot. That damn kid, what the hell is he doing? Does he not understand that I do not want his abilities exposed yet? Watching what Wang Xiaochun was about to do, and hearing the crowd's growing excitement, Bohane instantly guessed what had happened. And once he did, he was about ready to explode. He had planned to use Wang Xiaochun as a secret weapon. Ideally, no other team would even know he existed, because the more they knew, the easier it would be to exploit his strengths and target his weaknesses. But now look what had happened. In front of a full crowd, he had put on a stunning display. Even if the audience were just casual fans, they would definitely remember this guy. How was he supposed to carry out his future plans now? Get that damn kid back here. Now. Immediately. Tell him to stay in the locker room, and inform him that for the rest of the season, unless I give the order, he is not to appear in any public setting with the team. Wang Xiaochun felt his current situation was somewhat inexplicable, because he had absolutely no idea why assistant coach Jones had brought him back to the locker room. What did I do wrong? Was it just because I did not participate in the team's warm-up? One moment he was on the bench, and the next he was in the locker room. And before leaving, assistant coach Jones had even muttered something strange, "Pray for yourself." Unable to make sense of it all, Wang Xiaochun could only search for the problem within himself, but he did not feel he had done anything wrong. At this point, all he could attribute it to was a lack of team spirit. Outside, the game was in progress. Wang Xiaochun, meanwhile, sat alone in the locker room, through the deafening cheers echoing from beyond the door. He could imagine that the match was probably very exciting. But all he could do was wait until the game was over and the team returned. Over an hour later, When the players filed into the locker room one by one, Wang Xiaochun could tell from the look on their faces that they had probably won the game. How was the game? Did you get to play? Watching his teammates celebrate one after another, Wang Xiaochun did not want to be invisible. When he finally saw Fells, the last to enter the locker room, he stepped forward to check in on how his newly acquainted teammate had fared in the game. But to his surprise, this teammate's expression was completely opposite to everyone else's. He wore a gloomy, almost miserable look, and through the translation app, he shared his misfortune with Wang Xiaochun. Did I play? Maybe in the past. But from now on? Almost certainly not. Though Fells was feeling down, he still explained the entire story to Wang Xiaochun. To summarize, because of his overzealous enthusiasm, he had caused Wang Xiaochun, who was not supposed to be on the court at all, to appear there. Combined with Wang Xiaochun's astonishing actions, the head coach's lineup and strategy were completely disrupted. After forcibly removing Wang Xiaochun from the court, the audience, unaware of the context, had reacted with a minor commotion when they saw the mysterious spectator being escorted away. As the one who started it all, Fells was harshly scolded. As punishment, the head coach clearly told him, for the foreseeable future, getting playtime was practically impossible. This outcome, good intentions leading to bad results, left him understandably upset. My condolences. Looks like we are both in the same boat now. Fells not only shared his own situation, he also described the coach's attitude when sending Wang Xiaochun back to the locker room. Although Wang Xiaochun still did not understand the coach's reasoning for using him this way, he did not dwell on it. In his view, being able to attend university was clearly more important than playing basketball. If he could play, great. If not, that was fine too. The game was over, and the players were naturally dismissed on the spot. After all, they had fought hard through a full match. There were no training tasks scheduled for the afternoon, so everyone scattered. However, Wang Xiaochun still had to return to campus. The stack of forms he filled out yesterday needed to be submitted today. So after the team dispersed, he headed back to the basketball facility. But unexpectedly, he ran into someone he never thought he would see here. Uncle, why are you here? When did you get here? The person Wang Xiaochun encountered was his uncle, Zheng Huizhong. Ha ha ha, I arrived early this morning, but the folks here said your team went off to a game, so I had no choice but to wait here the whole time. I did not expect what you said to be true. You really are studying in America. From Zheng Huizhong's height, it was clear that Wang Xiaochun had inherited the height gene from his mother's side. Uncle, 1.90 meters. Nephew, 2.05 meters. A logical equation indeed. Unfortunately, when it came to facial features, they shared absolutely no resemblance. The uncle had a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes radiating masculine energy. The nephew had a round pancake-like face, miniature features, and tiny eyes. He, how could I joke about something like this? Uncle, look at all these documents in my hand. These are my enrollment materials. Yanzi helped me choose my major, public relations. What do you think? Sounds high-end and classy, right? He. In Wang Xiaochun's memory, this uncle was the one who had always loved him the most among his relatives. Although they had not met often when his uncle was serving in the military, every visit meant bags full of snacks and toys. That kind of love could be felt from miles away. Now that this beloved relative had come all the way to America, clearly to see him, how could Wang Xiaochun not take the opportunity to show off a bit? He wanted his uncle to share in his happiness. Good. You are the first university student from both sides of our family. And you are studying abroad. Your parents are overjoyed, and your uncle is proud too. Zheng Huizhong did not even glance at the documents in Wang Xiaochun's hand. He simply looked at his tall nephew with affection. His joy was unmistakable. Ha! All right, uncle, did you come all the way here just to see me? How long can you stay? Also, I called home a couple days ago and asked about my missing high school years. Dad said not to worry about it, that you could take care of it? Last time, when Wang Xiaochun told his family he was going to study in the US, after their initial shock, they had to think about how to cover the missing 3 years of high school on paper. But since they were, after all, just modestly well-off farmers, they were not good at handling these kinds of things, even if they were willing to spend the money. So they had no choice but to call on the most capable family member, his uncle, to see if he could solve it. Do not worry about that. It was a trivial matter. I have already spoken with your high school. We will donate a few things to them, and they will create an academic record for you. Your high school diploma should already be in your father's hands by now. Hee hee, that was fast. I was still worried that when the university here asks for proof, the folks back home would not be able to send it in time. Wang Xiaochun did not ask what exactly they had to donate. He knew that even if he asked, his uncle would not tell him. He simply made a note of his uncle's kindness and tucked it deep into his heart. Let us not just stand here. Are you hungry? If not, come with me somewhere. We will eat a big meal once we get there. And I will introduce you to a few people. After all, you will be living here in America alone. Who knows what trouble might come up? Your uncle is far away and cannot help from back home. If there are a few people here who can look after you, then I can rest easy. Where are we going? Who are we meeting? Chinatown. A few of your uncle's old comrades. For Wang Xiaochun, the days of university were beautiful, although almost all of his college life was spent on the training ground. And every day he was trained until he felt like a dead dog. The nostalgic feeling of going to and from class, plus the occasional companionship of Yanzi, made Wang Xiaochun feel content. Of course, if he had to find something to be dissatisfied with, there was indeed one thing. While his teammates were training, he was training. But when his teammates went to compete, he was still training. Yes, he had completely lost the qualification to follow the team into matches. It had been a month since he joined the basketball team. Except for the third day, when he stayed in the locker room for one match with the team. He had never again set foot in the arena. Not even a chance to stay in the locker room. It was another bright, sunny day. And once again, the training ground belonged solely to Wang Xiaochun. Today the team had a game. Once more, he had been left to be observed. Wang, come over here. You do not need to practice boxing out today. You need to add some new training items. 1 month may not be a long time, but in this environment full of foreigners, Wang Xiaochun's English had improved quite rapidly. He could now barely manage some simple conversations, though it was still a struggle. Most of the time, he still relied on a translation app. Coach Jones, what training should I add? For some reason, Assistant Coach Jones had not gone with the team today. Judging from the current situation, it should be related to Wang Xiaochun's new training assignment. There's quite a bit, but it's all simple. It should not be difficult for you. The contents are stationary open 3-point shots, moving open 3-point shots, catch and shoot stationary threes, moving catch and shoot threes, and contested threes. Over the past month, Coach Jones had been very satisfied with Wang Xiaochun's training in boxing out. It perfectly confirmed the saying, strength creates miracles. With Wang Xiaochun's size and power, no one on the team could match him under the basket. Sometimes even 2 players together could not move this fat guy. Oh, and it should be mentioned, 10 days ago, Wang Xiaochun had already stopped only wrestling with equipment. He had begun one-on-one training. After all, equipment is lifeless. It does not move, and it certainly does not compete with you for rebounds. So flexibility and mobility training was a must. Currently, Wang Xiaochun's boxing out practice was carried out with the help of 1 or 2 teammates. This made things hard for those teammates, and worsened Wang Xiaochun's popularity within the team. Not just because of his strength, but simply because no one else on the team could shake that massive body of his. That is why it usually took 1 or 2 players to train with him. However, the effectiveness of this training was evident. As long as Wang Xiaochun secured his position and put his opponent behind him, unless it was one of those guys who could fly or teleport, the rebound was most definitely his. Shooting threes? That is not hard at all for me. Since he had already reached such a level under the basket, naturally, the next step in his training should progress further. And since Wang Xiaochun had confidence in his shooting accuracy, he did not think this training would be difficult. Even though he had not fully figured out all the different types of threes the coach mentioned, he figured, whatever, it is all about shooting threes. No matter how you shoot, they are still threes. But was it really as simple as he thought? Once the actual shooting training began, his confidence started to waver. Although your one-handed shot is quite accurate, I still hope you can improve your form. Try to protect the ball with both hands before shooting. This will increase stability and give you better control over fakes and dodges. Wang Xiaochun's shooting form, after all, was self-taught. Fine for personal enjoyment, but once it came to formal games, all the flaws gradually surfaced. Although assistant coach Jones did not intend to force him to change his form, he still offered the most professional advice. Wang Xiaochun was obedient. He accepted the suggestion and gave it a try. But once he did, his shooting accuracy plummeted. He made only 3 out of 10 in stationary open 3-point shooting. Forget it. You can work on that later. After all, it takes time to fix, and we do not have much time left. This obvious drop in accuracy had clearly caught Coach Jones off guard. But as he said, there was no time to allow Wang Xiaochun to completely rebuild his technique. For now, he would stick to his old shooting form. From a performance standpoint, Wang Xiaochun's stationary three-point shooting was absolutely adequate.
So this part of the training did not last long.
Then came moving open three-point shooting, since Wang Xiaochun's dribbling was still garbage. For this part, Coach Jones had him move 2 steps while holding the ball, then shoot. Still using the same form, 7 out of 10. Slightly lower than stationary, but still acceptable. After all, it was just the beginning. He needed time to get used to it. Next was the catch and shoot stationary threes. No, too slow. At your current speed, by the time you lift your arms, the defender is already standing in front of you. Also, do not be so stiff after catching the ball. And do not grip the ball so hard. That will directly affect the fluidity of your shooting motion. During this portion of the training, many of Wang Xiaochun's problems started to emerge. Take catching the ball, for instance. He had not been playing basketball for long. Forget ball sense. He had not even developed proper hand feel. When catching the ball, it was practically brute force catching. He used only the strength of his palms, without any cushioning at all. Sometimes he even failed to secure the ball while brute catching. Add to that the fact that he was slow, and not just physically slow. His mental reactions were slow too. He would only start to think about shooting after he had already forced the ball into his hands. He was so slow, he could rival an old lady practicing Tai Chi. You can imagine how bad his accuracy was. The same went for moving catch and shoot. He had to add yet another step. Glancing at the basket after catching the ball, his accuracy dropped even further. It made Coach Jones wince. And that was not the worst part. The worst was shooting under defensive pressure. I already told you, I am just putting my hand up, only to obstruct your vision. I will not touch you. Just use your normal motion and timing to shoot. Pretend I am made of air if you have to. You cannot possibly miss every single shot, can you? With the previous drills, even though his accuracy dropped, he could still make 1 or 2 shots. But once it came to contested shooting, Wang Xiaochun looked like he had completely forgotten how to shoot. His bricks were beyond embarrassing. 20 shots. Not a single one went in. Coach Jones was at a total loss. And so was Wang Xiaochun. As mentioned before, he had already begun to lose confidence in his three-point shot. In summary, all of Wang Xiaochun's shortcomings essentially stemmed from the fact that he had only started playing basketball very recently. A lack of proficiency naturally led to all sorts of issues. I wonder if the head coach's plan to use Wang will be affected by this. As mentioned before, Boheim had intended to use Wang Xiaochun as a secret weapon. He was even willing to keep Wang benched the whole time in order to maximize that effect. But judging from the current situation, Wang Xiaochun had no issue serving as an under-the-basket workhorse. However, the three-point shooting they valued most was still highly questionable. After a full day of trial and error, assistant coach Jones had already gained a clear understanding of Wang Xiaochun's weaknesses. After reporting all of this to the head coach fell silent for a long while before finally speaking. We are out of time. The January schedule is almost over. February is our push period, and right after that comes March Madness. I originally assumed Wang would not have any problems with three-point shooting, so I did not allocate much time in the plan for him to practice that. I had hoped to focus more on helping him get familiar with tactics to coordinate with the offense. Now it seems we will have to give up on his offensive potential. Clearly, Boheim's plan had been disrupted. He had no choice but to painfully abandon certain aspects and play to strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Then, do we still need to train him in three-point shooting? Or do we skip that step altogether? After working together for so many years, Jones clearly understood Boheim's thinking. He asked only to confirm the decision. Skip it. From now on, lift the ban on him. He can travel with the team and join in warm-ups. Ideally, during warm-ups, make the opposing team notice him. Notice that he has a very strong three-point shot. Only this way, when he gets on the court, the opponents will not dare to leave him unguarded. And that will help us achieve our original goal of spacing the floor. Though the details of the plan had changed, its intended outcome could not. As long as Wang Xiaochun could pull the opposing interior defenders out of the paint during offense, he would open up the lane for Anthony's aggressive drives. That alone would fulfill the first stage of their strategy. As for Wang Xiaochun's actual performance in three-point shooting during the game, that could only be determined based on the situation. February 1, 2003. It was a very special day for Wang Xiaochun. This was not only the day he officially donned the uniform of the Orange and traveled with the team to the game, it was also the Chinese Lunar New Year. It was the first time Wang Xiaochun would spend New Year's Eve without family. I wonder if I can watch the Spring Festival Gala here. I wonder if Yanzi could spend New Year's Eve with me. Wang Xiaochun had already arrived at the game venue with the team. His teammates were already warming up, but clearly, his mind was elsewhere. He was still planning how to spend his very first New Year abroad. 1. What are you standing around for? Coach already said. You need to shoot a few more three-pointers during warm-ups. Get over here. What was Wang Xiaochun thinking? Of course, no one else knew, so when Fels called out to him, he thought this guy was just nervous from being here for the first time, afraid he might get sent back to the locker room again. Actually, Fels himself was also confused. Why did the coaches suddenly change their minds? Last time I called Wang onto the court to warm up, I got scolded like crazy. And Wang ended up benched for over a month, and now they are specifically telling me to cooperate with Wang during warm-ups and help him shoot more threes? Damn it! Are they messing with me? Fels' feelings at that moment would frustrate anyone, but since he was just a rookie player, he still had to carry out the coach's orders. Oh, coming, snapped out of his thoughts by Fels' call. Wang Xiaochun knew this was not the time to be daydreaming, though he still did not fully understand why the coaches had such a sudden change of heart. Orders were orders. He had to follow them. Swish! Most of the players on the team already knew what Wang Xiaochun was going to do during warm-up today. So the moment he picked up the basketball, everyone else paused their own activities and deliberately cleared an area for him so he could shoot threes. And Wang Xiaochun did not hesitate. His first shot was clean and precise. It seemed that without pressure or defense, his three-point shooting was still sharp. Chris, what is going on with Syracuse over there? Why did they suddenly stop warming up? There's still plenty of time left before warm-up ends, right? Today's opponent for Syracuse University was Georgia Tech, a strong team from the same division. Truth be told, Syracuse's 6th division was stacked with powerhouse teams. Besides Georgia Tech, there were giants like Duke and North Carolina, and each of these teams had their own star players, like Syracuse's Carmelo Anthony, Georgia Tech's Chris Bosh. All of them were top-tier college basketball names recognized across the country. But Chris being spoken to just now was none other than Chris Bosh. I am not sure either. Maybe they are running a different kind of drill? While Syracuse was doing warm-ups, so was Georgia Tech. So Syracuse's sudden pause stood out quite noticeably. This sparked curiosity among the live audience. Hey, that chubby guy looks so familiar. Where have I seen him before? Yeah. But does Syracuse even have a player like that? I do not remember him. Today was a home game, and many diehard fans were in the crowd. They had barely missed a single Syracuse match. So naturally, they still remembered what had happened a month ago. But remembering it did not mean they recognized who that person was. Back then, many assumed Wang Xiaochun was just a spectator. Now that he was back, in uniform, on the court, of course, it was not easy for everyone to recognize him right away. However, some spectators with sharp eyes eventually noticed. Even though they had not immediately recognized Wang Xiaochun in his new gear, the moment he launched that first one-handed three-pointer and nailed it, their memories became instantly clear. Oh, it's that guy. That guy, the amazing one. I never thought he would actually join our team. After all, Wang Xiaochun had a, let's say, distinctive appearance. Once he made that shot, more and more people started to remember him. And as those spectators cried out in surprise, others around them became curious as well. They began asking those who seemed to be in the know what the fuss was about. And the most common reply was, "See that fat guy on our home team? Keep your eyes on him, do not blink. He is going to surprise you." Swish. Phew, not bad. As long as I shoot in my usual way, the accuracy is still reliable. Those shooting drills from the other day almost made me want to crawl into a hole. The commotion in the stands was something Wang Xiaochun did not even notice. After all, there were so many spectators in the arena. By the time those voices reached his ears, they were already reduced to a dull buzz. So he was unaffected by them and continued doing his job, completing the task the coach had assigned him. Swish, swish, swish. In a stadium this large, with a crowd this big, it would normally be impossible to hear the sound of a basketball cleanly swishing through the net. But Wang Xiaochun's performance was so extraordinary, so unbelievable, that after a brief moment of shocked murmurs, The crowd instinctively fell silent. Perhaps they too wanted to see just how many consecutive three-pointers this incredible fat guy could make, as if afraid any sound they made would disturb his rhythm. Many spectators stayed absolutely quiet, and silence, it seemed, was contagious. Even those in the audience who had not been paying attention to the court were influenced by this atmosphere and shut their mouths on their own. On top of that, the stadium DJ was excellent at reading the moment. He coordinated to have all the live feed cameras zoom in on Wang Xiaochun. This made the sound of the ball swishing through the hoop, originally muffled by the crowd, grow gradually louder. Louder until everyone in the entire arena could clearly hear it. My God, where the hell did this guy come from? How many has he made already? A dozen? 20? Did we see this guy last time we played Syracuse? Chris, can you do this? You can do something like this too, right? Such an unbelievable sight. Brought even Georgia Tech's warm-up area to a halt. But while they stopped moving, what they were witnessing also brought mental pressure. Because this guy was a player from the opposing team. If he performed like this once the game officially started, what chance did they have? So someone instinctively turned to their team star, their spiritual core, as if just hearing him say, "I can do that too," would restore their confidence. I don't think I can. Clearly, Chris Bosch was also shaken by what he was seeing from Wang Xiaochun. To be honest, as a big man, his own three-point shooting ability was definitely among the best in the NCAA. He was confident in every aspect of his skill set. Take his three-point shooting for instance. His shooting percentage this season had reached 50%, but even with that accuracy, even during practice, he could not reach the level this fat guy was showing. 7 or 8 makes out of 10 was probably his max, but 20-plus consecutive long-range threes? That was something he had never even dared to imagine. He had believed it was impossible. But clearly, this fat guy was doing it, and was still going. He was starting to feel nervous. Judging by his height, this guy was probably playing the same position as him. He was starting to worry. What if I can't stop this guy? What if he drops a barrage of threes on me and blows me up? Swish, 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 clank. Ow, I can't anymore, my arm's gone numb. Even if you are standing still and only using your arms to shoot, swinging your arm over 30 times in a row without rest will lead to exhaustion. Wang Xiaochun was no exception. Even with his strength, his stamina was not infinite. So when he felt his arms go numb and finally missed a shot, he stopped shooting. Only then did he notice how eerily quiet the arena had become. Nearly 10,000 people, yet complete silence? Just as he turned his head to glance around, a deafening roar exploded in the arena. Are these fans going nuts? Or did someone do something criminally outrageous? Scared the hell out of me. The sudden eruption of sound caught Wang Xiaochun completely off guard. And just then, "Bro, you're definitely going to be on the front page of the newspaper tomorrow." Front page, headline. Next to him, Fells, who had been sweating buckets while passing balls to Wang Xiaochun, started pounding on his already sore arm in excitement. Stop, stop, stop. What the hell are you doing? If you want to give me a massage, this isn't how you do it. Wait, is warm-up almost over? To Wang Xiaochun, Fells' pounding was no more than an itchy tickle. But he happened to be ticklish. So he completely forgot his previous confusion. What he did remember was that this was still warm-up time, and his task should now be complete. It's over. Been over. If not for you, we'd have finished long ago. You don't even know what you just did out there. It was. Cut the chatter. Looks like coach is calling everyone. Let's go. Not understanding what was going on, Wang Xiaochun had no way to appreciate Fell's excitement. He first noticed that the head coach had stood up from his seat, clapping and motioning for them to come over. Wang Xiaochun did not dare delay. After all, he had just been unbanned. He had to behave like a good, obedient boy now. All right, the game is about to begin. Today's starting lineup is unchanged. Tactics remain the same for now. Get ready to go on court. Wang, good job. That was very effective. Wang Xiaochun was certain. The first part of that speech was directed at the starting players. The second part was aimed at him. And it was definitely a compliment. But why did he use the word effective when praising me? Let's just say this guy's brain was way too slow on the uptake. After watching the starters head out to the court, he returned to his seat. Only then, after Fells explained it again, did he start to realize that apparently, he had done something really impressive. You guys already knew I could shoot like this. The crowd probably just thought it was new and exciting. Why are you making such a fuss too? Even though Fels was clearly emotional while explaining, Wang Xiaochun still did not believe what he had done. Was that amazing? But he was starting to get a little excited. If it's really like you say, then does that mean I might actually get to play today?
Even now, Wang Xiaochun still believed that joining the basketball team was merely a stepping stone
to gain admission to the university. Becoming part of Syracuse's team was just a way to earn his diploma. But now that he was a university athlete, how could he not want to get a taste of real game action? So yes, he was looking forward to it. Would today's performance earn him that chance? Hope, after all, was only hope when your own team was playing smoothly and in control. In order to ensure final victory, during this final sprint phase in February, Boheim was not about to recklessly risk using other players, especially not Wang Xiaochun, who was originally intended to be used as a surprise weapon.
All the more reason not to casually let him on the court and risk exposing any weaknesses. Besides, the effect of his performance was clearly far greater than the effect he would have on the actual game. Just look, many of Georgia Tech's players had already lost their composure. Even their top star, Chris Bosh, was not spared. Throughout the entire game, he kept trying to shoot three-pointers. And whenever he missed, he would subconsciously glance in the direction of Wang Xiaochun, as if he really cared what this guy thought of him. It got to the point where Wang Xiaochun himself was confused why this lanky guy kept looking at him. Syracuse was dominant. Georgia Tech lost its mental edge. Naturally, the final winner of this game was the Orange team. And for all the reasons mentioned above, Wang Xiaochun had no chance of playing, so he could only sit obediently on the bench for the entire game. Sigh, what a pity. We won so easily. Couldn't the coach at least consider the fans' feelings and let you play? After the game, the players began walking through the tunnel toward the locker room. At the very back were Wang Xiaochun and Fels, perhaps influenced by a few enthusiastic fans sitting overhead at the tunnel entrance, who had just been cheering warmly for Wang Xiaochun. Fels began voicing some injustice on his behalf. Near the end of the game, with Syracuse already leading Georgia Tech by a wide margin, some of the fans closest to the bench had begun calling out, asking for the fat guy Wang Xiaochun to be sent in. Most likely, they had not had enough of the magical display he had put on before the game started. Even though they still were not sure who this fat guy was, or when he joined the team, they hoped the Syracuse coaching staff would fulfill their wish. Unfortunately, the head coach was not about to disrupt his well-planned strategy, just to give the audience a thrill, so he completely ignored the calls. This frustrated Fels, who still had not gotten his own playing opportunity. He could not help but feel annoyed, especially now, after hearing those fans again from above the tunnel entrance. Enough already, stop fussing about it. The chance to play will come, it's only a matter of time. Wang Xiaochun, for his part, was not bothered by Fels' complaints. Though he did feel a slight bit of regret that he had not played, it really was just a little. Same as always. Whatever the coach assigns, he does it. If nothing is assigned, then he waits quietly. But sometimes waiting is short, and sometimes it is long. What Wang Xiaochun never expected was that throughout all the games in February, apart from being told to shoot more three-pointers during warm-up, the head coach never let him play. Not even once. To the point where Wang Xiaochun began to question whether he had joined the basketball team or a performance team. Wang, hurry up. It's time for your opening act again. February's final day. Another home game for the Orange team. And once again, Wang Xiaochun had to do what had become a routine before every game. Shoot threes. Stop rushing me, this is a home game. And not many people are still interested in watching my three-point shooting anymore. As the saying goes, rarity is value. Do not assume that's always praise. Once something becomes common, it loses its novelty. Ever since that miraculous scene on the first day of February, Wang Xiaochun had appeared in the local newspaper the very next day. But it was not, as Fels had claimed, front-page news. Just a small column in a corner of a supplementary section. The general message was, the Orange team has added a powerful new player, large in build, deadly accurate from three-point range. He may become a key asset in the championship run. The article was short, but at least it was complimentary. So when Wang Xiaochun saw the article, he was still quite excited. After all, it was his first time being in the newspaper. How could he not be excited? He was so happy he even mailed the newspaper back to China, hoping to make his family proud. And after the article was published, more people started paying attention to him. Some even traveled long distances just to watch him play. According to Fels' analysis, these people were either scouts from other schools,
or talent scouts from NBA teams. Bullshit. What kind of school or team would scout a player who never even steps onto the court? At first, Wang Xiaochun had actually believed Fell's analysis a bit, thinking he was gaining fame even before setting foot in a game. But that illusion quickly faded. Day after day of training with the team. During scrimmages, he was given plenty of playtime. But when the official games came, it was like the head coach forgot he existed. Even during garbage time, he did not get a single second on the court. And except for those first couple of pre-game warm-ups where his three-point shooting drew cheers, the audience? They got used to it. Stopped caring. When they looked at him now, it was no different from watching a mascot. At best, people now simply knew. There's a fat guy on the orange team, great at threes. But who never plays? Named Wang Xiaochun. He completed his warm-up task like a machine, then returned to his corner seat to wait for the game to end. Maybe because he had never gotten the chance to play, Wang Xiaochun no longer even cared about the match. Sometimes he did not even know who they were playing against that day. His waiting had become dispirited. The game on the court was fierce, but he just sat there yawning. Wang, didn't you hear? The coach is calling you. Ha? Who's calling me? Even if he kept yawning for 2 more days, Wang Xiaochun would never dare fall asleep here. It was one thing to space out, but when Fels pushed him, he had no idea what was happening. It's the head coach. Go, quick, he might be about to send you in. The news came like a bolt from the blue for Wang Xiaochun. He had grown so used to the long wait. He scrambled to his feet, stumbling toward the coach's side. Coach, go warm up. You'll be subbing in for Bull shortly. That guy can't hold off the opposing center. He's getting destroyed under the basket. When you get in there, you don't need to do anything fancy. Just stop their guy from entering the paint. And even if he does get in, find a way to shove him right back out. Today, Syracuse University's opponent was Central Michigan University. They were the type of team that could be described as a non-strong team. That phrase might confuse some people, so here's a simple explanation. Central Michigan University is one of the 4 major public universities in the United States, with a relatively long history. But since the 1970s, their basketball team has never made it to the NCAA tournament. In other words, the university is strong in many areas, just not in basketball. This year marked the first time in many years that they made it into the tournament. And this significant breakthrough was largely thanks to their junior student and starting center, Chris Come On. Chris Come On, standing at 2.13 meters tall and weighing 120 kilograms, did not make much of a name for himself in high school. That's precisely why he ended up at a school with a weak basketball program. And in his first 2 years of college, he didn't stand out much either. Averaging fewer than 10 points and less than 5 rebounds per game, he appeared to be an entirely mediocre player. But in his junior year, this season, his long-accumulated basketball foundation finally reached a turning point. This season, he's averaged 15.5 points, 8.5 rebounds, and 2.2 blocks per game, becoming one of the most talked-about big men in the league. Because of this, Syracuse's starting center Bull, who stands 2.08 meters and weighs just over 100 kilograms, was simply outmatched by this more experienced veteran. On both offense and defense, he was completely overwhelmed. One important detail to note: the NCAA does not enforce a 3-second defensive rule in the paint. If your own center cannot outplay the opposing center, and cannot pull him away from the rim, then your most explosive offensive player cannot effectively attack the interior. Naturally, your scoring ability becomes heavily limited, and that's exactly the situation Syracuse was facing. Which is why Boeheim had no choice but to send in Wang Xiaochun. Look, our mascot is about to go in. Am I seeing things? He's warming up, he's really going in. Oh my god, that damned coach is finally using his secret weapon? Wang, get out there and kill those bastards with your threes. Unlike the task Boeheim assigned him, the spectators assumed that Wang Xiaochun was going in to boost the team's firepower, that his magical 3-point shooting was needed to close the scoring gap. This was exactly what they had been waiting and hoping for. Not nervous. All I need to do out there is hold my position on defense, float around on offense, nothing complicated. I can do it for sure. Compared to the crowd's expectations, Wang Xiaochun felt this was all happening too suddenly. Though the fans by the court gave him plenty of cheers, his mind was still in a daze. He stiffly walked to the sideline and tried to copy what his teammates were doing to warm up. But if you looked more closely at his arms and legs, you'd notice they were trembling with nervousness. After all, this was his first time. And it came so suddenly that he had no time to mentally prepare. Even though he understood that his role was supposed to be simple, he still couldn't calm himself down. After less than a minute of warm-up, during a dead ball situation, Wang Xiaochun finally stepped onto the court stiffly. Luckily, he had gotten decent practice time during scrimmages, so he didn't wander around clueless. He quickly found his place in the offense, the corner behind the three-point line, and at that moment, Chris Kumon, who had hardly left the paint the entire game, suddenly came over to guard him. As the saying goes, a man's name casts a shadow. There's no way Chris Kumon hadn't heard about Syracuse's mascot. Even if he hadn't, the performance before the game would have made it impossible to ignore. "Fatty, don't think you can shoot threes in front of me. I won't give you a single shot." As the saying goes, what you fear most is exactly what happens. Truthfully, Chris Kumon hated players like Wang Xiaochun, centers who didn't act like real centers. It was just like the time he played against Chris Bosch. That game had left a deep scar. Standing at 2.13 meters and weighing 120 kilograms, he was simply not as agile as that monkey like Chris Bosch. While he didn't suffer too much on offense, on defense he truly couldn't keep up with Bosch's rhythm. And now this fat guy in front of him, although obviously not as mobile as Chris Bosch, had one terrifying three-point shot, which meant he'd have to stay out on the perimeter to guard him. He wouldn't be able to dominate in the paint. Fat my ass. Like you're not fat yourself. For any overweight person, no matter how fat they are, they still don't want to be called fatty to their face. Wang Xiaochun was no different. After nearly 3 months in the US, he still made plenty of mistakes in English. But he had long since become familiar with certain common words. Like now, he clearly understood that Chris Kumon had just called him fatty. And that's why, when this possession forced Chris Kumon out of the paint to cover him, Carmelo Anthony easily drove in for 2 points. On the next possession, as the play shifted, the two fat guys met under the basket again. Wang Xiaochun carried out the coach's instructions clearly, and even overachieved. "Damn it, why is this guy so strong? I can't even move him an inch. Ref, that's a foul, he's pushing me." Sure, every team in the league already knew Syracuse had a mascot called Wang Xiaochun, but what they knew was limited to his three-point skills. They had no idea how strong he really was. Even though Chris Kumon had mentally prepared for Wang Xiaochun's size, bulk does not necessarily equal strength, and his own bulk was no small matter. He had assumed that with full force, he'd be able to overpower this mascot, but from the first moment of contact, he felt like he had slammed into a load-bearing wall. Not only did he fail to move him, but he was actually knocked backward several awkward steps. Unable to save face, he could only turn to the referee and complain, somewhat embarrassed. But the referee wasn't buying it. "Kid, do you even know what a pivot rule is? You're spinning in circles with that guy as your anchor. What do you take me for, blind?" In truth, during the physical battle between the two, this referee had been stunned as well. He knew how strong Kumon was. This season, no other player had been able to force him into such a position, and at first, he too had assumed that Wang Xiaochun was just a three-point shooter with some extra bulk. He didn't expect this guy to be so strong that he could stand there, expressionless, and completely block Kumon from the paint. Although, to be fair, the referee may have been giving him a little too much credit. Wang Xiaochun had to exert himself to the extreme. He was nearly using every ounce of strength he had. Otherwise, he never would have achieved such an overwhelming effect. It's just that, because he was so fat, the flesh on his face masked any signs of struggle. His expression didn't look strained at all. In the end, it was really Chris Kumon's own fault. Why did he have to openly call someone fatty? Never forget. A fat man's rage is no joke. Once he's pissed, he might just come at you with everything he's got. Using all of one's strength in a game, like lifting with the strength of a newborn, is not a sustainable strategy. Besides, Wang Xiaochun was really only venting because someone had called him fatty, and that approach consumed a lot of stamina. Wang Xiaochun's endurance was decent, but it still did not reach the level expected of a professional athlete. So in the first 2 possessions, he exerted his full strength. After that, he merely made sure Chris Kumon could not get into the paint, and that was enough to ease his frustration. As for Chris Kumon, he was, after all, a veteran who had played basketball for many years. Moreover, his scoring under the basket was not solely dependent on his physical gifts. His post-up skills were well-rounded and technical. So, though he had some trouble adapting at first, once he calmed down, he gradually got back into rhythm. "I'm not as strong as you, but I'm taller. If I can't get into the paint, I won't bother. I'll hook shoot. I'll take mid-range shots. You can't block me, can't block me, can't block me. Yes, he played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses. Even if Wang Xiaochun had all the strength in the world, if he could not reach, the best he could do was try to interfere. But fortunately, he had pretty much completed the task assigned to him. At least on defense, he kept Chris Kaman out of the paint. And on offense, he pulled him away from the rim. This successfully limited Kaman's impact and allowed Syracuse to recover the score gap. As for everything else, well, there were limits to his ability. Perhaps because the score had evened out, and the team had regained its momentum, Wang Xiaochun was subbed out 5 minutes after being sent in. Boeheim was also worried that too many of Wang Xiaochun's shortcomings might be exposed. Luckily, during those 5 minutes, almost all the plays were set offenses. There were no fast breaks. If they had played a fast-paced game, Wang Xiaochun's slowness would definitely have become apparent. So he was subbed out early. And as for Wang Xiaochun, in those 5 minutes, he collected 3 rebounds, nothing else. Whether the head coach was satisfied with that, Wang Xiaochun did not know, but he himself thought it was fine. After all, he hadn't gone in to rack up stats. Still, quite a few spectators let out loud groans when he was subbed off, likely because they didn't get to see what they had been hoping for. Nearly 3 months after joining the basketball team, Wang Xiaochun finally stepped onto the court for the first time. Naturally, he wanted to share this moment with Yanzi. After all, he had been sitting on the bench all this time. Yanzi had even suspected that Wang Xiaochun wasn't working hard enough. He had been unable to defend himself until now. Finally, he had something to show off. So during the rest of the game, Wang Xiaochun spaced out again. It wasn't until Fels nudged him after the game ended that he returned to reality and left the arena with the team. The end of February also marked the end of the regular season. Next came the brutal one-on-one knockout rounds, March Madness. I wonder if I'll get another chance to play in such critical games. Now that he had played once, Wang Xiaochun naturally hoped for another opportunity. But again, it wasn't a strong hope. Maybe more than anything, he wanted Yanzi to see him on the court. Which, honestly, is normal. After all, he's male. What man doesn't want to display his feathers in front of a woman? His first time on court had come so suddenly, with no preparation, that Yanzi didn't get to see it with her own eyes. That left Wang Xiaochun with a sense of regret. But now that the ice was broken, there would surely be more opportunities to come. Only, the tournament had entered its critical stage. When those opportunities would arise, he could not say for sure. He hadn't played in the round of 64, nor in the round of 32. If we lose the next game, doesn't that mean I won't get another chance this season? Even the strongest teams could not guarantee victory once March Madness began. After all, under the single elimination format, one loss and you're out. Syracuse was an established powerhouse, yes, but they were by no means title favorites. Making it to the Elite Eight would already be considered their upper limit. Going one step further? Even the players themselves might not have that kind of confidence, which is why Wang Xiaochun had such thoughts. And in his mind, the more critical the match, the less likely they'd put in a half-baked player like him. So he was even more convinced. He would probably not play again this season. But unfortunately, life is never that absolute. A non-favorite could very well become a dark horse. Clearly, Syracuse had achieved that. Round of 16? Win. Elite 8? Another win. But what's the point of all this winning if they still won't let me play? Bitter yet joyful. That was the perfect description of Wang Xiaochun's current state. As a team member, of course he hoped the team would go as far as possible. But compared to his little personal wishes, even the team's success felt slightly out of balance. With the semi-finals approaching, likely to be Syracuse's last game, Wang Xiaochun felt his own hopes were dwindling again. Yanzi, are you going to watch the semi-finals? The night before Syracuse was scheduled to face the University of Texas in the national semi-final, Wang Xiaochun again asked Yanzi in a somewhat timid tone. Probably not. I have other things going on. You just focus on playing well. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but Wang Xiaochun felt Yanzi had been extremely busy lately. He had that feeling because, when he first joined the team, whenever he invited Yanzi to watch their games, she'd say yes almost every time. But recently, she had often said she was busy and couldn't come. Wang Xiaochun had asked her what was keeping her busy, wondering if he could help somehow. But Yanzi said it was academic work. Well, that really was something Wang Xiaochun couldn't help with. Since Yanzi had things to do, Wang Xiaochun didn't push her. Besides, he wasn't even sure if he'd get to play. No need for her to make the trip for nothing. And it turned out that decision was completely justified. In the semi-final against Texas, because the two teams were evenly matched throughout the game, neither side dared to make any lineup changes. That situation held until the final minute. After several consecutive mistakes from Texas players, Syracuse's lead suddenly extended to 7 points. At that point, the Texas players clearly lost their composure. The final 30 seconds were just a mess of wild shots. They ended up beating themselves. Syracuse University ultimately won 93-84, advancing to the national championship game. This game was really incredible. It's a real shame you didn't get to see it. Although I didn't play, you must think that's unfortunate too, but Yanzi? Yanzi? Are you even listening to me? Yes. I'm listening. You were saying it was a pity, right? Yes, I agree, it really is a pity. Syracuse defeated Texas and advanced to the national championship. Naturally, this was something that greatly excited the entire university. It also made every player on the Orange team the center of attention across campus. Although Wang Xiaochun had still not gotten a chance to play, his team now had the chance to win the national title. This was something to be proud of, and he naturally wanted to boast a little in front of Yanzi. Today was the third day after the semi-final. In fact, Wang Xiaochun had wanted to share this with Yanzi the day before, but she hadn't been on campus at all. So today, he came to wait for her at the dorm apartment. Once she appeared, he excitedly launched into a non-stop stream of words. But Yanzi's responses were extremely brief. She clearly seemed distracted, barely listening to what he was saying. Do you have something going on today? You seem kind of rushed. We haven't talked in days. By the way, will you come to the final? I know I might not get to play, but it's a huge deal for our school. I bet everyone who can go will go, right? Is Wang Xiaochun highly intelligent? Hard to say. But emotionally intelligent? Definitely not. Why? Because anyone else could clearly see Yanzi's impatient, distracted glances in every direction. Even though Wang Xiaochun noticed, and even vaguely sensed it, he still didn't take the hint. He just kept talking about what he wanted to say. Chun, don't you have practice today? Isn't the championship game tomorrow? You guys must have some really important prep work, right? Even though her expression of impatience was already very obvious, Yanzi still used a gentle tone in an attempt to make him understand. Just because you have time doesn't mean I have time to hang out with you. The championship is tomorrow. Of course, coach wouldn't schedule any more training. He already dismissed us yesterday morning to rest. Then you should listen to your coach and get some rest. What if he does let you play tomorrow? If you don't rest properly, your performance will suffer. Come on, am I wrong? Oh, I probably won't play. Tomorrow's game is too important. It doesn't matter whether you play or not. You should be completely ready just in case. Now stop wasting time here. Go get a good meal and then go back to your apartment to rest. I've got something to do, so I'll leave you to it. Oh, alright, I guess. Usually, whenever Yanzi said something that showed concern for him, Wang Xiaochun would be thrilled. But today, he couldn't feel that happiness. He still had so much more he wanted to say. But since Yanzi said she had something to take care of, he didn't want to hold her up. And maybe Yanzi was right. Who knows? Maybe the coach would suddenly have a wild idea. No, maybe there would come a moment where they'd need him to go in and bang bodies. That would be another chance to play. Wang Xiaochun was obedient. He listened not just to coach, but also to Yanzi. After reluctantly parting ways with her, he had a good meal and returned to his apartment to rest and recover. By the next day, he was full of energy as he followed the team into the national championship arena. April 7, 2003. The NCAA National Championship game officially began. The two teams competing for the title, the lucky dark horse Syracuse University and the basketball powerhouse University of Kansas. Some might wonder why those titles. Well, they were well-earned. Syracuse was called a dark horse because no one expected a team led by freshmen like Carmelo Anthony and Jerry McNamara to make it all the way to the national championship with a chance to win it all. Kansas, on the other hand, was considered a basketball powerhouse. Not because of how many titles they had won, but because of the sheer number of legendary players they had produced. In the distant past, Wilt Chamberlain. In recent years, Paul Pierce. And that's just the famous ones who made it to the NBA. There were plenty of others, both known and lesser known. Even their current roster boasted two starters, Nick Collison and Kirk Hinrich, who were considered the strongest duo in the entire league. So it was clear, in terms of pure strength, Syracuse was the underdog. What's going on, coach? You're not letting me do my usual performance today? The atmosphere at the championship game was serious. At least, that's what Wang Xiaochun thought, because for the opening warm-up, coach unexpectedly told him not to shoot any three-pointers. If that wasn't serious, then what was? Sigh, I'm not even getting playing time. Now I don't even get to put on a show before the game? After all, his long-term performance duty had basically become his personal warm-up ritual. Now that he wasn't allowed to do it, he genuinely didn't know what to do during warm-up. So, lost and unsure, he went back to helping teammates pass the ball. But since he hadn't done this in a while, and hadn't practiced it either, the familiar disaster occurred again. He had to go chasing after loose basketballs. Sorry. I was looking down, picking up balls. Didn't see you there, my bad. God damn it, you. Bending down to chase basketballs was no small task for Wang Xiaochun. And sure enough, while chasing one that had rolled out of bounds, he accidentally collided with a player from the opposing team. Realizing his mistake, Wang Xiaochun quickly apologized. But the other guy had taken a pretty hard hit. He staggered back several steps and glared furiously. It's you? I know who you are. Just wait until we're on the court. I'll return the favor. Humph. Wang Xiaochun hadn't had a chance to see who he bumped into. When he stood up and looked, he did recognize the guy. It was Kansas starting big man, one of the duo considered the strongest in the league, Nick Collison. To be fair, Wang Xiaochun didn't know this by heart. The coach had specially introduced the opposing team before the game. So he knew Collison stood at 2.08 meters and weighed 114 kilograms. He usually played power forward. Just recently, he had dropped 33 points and 19 rebounds in a game against Duke. In other words, an absolute beast. I don't care how amazing you are. I already apologized. What the hell are you so arrogant about? After Wang Xiaochun apologized, the guy just threw out some cryptic warning and walked off. Wang Xiaochun naturally saw that as rude and disrespectful. Didn't even give him a chance to reply. So he turned and walked away too, annoyed. Earlier, Kansas had been portrayed as dominant, while Syracuse seemed like the underdog. But once the game began, the two teams turned out to be evenly matched, thanks to Carmelo Anthony's phenomenal performance. Syracuse even led Kansas for most of the first half, but in the second half, Kansas began pounding the interior. And the imbalance became apparent. That was when Syracuse's lack of interior depth was brutally exposed. It's time. Time to put Wang in. Faced with this situation, Coach Boeheim showed no signs of panic. It was as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. Calmly and decisively, he gave the next instruction. Hiding such an outstanding paint enforcer for so long, constantly building his mystique, and keeping opponents in the dark about his true abilities, Boeheim had really been holding back. Syracuse University had encountered many crises on their way through the tournament. There were many times when Boeheim wanted to unleash Wang Xiaochun, but the same old problems always came up. Wang Xiaochun was slow, and if closely guarded or even lightly pressured, his three-point shooting lost effectiveness. Once opponents caught onto these weaknesses, Wang Xiaochun's strengths would become Syracuse's fatal flaws. That was why Boeheim had held back until now. He also knew that, to some extent, what he was doing wasn't entirely fair to Wang Xiaochun. After all, the guy's physical talent was obvious. Yet Boeheim had been manipulating it this way, failing to give him a structured developmental path that not only affected the player's growth, but certainly would impact his mindset as well. And just as Boeheim had anticipated. What the hell, coach? You could have at least warned me ahead of time? No time to mentally prepare, and now I have to shoot when I'm open? And I have to coordinate with Anthony and McNamara's offense? Do I use the old shooting form or the new one? When setting screens, do I screen for Anthony or McNamara? God, this is messy. Let me think through this. Unlike his first time on the court, although Wang Xiaochun was still very nervous, his anxiety was now entirely focused on the sheer number of tasks coach had thrown at him. He was afraid he wouldn't remember them all. Last time, his task had been simple. Battle in the paint on defense, camp in the corner on offense. Straightforward and easy. But this time, in addition to those, he had to execute pick and rolls and move to new positions. Even though they had practiced these movements during scrimmages, scrimmage was still just scrimmage. When it came to real competition, Wang Xiaochun wasn't confident how much he could actually pull off. He felt the difficulty now exceeded his capabilities. But no matter how tough it was, The coach had given his command, so Wang Xiaochun had to do his best. At the 12th minute of the second half, with 8 minutes remaining and Syracuse trailing by 9, Wang Xiaochun was sent onto the court for the second official time. I knew it, you're Syracuse's final trump card. But we already saw through all of this. I'll never let you get a shot off. Wang Xiaochun was subbed in at the power forward position, which meant his direct matchup was Kansas's star player, the guy he had bumped into during warm-ups, Nick Collison. This line sounds awfully familiar. Have I heard it somewhere before? Immediately upon entering the court, he was tightly guarded by the opposing team's top player, but Wang Xiaochun didn't feel flattered. He just thought this guy was as rude and impolite as ever. Every time we meet you just start running your mouth, taking advantage of the fact that my English is bad. To be honest, Wang Xiaochun didn't know how Boeheim had packaged him as a player. But every time he went on the court, he got VIP-level man-to-man defense. And the guys guarding him were always high-profile players. Last time it was Chris Cummon. Now it was Nick Collison. And they all said the same thing. Relax. As long as you're on me, I'll never take a three. Wang Xiaochun, being honest, actually said what he was thinking aloud. He had a carefree attitude, which made Collison even more on edge. Keep pretending. Go on. Every team in the league knows. You're Syracuse's ultimate weapon. We've been preparing for this all along. Although he didn't understand why Syracuse had kept Wang off the court for so long, he believed the logic was obvious. The more you hide something, the more dangerous it must be. Before the game even began, Kansas had made specific preparations, assigning their strongest player, Nick Collison, to guard this mysterious guy. At first, Collison thought it would be no problem. How hard could it be to stop a chubby guy from shooting threes? Given his own physical attributes, this should have been easy, but he didn't expect, from that very first collision in warm-ups, to feel just how solid this fat guy really was. This guy not only has deadly three-point range, he's also a beast under the basket. That collision had insane force. Yes, by all logical assumptions, a physically strong big man should be very hard to deal with in the paint. So Collison now realized he needed to guard both the perimeter and the inside. That made him even more cautious. He began mentally preparing to shadow Wang the entire game, and instinctively decided to cut back on his own offensive plays in the paint. After all, strength also means defensive intensity. He had no interest in wrestling with this tank on offense. Ironically, that played right into Syracuse's hands. Syracuse's star player, Carmelo Anthony, was best at one-on-one isolation. From the right wing, mid-range, at about a 45-degree angle. The one thing that type of play fears most, help defense. Even if Anthony beat his man, he could easily get blocked by help coming from the paint. But now, Kansas's strongest paint defender had been pulled out by his teammate. That made Anthony's offense much easier. And that same teammate, Juan, could protect the paint on defense too. With this trade-off, Syracuse surged forward, closing the score gap. But of course, sometimes what you fear still happens. Like Wang's speed. Yes, he could guard the paint well. And with his size and strength, grabbing rebounds was easier. But after grabbing a rebound, when the team tried to launch a fast break, his slowness was instantly exposed. Take this possession. Kansas attacked. But Nick Collison, unable to get good post position against Wang, couldn't be a threat inside. So the other half of their dynamic duo, Kirk Hinrich, tried to go one-on-one. But that duo was only threatening together. Without synergy, Hinrich's solo offense wasn't that effective. Anthony, being a solid defender, handled him easily. Hinrich forced a bad shot and missed. Wang, already planted under the basket, grabbed the rebound, then passed it out to Anthony, who initiated a fast break with McNamara. But Kansas, being a basketball powerhouse, didn't rely solely on its stars. Other players quickly disrupted the break. Syracuse had no choice but to slow down and reset. And that's when a strange scene occurred on the court. Out of all 10 players on the floor, 9 had already taken position. 1 was still jogging toward the front court. No need to guess, Wang Xiaochun. Because of this, even though NCAA games have a 30-second shot clock, Syracuse's fast break attempt was totally ruined. They were effectively playing 5-on-4. By the time Wang got into position, over 10 seconds had been wasted. Kansas saw their opportunity. Their coach shouted from the sideline, "Pick up the pace, faster, faster." Just that one command allowed Kansas to pull away once again. Ha ha ha, now I get it. So this is why they never let you play. You're just a goddamn turtle. Kansas cranked up the speed, and the biggest beneficiary was Nick Collison. because Wang simply could not keep up. Even when returning on defense, Collison could ignore him, knowing Wang would always be the last one back. That let him double-team Syracuse's ball handlers with a teammate, and even picked their pockets twice, resulting in 2 turnovers for Syracuse. He also scored 4 points on the other end. And those 2 turnovers? Technically, they should be blamed on Wang. So how could the man who was boxed out of the paint minutes ago, Nick Collison, resist the urge to gloat? Fuck you. That was all Wang Xiaochun could manage, uttering a powerless curse under his breath. Because the truth was, he really couldn't keep up with this pace. Should we sub Wang out now? After all, Kansas has clearly figured out how to target him. If this continues, our point gap could widen even further. What was happening on the court was very clear to those watching from the bench. As the assistant coach who understood Wang Xiaochun's abilities best, Jones frowned and offered his opinion to the head coach. Because things were unfolding just as he had said. Wang Xiaochun had now become a clear vulnerability on the court. If they let this continue unchecked, it could very well cost them the game. Don't rush. Let's wait a bit longer. Wang is a disciplined kid. He knows what he needs to do. Besides, even if we take him off, our interior defense will still be the team's biggest weakness. Although Boeheim appeared calm on the surface when he spoke, internally he was just as anxious as Jones. But he was also telling the truth. Syracuse's strength had always been in their perimeter offense. Their interior game was not only weak offensively, but defensively it was terrible. Yes, Wang Xiaochun was slow, and in a fast-paced game, that slowness became painfully obvious. But basketball is a 5-man sport. To a certain extent, his teammates could help buy him time. Besides, not every possession turned into a fast break. As long as they stayed patient, Wang's shortcomings could be somewhat compensated for. If they pulled him out now, never mind the lack of offensive threat inside. Just the issue of rim protection would become an immediate problem. And no one on the team could do that better than Wang. Even though his 3-point shooting had been terrible under real game pressure, once he was left open, his accuracy still made him a unique weapon. So Boeheim stood by his decision. Even with the crisis clearly developing on the court, he had no intention of changing course. I've suddenly realized defending you is actually really easy. All I need to do is stay near you past half court. By this point, Wang Xiaochun had been on the court for 4 minutes, which meant there were only 4 minutes left in the game. The score was 81-73. Syracuse trailed by 8. Nick Collison was much more relaxed now. Not only had his team extended their lead again, but the scary scenario he'd imagined hadn't materialized. He didn't even have to worry about this freakishly strong fat guy trying to post up inside, as long as he stayed with him when he camped in the corner and prevented him from catching the ball for a 3-point shot. That was enough. Honestly, Collison was a little puzzled. This guy had been on the court for this long, and his teammates still hadn't passed him the ball once. Could it be that my defense has been that good? So good that his teammates don't even see a chance to pass to him? That was the only explanation he could come up with. Sure, he himself wasn't scoring inside, thanks to the fat guy's defense. But he could still score in other ways. He had just used his speed to shake Wang and knock down a mid-range jumper. No, I need to carry out all of coach's assignments. I can't just stay parked in the corner. I need to go up to the high post and set a screen. That will help my teammates on offense. And it'll give me a better position for getting back on defense. Because his slow speed had clearly become a problem. This situation was the last thing Wang wanted to see. But he couldn't change his body. All he could do was think about what he could do to minimize the damage. And shifting where he returned on defense seemed like the best idea he could think of. So he acted on it immediately. What? He's not staying in the corner anymore? Is he about to cut into the paint? The moment his assignment changed position, Nick Collison followed closely. Is this guy stupid? Going to the high post will only bring more defenders to him. What a terrible shooting position. From Collison's perspective, Wang Xiaochun had obviously moved because he wanted a shot opportunity. He didn't even consider the possibility that Wang simply wanted to carry out his coach's instructions and be closer to the defensive side afterward. That misjudgment cost him. After Wang set a screen for Anthony, Anthony's defender was caught up on the pick. But Collison didn't immediately switch. Anthony easily scored 2 points. Hey, man, what the hell? Do you only have eyes for that fat guy now? Such a blatant mistake naturally drew frustration from his teammates. Complaints were inevitable. Alright, got it. Collison knew the mistake was his. But as the team's star player, Being scolded that loudly was a bit humiliating, so he brushed it off with irritation. He also began to feel that he had overestimated the fat guy. I mean, come on. With the distance they were at just now, even if that guy had wanted to cut inside, Collison could have easily caught up. There was no reason to tail him so closely. He was still convinced that Wang had moved only for selfish offensive reasons, not to humbly help the team however he could. Because of that misjudgment, on the very next possession, after Kansas's offense failed and Syracuse regained control, Wang did the exact same thing again. But due to Collison's earlier display of irritation, his teammate assumed he still refused to switch. So both defenders went to cover Anthony. And Wang? He was left completely wide open. A massive open look right in front of him. Anthony noticed instantly. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Wang. Wang caught it cleanly, instinctively raised one hand, and released the shot. Swish! A crisp, pleasing sound, 3 points scored. Fuck! Why the hell did you follow me? Didn't you see we had already switched defenders? Faced with this situation, Collison wasn't about to take responsibility. He threw all the blame at his teammate. His teammate didn't even know what to say. Yes, technically speaking, it was a defensive lapse on his part. But there had been context behind it. Wang, that was awesome. Keep it up. Thanks to 2 plays involving Wang Xiaochun. Even though both benefited from Kansas's defensive mistakes, Syracuse had closed the gap by 5 points. The score went from an 8-point deficit to just 3, only 1 possession difference. Of course Anthony was thrilled. He even tried to give Wang a celebratory high five, but Wang didn't even respond. Right after scoring, he froze in place for a second, then turned and sprinted up the court without looking back. As he ran, he muttered to himself, "It's just 1 3-pointer. Why am I standing around like an idiot? Hurry up and run. If I don't, I'll miss my next position." Yes, Wang Xiaochun was happy. Who wouldn't be after nailing a 3? But no matter how happy he was, he knew he didn't have time to celebrate. He had to get back in position first, then celebrate later. Perhaps because 5 points had just been caught up in a row. Although Nick Collison did not want to admit that those 5 points were his fault, his mentality had clearly been shaken. So he immediately wanted to get those 5 points back, but getting them back was not so easy. There were only 2 minutes left in the game. This was when players from both sides were fighting their hardest, and his advantage in the paint had already been pushed to the limit by Wang Xiaochun. Desperate to score, he continued missing shots, which also let Wang Xiaochun grab 2 more rebounds and helped Anthony complete a fast break with an and one, tying the game. Frustrated, Collison began trash-talking again, and even forced the ball out of a teammate's hands. Backed down Wang Xiaochun while continuing to provoke him. "Fat ass, so what if you're strong? Let me show you how useless strength is in front of true skill." Nick Collison, after all, was a third-year player who had once scored 33 points and grabbed 19 rebounds. His skills and experience were not something Wang Xiaochun could compare to, and this time, he planned to rely on that experience and technique to score 2 points. He was also extremely patient, carefully looking for the right moment. His idea made sense. Sometimes, relying on footwork to shake a physically stronger defender could work. He had done it before. But that depended on the situation and who the opponent was. Because sometimes, no matter how good your technique is, it means nothing in the face of raw power. Especially when you have the nerve to say, "You actually dare call me fat again? Your F \\\ing asking for it." Once again, never call a fat person fat to their face, because they might actually kill you. Wang Xiaochun had been in the basketball team for a while now. He had played many scrimmages, and to manage his very limited stamina wisely, he had long since learned how to conserve energy from the moment he stepped onto the court. Because Collison's weight and strength weren't a real threat to him, Wang had only been using about 60% of his power to preserve his energy. But when that hated word appeared, he no longer cared about conserving energy. Although he did not go as far as using the same baby lifting strength from before, he was ready to use 100% power this time. But he wasn't foolish enough to use it all at once. He feared he would be called for an offensive foul for pushing, so he planned to unleash it at the last possible moment. And that moment came quickly. Collison's probing had gone on for more than 10 seconds. Based on his experience, he figured this fat guy had no idea which way he was about to spin. After so much back-down contact, and given how slow Wang was, even if he could anticipate the move mentally, His body certainly would not react fast enough. So Collison felt confident it was time to move. He backed into Wang twice more with his body. Even though those steps didn't move Wang at all, that was precisely what convinced Collison that his opponent wasn't ready to react. He thought, now's my best chance. Now. After those two bumps, Collison swept the ball to the right and began spinning along the baseline toward the paint, brushing right past Wang's body. The moment he felt his back slip away from Wang's palm, he accelerated again, trying to leave Wang behind and finish with a clean turn and dunk. At the same time, he lifted the ball high over his head, ready to go up the moment he completed the spin. It was nearly a success. At this point, he had gotten around Wang's side. He was just half a step away from finishing everything, but also at this very moment, just as the ball cleared his head, a fat, heavy hand suddenly appeared above the basketball. Right as he jumped, his feet still barely off the floor. A crushing, unstoppable force came crashing down like a mountain. That fat hand pressed on the ball. The ball slammed into his face, and his face slammed into the floor. The sequence was unstoppable. It felt like someone sprinting at full speed, being clotheslined by a steel mechanical arm. His entire motion turned to frozen silence, then instant reverse. Bang! At last, the sound of his body slamming into the floor echoed through the gym. And then, Nick Collison knew nothing more. Beep beep beep, fuck. This was murder. What the hell did you do, you psycho? Are we watching WWE here? After about 2 seconds of silence, following the deafening crash, the entire court erupted in chaos. Everyone started yelling. The game was forced to pause. No, that was a clean block, just maybe a little too effective. Coincidentally, the lead referee today was the same one from Wang Xiaochun's first official appearance, which meant he reacted the fastest. He already had some idea of Wang's strength, so his shock was less than everyone else's. As soon as Wang blocked the shot and slammed Collison to the floor, he immediately blew the whistle and made the ruling. A block. A legal block. Just one with way too much force. After all, Nick Collison had clearly blacked out. But Kansas wasn't buying it. Half the team surrounded the referee, trying to pressure him to change the call. The other half surrounded Wang, clearly ready to make him pay for what he did. But Wang wasn't alone. His teammates formed a wall around him, creating a human shield between both sides. Carmelo Anthony, as team leader, was on the front line. He and Hinrich had their foreheads pressed together, and if either man pushed just slightly, a brawl might have exploded at any second. Everyone calm down. Let the referee handle this. Wang back to the bench now. This game was far too important. Neither Bohane nor the Kansas coach wanted to see a fight break out, so both coaches called their players back immediately. Did I go a little too far? Only after returning to the bench did Wang Xiaochun begin to realize that this entire mess was because of him. Even he was surprised at the final result of that block. He had thought there was no way, at his speed, he'd be able to reach the ball in time. But Collison, by bad luck, had attacked from Wang's right side, his dominant hand, and through sheer reflex, Wang's arm appeared at the exact right moment. Thus the result. To be honest, Wang had no regrets. He was only slightly stunned by what had happened, mainly because it had led to a full game pause. And now that he was benched, he probably would not be sent back in. That was the only thing that left him a little disappointed. Just as Wang expected, after he had basically disabled one of Kansas's star players, his presence was no longer necessary. To safely finish the game, and to prevent Kansas from retaliating, Bohane kept Wang on the bench for the final 2 minutes. Even so, the game's momentum had shifted. Kansas kept attacking fiercely, but the harder they pushed, the more reckless they became. When their frantic attempts to score failed, Syracuse's perimeter shooting exploded. In just 1 minute, they ended the game decisively. Syracuse won the 2003 NCAA National Championship. Then came the wild celebration. The whole team rushed the court, hugging each other, climbing on top of one another in pure joy. Wang Xiaochun also sprinted out, forgetting all his strained relationships with teammates, hugging whoever he could grab, celebrating this victory in which he had played a part. But there was one bittersweet moment. When he tried to join the dogpile, his teammates scattered instantly, as if he were radioactive. The dive he was about to make turned into an awkward gesture mid-air. And then, nothing happened after that. The celebration was certainly not limited to just some self-indulgent fun. After the on-site celebration ended, of course, they had to return to campus for more festivities. When the Orangemen brought the national championship trophy back to school, Syracuse University prepared a celebration party for the team, hosted primarily by school officials and attended by the players as honored guests. It was even said that bonuses and prizes had been prepared to be awarded during the party to recognize the players' achievements, perhaps to make the event more lively and crowded. The school administration allowed the invited guests to bring a female companion. Of course, this was not mandatory. If a guest preferred not to bring anyone or even brought a male companion, that was also permitted. I have to go find Yanzi quickly. I need to let her prepare in advance. I heard that for this kind of Western event, you're supposed to wear formal attire, like a dress or something? Whether it was bringing a male or female guest, Wang Xiaochun was only ever going to ask Yanzi to come with him. Even if he wanted to ask someone else, there probably wouldn't be anyone willing. So, the moment he got the news, he rushed off to Yanzi's apartment. He not only wanted to tell her about the event, but also to share with her his feelings about getting his second opportunity to play. Why is Yanzi not here again? How many times has it been now that I came to find her and she wasn't around? He had come full of hope, but once again was met with disappointment. Naturally, Wang Xiaochun felt let down. Still, he did not leave immediately. I'll wait a little. Maybe Yanzi will come back soon? Perhaps for Wang Xiaochun, waiting for Yanzi had already become a kind of habit. So he waited, and with great patience. From the afternoon all the way to evening, he waited until his stomach was so hungry that he had to briefly leave and grab something. Just as he was about to go, Yanzi finally appeared on that road he often waited by. Only this time, she was not alone. Beside her, there was a male student, holding her hand as they strolled along. Wang Xiaochun, who had been ready to shout her name, suddenly froze, the words caught in his throat. What is this? It was not only his voice that stopped, even his thoughts seemed to come to a halt. The only words flashing in his mind were, what exactly is going on? Ah, Chun, you're back? The two of them had apparently been having a pleasant conversation just now, so they had not noticed the large, obvious figure of Wang Xiaochun standing in the distance. It was only when they drew close that they noticed the dumbfounded fat guy standing there. Perhaps that was why Yanzi's reaction was so startled and abrupt, but even in that moment, her hand remained interlocked with the boy's. Hey Wang, congratulations on winning the national championship, but even so, I still think you're better suited for the football team. You have no idea, when Coach Jill found out you were snatched away by Coach Boheim, he was furious, and we got punished with an intense training session because of it. This endlessly chatty boy was not unfamiliar to Wang Xiaochun. He was Arthur, the Asian American football player from before. Wang recognized him the moment he walked over. How could I not recognize him? The first time I saw him, I thought he was trying to hit on Yanzi. And now, Wang Xiaochun might be a little slow, but he was definitely not stupid. Their very public body language left nothing to the imagination. How could he not understand what was going on? Even so, he was not ready to accept it. At least, not before Yanzi herself confirmed it. All right, Arthur, you've already walked me back. Chun must have something to talk to me about. You can go back now. Oh, sure. Ha ha. You two are the closest of friends in a foreign country. Wang just got back, of course he has a lot to say. I'll leave you to it. I'll come by again tomorrow. Arthur was still Arthur, skilled at reading the room. The situation clearly was not suitable for him to stick around, so he prepared to leave right away, but not before quietly telling Yanzi, I'll come by tomorrow. Let's go for a walk over there. Arthur had already left 2 minutes ago, but the two of them still stood the same way as before. Yanzi must have felt that standing like this was getting awkward, so she made a suggestion. Yanzi, Yes, I know. You are my best friend. Now and always. I don't just want to be your friend. But we can only be friends. Just like their very first conversation in America. Yanzi did not want to say everything too bluntly. Maybe by leaving some thoughts unsaid, they could still face each other normally the next time they met. Then does that mean, I've actually been seeing Arthur for a while now. He's a good person. His family background is also good. I wanted to tell you earlier, but I was afraid it would affect your training. But now you've seen it for yourself. Chun, if I marry him someday, will you give me your blessing? Perhaps because of their height difference? Wang Xiaochun could not see Yanzi's eyes as she spoke, and maybe, even if he could see them, he might not have been able to see clearly, because for some reason, His vision had gone blurry. But maybe it didn't matter anymore, because as soon as she finished her last sentence, Wang Xiaochun had already turned around and walked away, without the slightest hesitation. Yanzi made no move to stop him. She didn't even shift her position. She stood exactly as before, her expression and her eyes unseen. The party was scheduled for the next evening, and when the time arrived, all the invited guests gathered at the venue, including Wang Xiaochun. Oh man, I guess we really are a pair of tragic brothers. Neither of us had playing time, neither of us brought a date. No, wait. You did play, and you did make a huge contribution on the court. God. That means I'm the only one who's truly pathetic. Hey, could you stop eating for 1 second? Could you please clean your mouth and say something to comfort me? Don't tell me you haven't eaten all day. You've been eating non-stop since the moment you walked in. The party was done in a Western buffet style. All the food was laid out on a large table arranged in a circle. Guests helped themselves with trays. According to Fells, Wang Xiaochun had been standing by that buffet for nearly an hour. It's not that I haven't eaten all day. Oh, I know that. If you skipped even one meal, you'd probably pick a fight with the coach. You're trying to tell me you haven't eaten for a day and a half? Please. If that were true, you'd either be in a hospital bed or in the morgue by now. Believe it or not. Just don't bother me, I think a few more minutes and I'll be full. To be honest, Wang Xiaochun also found it strange that he had gone so long without eating, but that was indeed the truth. After he left Yanzi yesterday, it was already past dinner time, yet he had no appetite, not even the sensation of hunger. He returned to his dorm in a daze, collapsed onto the bed, and lay there, half asleep, half awake, until the next afternoon. Only when he arrived at the party and saw the feast laid out, did he realize he had not eaten for a very long time. So, without much appetite, he began scooping food onto his plate. Even when the school leadership was giving speeches, Wang Xiaochun never stopped eating. He continued shoveling food into his mouth the entire time. You're unbelievable. Normal people eat by portion, you eat by the clock. Hey, by the way, now that the season's over, we're going on break soon. Any plans? I've got 2 tickets to the first round of the Nets vs Bucks playoffs. 2 weeks from now. Wanna go? No thanks. I think I'm going home. I'll be leaving in a few days. Fells, it was good to meet you. Ha ha. Why do you look like you're smiling through pain? Well, I guess that makes sense. Your family's not here. You've been away for so long, it's time to go home. Too bad you'll miss game 1. But if we come back on time, maybe we'll catch the finals together. Let's see if your buddy here can score finals tickets. Sigh, no need. I probably. Hey, gentlemen. Mind if I interrupt? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wilson. I'm a scout. When Wang Xiaochun was in a half-asleep, half-awake state, his thoughts were unclear. Perhaps he had thought about many things, or maybe nothing at all. But the moment he got out of bed, he made a very clear decision to return to China. And after returning, he had no intention of coming back to the United States. Precisely because of this, Fields became all the more enthusiastic, which made Wang Xiaochun even more unsure how to bring it up to him. When he finally mustered the courage to speak, a middle-aged man of around 40 suddenly approached them. According to his introduction, this man should have been a scout. He had entered this gathering through a connection at the school. He had probably been chatting with Carmelo Anthony earlier, and only discovered them on his way out. So he came over to say hello, and expressed that his team might be somewhat interested in Wang Xiaochun. Which team the scout was from, Wang Xiaochun did not catch clearly. And besides, regardless of whether the scout was interested in him or not, he himself was not interested in the scout. After all, his mind was no longer here. Out of politeness, he listened while the other spoke. He planned to leave once the scout had finished talking. But what Wang Xiaochun had not expected was that while he was not interested, Fields was unbelievably excited. He actually started chatting enthusiastically with the scout, as if the scout were interested in him instead. Wang, this is your chance. Go enter the draft. You might become an NBA player. I am so envious of you. Perhaps he had gotten too caught up in the conversation. What originally had nothing to do with Fields ended up making him so excited himself. It even seemed like he had been brainwashed a little. Regardless of whether it was realistic or not, he actually started urging Wang Xiaochun to enter this year's NBA draft. Do not joke around. You know I am about to return to China, where would I find the time? Besides, with my level of skill, if I actually got selected, that would mean the NBA's entry standards are absurdly low. Wang Xiaochun was well aware that in the NCAA league, every year, many players wanted to take a shot at the draft to see if they could leap over the Dragon Gate, become professional athletes, and earn big money. But most of these people had already achieved results in the league, and their strength had been recognized by the outside world. Only then would they take this step. Yet even so, most of them went undrafted every year, and there was a cost to being undrafted. According to league regulations, any college basketball player who enters the draft but is not selected will immediately lose eligibility to continue competing in the NCAA. In other words, you can continue your studies, but forget about playing basketball in college again. To dare enter the draft meant you had to think it through carefully, like on their own team. As far as Wang Xiaochun knew, on their national championship team, only Carmelo Anthony was going to enter this year's draft. After all, his ability spoke for itself. The moment they won the national championship, he was already being called the strongest college basketball player in the country. There was no need to worry about the possibility of not being drafted. Wang Xiaochun, although he was not afraid now either, since he had already decided to return to China and not come back. Whether he got drafted or not was no longer relevant to him. Besides, regardless of whether his skill was up to standard or whether he had the ability to enter the NBA, he just did not believe what this scout was saying. What does it mean when someone says your skill has not been validated yet, but your potential is well known? A player who has only appeared in 2 games all season, scored a total of 3 points, grabbed 8 rebounds, and made one so-called murderous block. That is what they call well known? Clearly, it is infamy, not fame. And what is this talk about little playing time but a big reputation? Oh, right, within the state of New York, I suppose I am rather well known, nearly the mascot of Syracuse. Before every game I have to put on a performance. But does performing equate to skill? Those guys who play street ball put on even better shows. Should they be allowed in the NBA? What a joke. In short, Wang Xiaochun did not believe the nonsense the scout was spouting. But while he did not believe, Fields believed every word. Especially after the scout left, Fields even grabbed Wang Xiaochun's hand and spoke earnestly. Brother, you know, with my level of skill, I might at most survive in the NCAA in this life. That highest stage is forever beyond my reach. But you are different. You have the build, you have the height, the strength, and a 3-point shot that leaves others in the dust. With such great conditions, why would you not go? Besides, Mr. Wells already said it, your physical test data has already been passed around the teams. If it were not for the league rules and Mr. Boehm's interference, they would have contacted you privately long ago. Go! Take your talent, take my hopes, and show your strength on that highest stage. Let me be someone who has a friend in the NBA. Wang Xiaochun had his doubts. Fields had said so much. But that last sentence was clearly his true goal. Stop, stop, stop. I am done with you. How can you talk so much? Fine, I will register. But only the online registration. My departure date for China is not changing. As for things like the Nike Basketball Summit, the NBA training camp, private tryouts, I will not be able to attend any of that. Maybe he had really been worn down by this guy. And with that nauseating, lovesick look of his, Wang Xiaochun was honestly afraid that if he kept refusing, this guy might go from talking to offering himself in marriage. But truth be told, for his only friend on the team, a wish like this, that came with no pressure or real consequence, Wang Xiaochun felt he could still fulfill it. Besides, signing up for the NBA draft really was quite simple. As long as you met the qualifications, registering on the official website was all it took. And that was something Wang Xiaochun could easily do. After all, he was a registered NCAA college athlete in the United States. So what are we waiting for? Let us go. The registration deadline is mid-April. Counting the days, there are not many left. Let us go find a computer right now. Finally getting Wang Xiaochun to agree, Fields naturally feared he might change his mind. The party had not even ended, but he was already dragging Wang Xiaochun out to find a computer. Wang Xiaochun did not refuse. After all, he did not want to stay here any longer. He did not even want to stay at this school anymore. Maybe he feared that the longer he stayed, the more he would want to find that person. Since he had already decided not to stay in the United States, Wang Xiaochun's homesickness grew overwhelmingly intense. So, on the second day after the party ended, he planned to spend the whole day visiting those who had looked after him since he arrived in the United States. After all, he might never see these people again. Saying goodbye before departure was like the curtain falling after a play. Unfortunately, luck did not seem to be on his side. When he went to look for Old Man Sue, it seemed something had come up at Sue's house again. so he was not on campus. Wang Xiaochun's first stop ended in failure. Perhaps luck is contagious, and contagious things tend to persist. The second stop was supposed to be visiting all his coaches. But the moment he stepped into the training gym, Wang Xiaochun remembered. The season was over, the championship had been won. Who could possibly still be in the gym? So, he gave the training hall one last nostalgic glance and left campus to head for Garrison's place. Actually, by the time Wang Xiaochun had joined the basketball team, his indirect employment relationship with Garrison had already ended. But just because their employment had ended did not mean they had lost contact. Wang Xiaochun had already said it, he regarded Garrison as a true friend. Although they had not met often during this time, they spoke frequently. Wang Xiaochun had even visited Garrison's home before. This time, his luck improved. When he arrived at Garrison's place, he found him there. "You cannot be serious, brother. Just because of a breakup, you are quitting college in America?" Since they were friends, when Garrison asked why he did not plan to return to the United States, Wang Xiaochun told him the truth. "Ha, you know why I came to the States, it was all for her. Now that things are like this, what is the point in staying? Man, thank you for everything. If you ever come to China, you must let me know. I will treat you just as well as you treated me." Ha 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 ha. Wang Xiaochun came only to say goodbye, so he did not respond much to Garrison's attempts to convince him otherwise. Besides, he had already made up his mind and was not planning to change it. "Alright then, I respect your decision. But what about my boss? Does he know your thoughts? Did he not try to stop you? And since you are leaving school, do you not have to go through any formalities? Sometimes a friend's job is to offer guidance, and if that fails, they can at least help patch things up." I have not dared to tell him yet. I will say something after I get home. I want to sort things out with my family first. As for the school, I am still not sure. I might need your help when the time comes. Wang Xiaochun really did not know what the procedure was for withdrawing from school if he was no longer studying in the United States. Especially since he had been admitted as a special scholarship student. The paperwork would probably be even more complicated, and he did not have the time to handle it himself. So in the end, he would have to ask someone else for help, and that person would most likely be Garrison. Checking out, packing, booking his ticket, Wang Xiaochun spent another full day. Finally, after a dozen or so hours of flight, following over 130 days in the United States, Wang Xiaochun once again set foot on the land so familiar to him. Since he had not told his family in advance, he ended up spending half a day transferring between connections. Alone, with large and small bags, he arrived at the entrance of his village. "Well now, is that Xiaochun? When did you come back? Your dad did not mention anything. I barely recognized you. You really do look like someone who studied abroad, all dressed up and stylish." Wang Xiaochun's village was not large, and since he had to pass through the village center to reach his home, naturally, he ran into many relatives along the way. Now that he was more famous than Yanzi, a young man from the village who had gone to college in the United States, who could match that. Seeing this celebrity return, everyone gathered around him. "Ha, uncle, aunt, grandpa, grandma. My family does not know I am back yet. Let me drop off my things first, I will come back and chat later." Surrounded by familiar faces, Wang Xiaochun felt no impatience. In fact, this sense of warmth eased the disappointment he had felt upon returning. But right now, he wanted to see his closest family. So, after apologizing to the villagers, he headed toward his house. Although he had walked away, the conversation about him had not ended. The villagers who had gathered continued talking with him as the topic. "Hey, now that Xiaochun is back, why is Yanzi not here too? Were they not at the same school? Who knows? Maybe one just came back earlier than the other? Can you believe how well that kid turned out? A coward who went off and ended up in college and in the United States too. Maybe they will even marry one day. Was it not that old man Shulin who always bragged about his family's good feng shui? No wonder, no matter how much we envy, we cannot match that. The kids are probably getting married soon, right?" Everyone used to say they were mismatched, but now Xiaochun is just as impressive. The villagers did not understand the difference between an exchange student and a specially recruited athlete, nor did they understand the distinction between academic and athletic students. To them, the two were the same. Both studied abroad and would surely return around the same time. They were bound to end up together. Naturally, Wang Xiaochun did not hear the village gossip. At that moment, he was locked in an embrace with his family. "You little brat, let go of me. What kind of nonsense have you picked up? Coming home without even calling ahead, what if something had happened on the way? Despite the grumbling words, Wang Shulin's tearful eyes betrayed his true feelings. After all, the one he was holding was the greatest pride of his life. I missed you, alright? Got caught up in the moment. Xiao Xiao. Why are you hiding? Come here, let your brother hug you. He, no way. I am a grown lady now. If you want to hug someone, hug mom. You brat, go get your brother some water to wash up. And you came home without a word, you must be hungry. I will go cook for you now. Everyone in the family was overjoyed by his sudden return. Endless questions, fussing over him. They all crowded around Wang Xiaochun. Father took care of the prodigal son. Mother and sister took care of his stomach. Wang Xiaochun, who wanted to hand out the gifts he had brought home, could not even find the right moment. All he could do was grin stupidly and watch his family bustling about, his heart filled with warmth. Are you all just going to watch me eat? This is so embarrassing. Maybe they were really afraid their son had gone hungry. Wan's mother cooked astonishingly fast that day. In under half an hour, a table full of hearty home dishes was ready. And at this feast, only Wang Xiaochun was chewing away. The rest of the family just stared at him. He was not starving, really, but he had missed home-cooked meals terribly. Being stared at like this made him feel a little awkward. Oh, this is my overseas son. Does not look much different than before, does he? How did he turn into a college student just from going abroad? Just as the villagers said, bragging had now become Wang Shulin's signature trait. What Wang Xiaochun did not know was that his father did not hold back even at home. He was as boastful in private as he was in public. And now, he started again. What do you mean different? He is still my son. If anything is different, it is that he has lost some weight. He must have suffered a lot over there. Wang's mother had always been the quintessential good wife and wise mother. If it were not for this title, she might have followed in her husband's footsteps and earned the same nickname. Brother, is foreign university fun? Is it easy? Can I go too? Though she was just a middle schooler, Xiao Xiao had already made plans for her future. As soon as Wang Xiaochun had enrolled in an American university, she intended to follow his path and study abroad too. Naturally, their parents were very supportive of her dream. If their son could do it, their daughter could not be far behind. But of course, that support came with a condition. She had to pass the entrance exam first. Faced with the family's eager questions, Wang Xiaochun, of course, would only share the good, not the bad. Everything abroad was great, good food, good sleep, all fine. I just missed you all a lot, ha ha ha. Having just returned, Wang Xiaochun did not want to reveal his plans right away. He knew it would surely be met with resistance. He would have to find the right time to say it. Besides, he did not want to spoil the joy of the whole family being together again. That is good. You do not know. Ever since you left, your mother has worried constantly, afraid that you might be suffering outside. Alright, since you are back, does that mean Yanzi is back too? And how long is your holiday? When do you go back? It is likely that any parent, when their child returns home for a school holiday, will ask similar questions. And Wang Xiaochun had already anticipated such questions. He had even prepared some responses in advance. Yanzi and I are different. We were given a break after our games ended. While Yanzi's academic calendar follows a seasonal schedule, so only I came back this time. As for when the holiday ends, that is still uncertain. I will probably have to wait for a notice. Oh, is that how it is? We really cannot figure out how foreign schools operate. I thought it was like here in China, with summer and winter breaks. Perhaps due to the joy of having their son back, the Wang family did not question the truthfulness of Wang Xiaochun's explanation. But if they had been a bit more attentive, they might have realized, if things truly were as their eldest son said, then he should still be in the United States accompanying Yanzi for a while longer. Why would he have returned this early? With Wang Xiaochun's return, the Wang family, besides being overjoyed, also found themselves with a lot more help around the house. After all, the one who came back was not just a son, but also a strong laborer. Even if it seemed a bit like overkill, it certainly fulfilled Wang Shulin's wish to stroll proudly around the village. So it ended up with Wang Xiaochun tending the cattle at home every day, while his father was out and about flaunting his success. But such boasting, of course, has an expiration date, especially when the villagers began to ask questions. Wang Shulin's boasting gradually turned into confusion. Has your Xiaochun been back for over a month now? When is he leaving? The villagers did not know how long foreign school holidays actually lasted. so they instinctively used the domestic calendar as a reference. Even the longest summer vacation in China was no more than a month and a half, so this naturally led to questions. He should be leaving soon, right? My son is a student athlete. His holiday schedule is different from regular students. He is waiting for notice. Once it comes, he will leave immediately. At first, Wang Shulin did not think much of this. He had even argued with the villagers, saying, "What do we country bumpkins know about foreign universities? How can they be compared to schools here in China?" So, in his heart, he only felt a bit of doubt. He was far from suspecting anything serious. He even felt that his son seemed more sensible than before. He never had to worry about the cattle anymore. What a filial son he was. But once 2 full months had passed, and his son still showed no sign of wanting to leave, Wang Shulin began to imagine all sorts of things. "Sean, tell me the truth. Did something happen at school? Did you get into trouble? Was your scholarship taken away? Do we need to pay for everything ourselves now? Even if that is the case, it is all right. We can afford it. Our family is not rich, but supporting your education should not be a problem." Back in primary and middle school, Wang Xiaochun had gotten into trouble more than once. That was exactly why, when Wang Shulin let his imagination run wild, he started suspecting these kinds of things. And the fact that Wang Xiaochun had received a full scholarship had always felt a bit surreal to him, so now he could not help but question it. "Dad, you are overthinking. In the United States, the longest school holiday can last up to 3 months. It should be ending soon, really." Actually, Wang Xiaochun was starting to feel the pressure. He wanted to tell the truth to his family, but every time he saw his father's boastful and proud face, he just could not bring himself to do it. "Maybe I should talk to uncle first? Have him support me as backup?" Since he could not say it himself, and was afraid of the consequences, Wang Xiaochun decided to change his approach and visit his maternal uncle first. He waited another 2 days at home. Seeing the increasingly suspicious look in his father's eyes, Wang Xiaochun realized he could not wait any longer. So early one morning, he told the family that he was going to visit his uncle, and made his way to his uncle's home in the city center. The village was not far from the city, just over 2 hours away. When he reached the door and was about to knock, it suddenly opened. Sean, you came just in time. I was about to go look for you. Something seems to have happened at your house. Your mom called earlier and said a bunch of people showed up at your place with cameras, asking questions they could not understand. Tell me honestly, did you cause trouble out there?" Seeing his uncle holding a coat in one hand and urgently pulling him outside with the other, Wang Xiaochun was completely confused. After all, he had no idea what had happened. "I did not cause any trouble. Everything was fine when I left home this morning. What about my dad? Did he say anything?" "I do not know either. Apparently, your dad is surrounded by them right now. That is why your mom called and told me to find you immediately. Come on, we cannot waste time." Since neither of them knew what was going on, they rushed back to Wang Xiaochun's house as fast as possible. Luckily, his uncle had his own car, so unlike Wang Xiaochun, they did not need 2 hours to get back. In just 1 hour, they reached the village entrance. "It is Xiaochun, right? Hurry home and see what is going on." This morning, several groups of people with big cameras showed up, all asking where your house was. Everyone in the village got nervous and went over to help. "Your place is packed with people now." What happened? As they arrived at the village entrance, the rough roads made them park the car there and prepare to run the rest of the way. Just then, a group of elderly villagers was gathered nearby. One of them spoke up as soon as he saw Wang Xiaochun. "Uncle, sure? I do not know either. I am going to find out now." After hearing the old man mention that several groups of people had come, with long and short barrels, professional video cameras, Wang Xiaochun's already anxious heart began to race. He ran toward home with a speed he had never displayed before. As he approached his own front gate, panting heavily, he saw exactly what Uncle Sher had described. Although he could not see what was happening in the courtyard, the entrance to his home was completely surrounded by crowds, 3 or 4 layers deep. "Xiaochun is back. Quick, make way. Let him through. Everyone inside is waiting for him." After all, the noise from a chubby guy running full speed was not exactly subtle. Several villagers at the outer edge of the crowd recognized him immediately. Those inside also heard the shouts and stepped aside. Only then did Wang Xiaochun manage to enter his home. But as soon as he stepped inside, he was met with more than a dozen microphones of various lengths and brands suddenly shoved in front of his face. Startled, Wang Xiaochun nearly flinched. For a moment he thought one of the family's cows had charged at him. Then, a barrage of overlapping voices erupted. Congratulations, how do you feel about? I am a reporter from So-and-so station, may I ask? You are the second person after Yao Ming to be. Having been selected at this draft position, do you feel? There were simply too many voices, and their questions varied wildly. Wang Xiaochun barely managed to grasp the general idea. It seemed that after signing up for the draft, he had actually been selected. But by which team? At what position? There were too many people and too much noise. He could not make out a thing. Since 1989, when NBA Commissioner David Stern brought free broadcast agreements to China, the American Professional Basketball League gradually became known to the Chinese public. And with the events of 2002, just last year, when Yao Ming became the first Chinese player to be selected as the #1 overall pick in the NBA draft, the popularity of the NBA in China reached its peak. More and more Chinese began to follow this sport, just like this year's draft. With the shining example of Yao Ming preceding him, the 20-year-old Shui Yuyan, already a two-time national team member, drew considerable attention. Everyone wanted to see if this Chinese player following in Yao Ming's footsteps could successfully enter the NBA like Yao had, and at which position and by which team he would be selected. Naturally, the group most eager to find out was the Chinese media. They all wanted to be the first to obtain primary information and publish breaking news. And the results they had been waiting for soon arrived. Today, that is, on June 27 US time. As the NBA draft took place, their answers emerged. Some disappointment followed, because the Chinese name they were waiting for did not appear until the 27th pick of the second round, third to last out of 60 total picks. This was entirely inconsistent with their expectations and assumptions. After all, there was only one Chinese player participating in the draft this year, and compared to Yao Ming's previous achievement, the gap was staggering. Wait, was there another Chinese name that came before Shui Yuyan and ranked significantly higher? Because most media were fixated on waiting for just that one name. They had only paid attention to the lottery picks earlier, and had completely overlooked another name in the second round that appeared to be Chinese. Wang Xiaochun? Is he Asian or an overseas Chinese? Is there any domestic profile on this person? Since they were in the journalism business, these reporters naturally had access to databases. But no one could recall any information about this person, at least, not within China. Fortunately, the internet was a powerful tool. They could look up this person on the official NBA website. NCAA national champion, a bench player for Syracuse University, admitted through a special athletic recruitment, and his nationality is listed as Chinese? My God, what did we miss? As the saying goes, you don't know until you check, and when you do, it shocks you. What they saw was astounding. Not only the fact that this person was Chinese, but even more shocking were his statistics. He only appeared in 2 games the entire season, took 1 shot, scored 3 points, 8 rebounds, and 1 block. These ridiculous stats actually got him into the NBA? Logically speaking, if those numbers were per game averages, you could perhaps barely understand the selection. But this was his entire season's performance, and he still got picked. It was truly unbelievable. But unbelievable or not, he had entered the NBA, and he had done so as a Chinese national. This was not only a point of national pride, but also a goldmine for journalists. No more words, the priority was to find the man himself and get an interview. But no one knew where he was. Fortunately, while they could not locate him, they did obtain his family's home address in China. So all the major media outlets dispatched reporters closest to Wang Xiaochun's hometown to the scene. To their delight, they discovered that he had returned home over 2 months ago. This news was a huge relief. Unfortunately, he was not at home at the moment, but that was not a problem. They could interview his neighbors and gather more background information. Stop. Everyone quiet down and stop asking questions. Let me get the facts straight first. The scene returned to Wang Xiaochun's home, which was now surrounded on all sides by layers of people. Due to the chaos on site, and since Wang Xiaochun himself did not know what was going on, he could only hastily gesture stop at the cameras. Regardless of everyone's confusion, he forced his way into the living room, picked up the phone, and prepared to make a call to confirm things. At that moment, his father and mother, drenched in sweat, followed him inside, perhaps overwhelmed with emotion. Both of them collapsed onto the chairs once they were in. But although their bodies gave way, their mouths did not stop. Chun, just tell us what is going on. We are not in a hurry. But earlier, your mother said that a few calls came in from abroad. She did not understand them and just hung up. You should check whether those calls were related to this. To be honest, the initial scene had truly scared Wang Shulin. He had never witnessed anything like this before. When surrounded by all the cameras, he genuinely feared that his suspicions had come true, that his son had gotten into serious trouble abroad. Fortunately, all these people appeared to be from television stations. No officials in uniforms showed up, so he was able to relax a little and began listening to what they had to say. Even then, he still did not fully understand. He only vaguely gathered that his son was good at basketball and had been selected by some American team. He was going to become a professional athlete. As for anything more detailed, he could not comprehend it. Oh, Dad, got it. Seeing his parents slumped and exhausted, Wang Xiaochun did not know what to say, because he did not understand the situation himself. As for the foreign calls, he had no idea who they were from. But he did have a suspicion that one of them might have been from Garrison, because when he and Fields filled out the draft registration online, they had to provide a contact number. The address was easy, they listed the university. But for a phone number, the only one he remembered was Garrison's landline. So he filled that in. When visiting Garrison later, he had even joked about this and told him to ignore any calls that came through. Oh man, finally found you. This is absolutely insane. You do not know, the moment I got the news, I wanted to tell you, but you were nowhere to be found. Then I tried to reach my boss, but his phone would not go through either. Wait, hold on, do not speak just yet. Let me ask the questions. I need to understand what is going on first. Even across the ocean, Garrison's excitement was palpable, but now was not the time for that. Oh, all right, go ahead and ask. Through the conversation, Wang Xiaochun finally understood why the scene today had been so wild. It turned out that the draft registration he had submitted as a joke had actually resulted in his selection, and not just anywhere. He was picked in the first slot of the second round by the New York Knicks. What the fuck? Even someone like me got picked? That is why I said it was crazy. Shortly after you returned to China, the Knicks called me twice, saying they wanted to schedule a tryout with you. But I respected your instructions before you left, and told them you could not go. They were a bit disappointed, and even asked why you were unavailable. I made something up and said you had no time. But I never thought they would actually draft you. Buddy, you have to come back. They have already sent word about your reporting date. Oh my god. I need a moment to process this. With the situation spiraling out of control, Wang Xiaochun had no idea what to do next. After hanging up the phone, he wandered around the living room like a headless chicken, scratching his head in confusion. His parents, who had just barely calmed down, became anxious again at the sight. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Wang Xiaochun looked so conflicted that their hearts, which had just settled, were once again on edge. Shun, this. Just as they were about to ask what was going on, voices rang out from outside the living room. Shulin, come out quick. The town mayor and the county magistrate are here too. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Shulin, and I am 49 years old this year. I am a well-known cattle breeder in our entire village. There are currently 4 members in my family. Myself, my wife, a son, and a daughter. As you can see, my life is quite fulfilling. A virtuous wife, a son, and a daughter. Our household is relatively well off as well. I used to think that reaching this level of happiness in life was already the limit, but I never imagined that just as I was approaching my twilight years, my son would, inexplicably, go off to study abroad in America. Yes, inexplicably. To this day, I still do not understand how exactly my son got admitted into a university. But so what if I do not understand? What matters is, my son brought honor to our family, and not just a little, but a whole lot. From that moment on, whenever I walked around the village, even if I looked at people with my nostrils, they would greet me with a smile. It made me feel like my life had reached a new pinnacle. Is it not like that saying goes? As long as there is life, there is battle. I never expected that my son bringing honor to our family would reach this level, and still not stop growing. Today, it feels as if my life has not just peaked, but transcended. Over a dozen television stations, including national channels, swarmed into my house. To be honest, at first, I was terrified. After all, I am just a modest farmer with a little money. When have I ever seen a scene like this? And before I could even figure out what was going on, the town mayor showed up at our door with the county magistrate in tow. I am not ashamed to admit my knees were shaking. My brother-in-law had to help me out. Luckily, he was there, otherwise, with how my lips were trembling, I would not even have known what to say. But thank goodness, that trembling only lasted a short while. When the county magistrate warmly shook my hand and said, "You have raised a fine son for the nation," not only did I stop trembling, I even tilted my nostrils up toward him. I know such behavior is rude, but I could not help it. This pride was just too much, far beyond what I could handle. "Mom, where's Dad? It's already so late, why is he not home yet?" "Ha! Forget about him. If he does not finish flaunting tonight, even if he comes back, he might sneak out again later. Just let him be." Exactly. Brother, do not worry about Dad. When you first started college in America, every night he would come home only after feeding the cattle under the stars. Considering how things went today, and with you here, we will be lucky if he is back before dawn. It was already past 10 p.m. The 3 deep layers of people around the Wang household from earlier were now gone. Finally, Wang Xiaochun had time to wash up. He was absolutely exhausted. Far more tired than after any training session before. Because back then, he only needed to use his physical strength. But today, he used up not just physical energy, but mental effort and verbal energy too. He had just finished washing and wanted to say goodnight to his family before going to bed. But it looked like sleep would have to wait. His father was not home, so he would have to take care of the cattle. "Chun, based on what was said today, does that mean you have to leave soon?" Although everything that happened today was complicated for Wang's mother. After a whole day, she had at least pieced it together. Still, understanding the situation did not make it easier to accept. This time was different. Before, she knew her son was in the US as a college student. Even if he played games, they were just student competitions, nothing to worry about. But now, if he left again, according to those journalists, he would be a professional player. In other words, stepping into society, starting his career. How could she not worry? No rush, it is not that soon. Did you not hear what Uncle said? I cannot just show up at the team by myself. Before going, I need to find an agent. There are many contract terms that only an agent can handle. If Wang Xiaochun had not been drafted, or even if he had, and today's scene had not played out the way it did, he might not have gone back to America at all. And that was not just because of Yanzi. As he had always said, he was uncertain. He felt he did not have the ability. But now things had blown up to the point where seemingly everyone knew. Once the news aired tomorrow, even if he lacked the ability, he was now a drafted player. If he did not go, public pressure alone would crucify him. But to be fair, he was returning to the United States, not going back to school. Even though he and Yanzi were still in the same country, even in the same state, they would no longer live in the same world. There was no need to worry about meeting each other. And given that this was a stage many dreamed of but could not reach, he could not and should not give it up just because of Yanzi. He had to think about his own future and his family's future. Maybe he could really make it in the NBA. According to the report date given by the New York Knicks, Wang Xiaochun had to return to the US before July 6. That left just 1 week from now. Why the short notice? Because the Knicks wanted him to represent them in this year's Summer League. And not just 1, 2 Summer Leagues. The Boston Summer League and the Rocky Mountain Summer League. This made it urgent for Wang Xiaochun's uncle to help him find a reliable agent. Although during the Summer League and until it ends, there was little the agent needed to do for him, since the Summer League is mainly to observe whether rookies fit the team, and contracts are signed only after the league ends. Still, there had to be time to get familiar with the agent. If they waited until contract negotiations began to realize the agent was a useless prick, would that not be disastrous? Better to be prepared than regretful. Wang Xiaochun never expected that. 2 days after the draft ended, his uncle had still not found an agent, but an agent had come to him indirectly. Honestly, I am a bit embarrassed, but I only have 1 daughter, and I truly cannot watch her spiral like this. Xiaochun, do me a favor, just try her out. If you feel it is not working, I will not bother you again. Well then, Uncle Su, if it is really like you say that there are no issues with her professional abilities, then I have no problem. I just need someone who can get the job done. As for the other problems you mentioned, I do not care. From this exchange, it was clear that Wang Xiaochun was currently speaking with Old Man Su. The call was a surprise, but also a pleasant one. After all, this uncle had looked after him a lot while he was in the US. He had regretted not seeing him again before leaving. He had planned to visit him again after returning to the States. And now the call had come. But the content of the call was not quite what he expected. According to Wang Xiaochun's understanding, the backstory went like this. Old Man Su had a daughter. Her name? He had not asked yet. But he knew her age, 25. A top graduate from the University of Texas Law School. Young, but with a pile of honors and certificates. She was, like his own father Wang Shulin, the pride of her family. But as the saying goes, when God opens one window, he often closes another. Old Man Su's daughter was indeed outstanding, but her excellence was limited to academics. In every other respect, one term summed it up. A medical term, obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. As is well known, OCD is classified as a psychological condition. But do not think that makes her crazy. It had not reached that level, not yet, anyway. According to medical diagnosis, it was mild OCD. Symptoms included fear of dirt, obsession with cleanliness, dislike of physical contact, and compulsively repeating certain actions. She also had a pathological obsession with punctuality. Because of this, even though her family had identified and treated it early, and although she had improved significantly, she still could not function like a normal person. As a result, this top law graduate had changed jobs 4 or 5 times in the 2 years since graduation. None lasted long. And every time she lost a job, her symptoms would worsen. Which meant every time she lost a job, Old Man Su had to drop everything and go home to care for her. After all, no matter how mild, it was still a mental illness. What if one day she could not take it anymore? This was also why Wang Xiaochun had twice failed to find Old Man Su at home, and could not get a clear explanation. Because, as the saying goes, family shame should not be aired in public. According to doctors now, if she continued like this, unable to maintain her own space or routine, the condition might evolve from mild to severe. But Old Man Su was just an ordinary man. How could he provide that kind of environment? He could not even solve the job issue. He was deeply troubled. But 2 days ago, when he heard from Jimmy that Wang Xiaochun had been drafted, his mind started turning. After some inner struggle, he got Wang Xiaochun's family phone number from Garrison, swallowed his pride, and made the call. He wanted to see whether Wang Xiaochun already had an agent. If he did, fine, it would just be a congratulatory call. If not, he hoped Wang Xiaochun would give his daughter a chance. Because despite her condition, she held numerous certifications in law, including an official agent license. She should be perfectly capable of doing the job. New York Knicks headquarters. General Manager's office. Isaiah Thomas had been working tirelessly all day and finally felt that this phase of his work was nearing completion. Once the summer league concluded and the new season began, he would be able to see the results of his recent efforts. As a retired player, Isaiah Thomas considered his professional career to be quite perfect. In the 1981 NBA draft, he was selected as the second overall pick in the first round by the Detroit Pistons. In his rookie season, he was named to the NBA All-Rookie First Team. He helped the Pistons win 2 NBA championships. In 1990, he was named the NBA Finals MVP. He was selected to the NBA All-Star Game 12 times, won the NBA All-Star MVP twice, was named to the All-NBA First Team 3 times, to the All-NBA Second Team twice, and in 1985, led the league in assists. With a career resume like that, how could one not call it perfect? And in his view, his perfection had not ended, because this year, he had become the general manager of the New York Knicks. He intended to write an even more perfect chapter in that role. But perfection requires a foundation. There had to be solid assets to build upon. So what had his predecessor left him? Look what that idiot Scott Layden has done to this team. Isaiah Thomas was not just angry, he was full of contempt. In 1999, his boss, James Dolan, hired Scott Layden as the team's general manager. After Layden took over, he made several moves. In the 1999 NBA draft, he skipped over Ron Artest and selected injured French player Frédéric Weiss. Then, he gave a 5-year, $61.9 million contract extension to problem child Latrell Sprewell, the same guy who once physically assaulted his coach while playing for the Warriors. In the 2001 season, he signed Kurt Thomas to a 3-year, $13 million deal and traded away the team's symbol, Patrick Ewing. Kurt Thomas? Previously a power forward, now the starting center, only because there was no one else. Height, 2.06 meters, weight, 104 kilograms, averaged 14 points and 7.9 rebounds per game. This kind of player replaced Patrick Ewing? Even a one-legged Ewing should be better. In the summer of 2001, Layden gave Allen Houston a 6-year, $100 million contract. Yes, Houston was the best mid-range shooter in the league at the time, but this was clearly an overpriced deal. No other team was willing to offer more than $75 million. But him, yes, that man, Layden, gave it anyway. At the 2002 draft, he selected Nene, then immediately traded him, Marcus Camby, and Mark Jackson to the Denver Nuggets, in exchange for Antonio McDyess, Frank Williams, and a second-round pick in 2003. And McDyess, due to frequent injuries, ended up playing only 18 games for the Knicks. That guy kept making one blunder after another. All it said to people was, New Yorkers have too much money and too little sense. So many quality assets turned into a pile of trash. It was precisely for this reason that ownership could no longer tolerate it. They fired Layden and brought in Thomas, the legendary player, to take over as GM. But even a legend is only a legend on the court. The team was now full of high-salary, low-performing players. How was he supposed to work with that? He had no choice but to start from what he had. First, he traded away the troublemaker Latrell Sprewell and got Keith Van Horn from the 76ers, a 2.08-meter tall, rather awkward forward. At least he was manageable and usable. As for his major moves, they were still in planning. So for now, his best chance was in this year's NBA draft. Everyone knew this was a rare, talent-rich draft class. And the Knicks held 3 picks. 9th overall in the first round, and 2 second-rounders, 1st and 10th in the second round. On paper, these were good picks. With proper handling, he could still land quality rookies. His main focus was on drafting strong interior players. Funny, was it not? In the past 2 seasons, the team had traded away every usable big man, and now they were in desperate need of front-court depth, forced to find it among rookies. It was pathetic, really. But what could he do? His predecessor had been a damn idiot. Thinking back to the days leading up to the draft, I wonder if the 3 players I selected are as promising as Wilson said. When he first joined the team, he had been busy dealing with the troublemaker, no time to study the draft. Fortunately, the team's veteran scout Wilson had helped him quickly grasp the key information. When asked for recommendations, Wilson gave detailed input. What a shame. If we needed a forward, with some maneuvering, we could have gotten Carmelo Anthony. I have spoken with him and his coach, he really wanted to stay in the Big Apple. If Wang Xiaochun were here now, he would recognize Wilson, the very scout he thought was full of nonsense. Alright, enough about that. He is a potential number 1 pick. Even if we had the assets, which we do not, no team would trade with us. Let's talk about the big men you like this year. It seems the class lacks high-end bigs. I need your recommendation. Of course, sir, happy to serve. Wilson knew exactly why he was there, and had come prepared with a thick stack of rookie profiles. The most watched frontcourt players this year are Darko Milicic and Chris Bosh. But as you said, we are unlikely to get either. So we should target Chris Common. However, I hear the Clippers want him too. And they have a higher pick than us, we may only be able to pick up what is left. Buddy, can we skip to the point? I already know the general situation with lottery players. I want to know who we can realistically get. Understood. Based on our 9th pick, the most probable selections are Michael Sweetney or Nick Collison. Michael Sweetney is 2.03 meters tall, weighs 124 kilograms, strong and fearless, can play power forward or center, has refined post-up skills, and plays with intelligence. If we get him, he could compensate for Keith Van Horn's defensive shortcomings. As you know, Van Horn is fine offensively, but defensively, not so much. The other is Nick Collison, one of Kansas's twin stars. As a big man, he is quite balanced. After all, there's a Chinese saying, great reputation comes from solid foundation. But I do worry about his ability to handle physicality. Did you watch this year's NCAA National Championship game? He was blocked so hard he passed out. I remember. That moment made headlines in several outlets. Many believe Kansas lost the title because of that play. Exactly. A lot of NCAA stars dominate in college. But once they enter the NBA, they vanish. So I think picking Nick Collison is risky, but that's just my opinion. Good. I value your input. So with the 9th pick, our top choice is Chris Common, backup is Michael Sweetney. What about the 2 second-round picks? Sweetney can only play power forward, we desperately need a center. I've thought about the first pick in the second round too. I recommend Kendrick Perkins, a former teammate of LeBron James. He's still in high school, but his presence in the paint is impressive. 2.08 meters tall, 127 kilograms, and very strong physically. But I worry he may not drop to the second round. So I have a backup. The same guy I mentioned earlier, the one who blocked Nick Collison unconscious. Wang Xiaochun, 20 years old, Chinese, 2.08 meters tall, and weighing 131 kilograms. According to information available online, this guy's maximum bench press can reportedly reach 235 kilograms, and he also has an extremely powerful three-point shot. He is quite famous in the state of New York. Wait a second, maximum bench press? 235 kilograms? That is even more than Karl Malone. And he has a powerful three-point shot? How could a player like that be a backup option? How could he possibly fall to the second round? He has both ability and notoriety. Does that not make him a potential lottery pick? And I have never even heard of such a rookie? Please, do not be impatient. After all, you have not been in New York for long. There are still some situations you may not yet fully understand. What I just told you are only his strengths. He has many weaknesses I have not mentioned yet. While he may be strong and good at shooting threes, he is just a beginner in basketball, has played less than a full season, and is extremely slow. According to what I found online, this guy takes nearly 5 seconds to run 22 meters. That is way too slow. Greg Ostertag might be faster than that, and he is a beginner? Even if he has shooting and strength, the risk for us is enormous. By the way, why do you keep saying information from the internet? Do we not have his official athletic testing data? That is exactly why I am recommending him as a backup pick. Please wait, and I will explain further. When I previously visited Syracuse to meet with Carmelo Anthony and his coach, I happened to mention this one guy, and do you know what I heard? This guy was actually snatched by Coach Boeheim from the football team. But that is not the main point. What matters is that Coach Boeheim has a very high opinion of him, and plans to focus on developing him next season. The reason he had such limited playing time was because Coach Boeheim deliberately kept him under wraps. You mean to say Coach Boeheim was hiding him intentionally, and planned to develop him the following year? Exactly. Coach Boeheim is, after all, a legendary coach. If he could develop someone like Carmelo Anthony, then his eye for talent cannot be bad. That was when I began to take interest in this player. Perhaps, just as online reports suggest, he is slow, inexperienced, and unpolished. But he has undeniable potential. Instead of waiting until next year for him to break out and become a high pick, why not try to get him now and develop him ourselves? This could be a highly cost-effective acquisition. Good point. If what you say is true, even if he is a bit slow, it would be worth the attempt. No, you are wrong. Actually, he is not slow. I once took his standing and running vertical jump data and asked our athletic performance specialist for someone his weight to jump over 50 centimeters. It is highly likely that it is his weight that limits his speed. If we can reduce his weight to under 110 kilograms and position him as a power forward, he would not be slower than anyone at that position, and would likely be the strongest player there. Even if we are wrong, and losing the weight does not improve his speed and he remains very slow, let us not forget this guy is among the strongest in the league. If he regains the weight, he will become the league's most dominant physical enforcer. You know it, every team in the league has this type of player to counter Shaquille O'Neal. Maybe we are the only ones who do not. Or, if we throw out all my assumptions, this guy is already well known in New York State and has a solid fan base. With that kind of recognition and support, acquiring him would also help boost our attendance. You are right. Whether or not attendance improves, I am more interested in the former, a floor spacing, physical power forward. Interesting. In that case, let us select him with our first pick in the second round. Why then did you list Perkins as the first option? That brings us back to the question of risk. The risk is not just in developing him, but also in the risk of him being taken by another team. Originally, I was going to recommend drafting him with our 10th pick in the second round. Some of the inside information is known only to us, and the lower the pick, the more cost-effective for us. If we could use both second-round picks to get Perkins and this guy, that would be ideal. Perkins is strong too and can contribute immediately. But something happened that forced me to change my recommendation. What happened? As I said earlier, Perkins may not fall to the second round, and Wang may have already drawn interest from other teams. He may even have received a promise. What makes you so sure? As you mentioned, there are few top-tier big men this year. Perkins has already proven himself, so it is not surprising that teams are after him. But when I first approached Wang, he showed no intention of entering the draft. He was not even interested in my hints. Good Lord, what rookie does not want to come to the Big Apple? At first, I thought all my plans were falling apart. If he would not even enter the draft, then there was nothing I could do. But then, suddenly, I saw his name on the draft list. That made me suspect some other team must have gotten to him first, maybe even given him a draft promise. And then, when I invited him for workouts twice in a row, he refused both times, giving the excuse that he did not have time? I mean, he is in Syracuse. That is very close to New York, and he could not come? That just confirmed my suspicion. That is also why, to this day, we have no official athletic test data on him. We are relying only on the information he submitted online. Even if he did get a promise, I can assure you it was not a high pick. Every development carries risk. No one would use a first rounder on him. Any promise would have to be second round, but which exact slot is hard to say. That is why I recommend listing him as our backup for the first pick in the second round. If Perkins is not available, we take him. If Perkins is still on the board, well, we need to rely on luck. Of course, we can also try to trade up from our 10th pick, but whether we need to do that depends on your judgment. Wilson had clearly done extensive research beforehand, and used his many years of experience to structure this analysis. Thanks to that, Isaiah Thomas now had a good grasp on what to do. Isaiah Thomas snapped out of his thoughts, suddenly feeling like all his recent hard work did not seem so exhausting anymore. If I can use my vision and a hidden gem strategy to help New York develop a true superstar, then my position here will be rock solid. To rise to fame in this position, that was exactly what he most wanted to see. July 5, 2003. Another flight lasting over 10 hours. Wang Xiaochun once again stepped onto American soil. Just like last time, Garrison was there to pick him up. But unlike last time, Garrison was no longer picking him up as an employee. This time, he was doing it as a friend. Tonight you will have to make do and stay at my place. Tomorrow, after you report to the Knicks, they will provide food and lodging through the end of summer league. What happens after that will depend on the circumstances. Since they were now old friends, there was no need for pretense. Just as Garrison said, what happens next? That would depend on whether the Knicks signed Wang Xiaochun. Bluntly honest, was it not? No problem. A bed is a bed, no matter where it is. I have even slept in a cowshed before, you know. Ha! Garrison was not the only one being frank, so was Wang Xiaochun. Listen to his comparison. It probably made Garrison's dark face even darker. No more words, in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Wang Xiaochun said a temporary goodbye to Garrison, carrying the essentials he needed for summer league, and arrived at a coffee shop next to Madison Square Garden, 2 hours ahead of the reporting time. Why so early? Because he had to meet his agent first. That eccentric, that lady, Susan, daughter of Uncle Sue. Looks like I am early. She is not here yet? It was 8 o'clock in the morning. The coffee shop had just opened. When Wang Xiaochun arrived, he found the place empty, which made him think he had come too early, as he was about to pick a random seat and order some breakfast while he waited. A crisp, quiet voice spoke from beside him. Hello, are you Wang Xiaochun? I am Susan. Were you just here? How come I did not see you? Wang Xiaochun did not size her up immediately. Instead, he looked around trying to figure out where she had come from, because he was sure no one had been here a moment ago. I was standing near the entrance. I saw you come in, so I followed. Oh, I see. Please, have a seat. Let us talk. 5 minutes later. Wang Xiaochun felt like he had permanently engraved her image into his brain. Why? Because before Susan sat down, she appeared to wrestle with herself. Eventually, she made up her mind, pulled out a set of sanitizing supplies from her bag, and began spraying and wiping the coffee shop booth across from him. For a long while, only then did she cautiously sit down, barely half-seated. During this entire time, all Wang Xiaochun could do was watch her in silence. After 5 minutes of staring, how could he possibly not remember what she looked like? To be honest, though her actions made Wang Xiaochun feel awkward, she was undeniably attractive. At least, he thought, she looked better than Yanzi. This might have been the first time in his life he thought a girl looked better than Yanzi. She wore a light-colored professional outfit, shoulder-length hair, delicate features, and she seemed to be close to 1.7 meters tall, perhaps if not for her peculiar behavior. And if the one watching her were not as slow-witted as Wang Xiaochun, it could have been a very alluring sight. I suppose you already know about my condition from my father, but I want to clarify that my illness is not serious. It only flares up occasionally. It absolutely will not affect my work, as expected of Uncle Sue's daughter. Though raised abroad, her Mandarin was very fluent. Still, Wang Xiaochun could sense her lack of confidence, and how much it mattered to her whether he would hire her. You do not have to worry about any of that. I already promised Uncle Sue. A promise is a promise. Besides, I am just a rookie. You will not have much to do. We can take it slow. Wang Xiaochun had found some time recently to research obsessive-compulsive disorder. He learned that in cases like Susan's, symptoms do not persist constantly. They flare up in response to certain stimuli. That made him breathe a little easier. Truth be told, the reason Wang Xiaochun agreed to hire Susan was not only because he could not find a suitable agent, but also out of a sense of reciprocity. But to say he did not care at all would be a lie. Based on what he had seen so far, he found her acceptable. In his mind, an agent's role was mostly to handle contracts. And how many contracts could a rookie like him possibly need? Once or twice a year would be considered a lot. Besides, her fee was low. A typical professional agent would charge 5% commission, but Susan had already agreed. He only needed to pay her 1%. In short, it was a bargain. It saved him a ton of money. Their meeting was really just an introduction. As for work, Susan simply reminded Wang Xiaochun of a few things that players needed to be aware of when participating in Summer League. Half an hour later, she left. Wang Xiaochun stayed behind to eat. Not that he did not invite her. She just said, "I'm not used to it," and that was the end of that. As usual, joining a team meant undergoing onboarding tests. Basically, physical fitness tests to check the player's current condition. Because of this, Wang Xiaochun did not eat much. Half full, he left the coffee shop and entered the Knicks headquarters at Madison Square Garden. Looks like I'm not the earliest. So many have arrived already. Carrying his belongings, he was met by staff and taken to the training court. Besides the staff, 4 or 5 new players had already reported in. "Heh, you finally showed up. I was worried you wouldn't come." Wang Xiaochun had just entered the facility and was debating whether to greet the other rookies and introduce himself, when a familiar-looking middle-aged white man appeared beside him. "You are." Wang Xiaochun was certain he had seen this man before, but he could not recall where. "Looks like you really had no interest in the Knicks at first. No worries, you are one of us now. Let me reintroduce myself. Wilson, Knicks scout. We met once at the celebration party in Syracuse." "Oh, sorry. That night I was focused on eating. My mood was terrible, I did not pay attention. I truly apologize." The scene was honestly awkward for Wang Xiaochun. Not because he failed to recognize Wilson, but because, back then, he had thought the man was a fraud. "No problem. Like I said, we are teammates now. Come on, I got here early, so I could conduct your fitness test. You feeling okay?" "Totally fine. Ready anytime." "Good. The testing area is over there, I will take you. By the way, I have always been curious. Which team promised to draft you? Can you tell me?" 1 hour later. "Not bad. Looks like the data you entered on the official website is accurate, and it matches what we expected quite closely." Wilson appeared quite satisfied with Wang Xiaochun's physical test results. At the very least, the information found online turned out to be true. And it seemed that after a period of training, while Wang Xiaochun's static measurements had not changed much, his dynamic performance had improved to some extent, though only slightly. Body fat, 17.2%. Hand length, 23.49 centimeters. Hand width, 26.03 centimeters. Height without shoes, 206.09 centimeters. Height with shoes, 208.98 centimeters. Wingspan, 208.99 centimeters. Standing reach, 267.85 centimeters. Weight, 130 kilograms. Lane agility drill, 13.14 seconds. 3/4 court sprint, 22.86 meters, 4.37 seconds. Standing vertical jump, 40.16 centimeters. Running vertical jump, 54.25 centimeters. Maximum bench press, 235 kilograms. Reps at 84 kilograms, 35. This also confirmed the predictions made by their performance specialists. When his weight changed, his speed improved, albeit only slightly. Still, Wilson was quite pleased. If he were to express any dissatisfaction, it would be, "Yeah, go ahead and keep pretending. You don't want to say it? Then don't say it. Still playing the good boy, telling me no team promised you anything, that even entering the draft was just a joke? You think I'm some idiot." Well, Wang Xiaochun was still the same honest guy. It was just that his honesty was not something everyone appreciated. Because Wang Xiaochun had never participated in any pre-draft workouts, and the Knicks had no detailed data on him. His physical testing was more comprehensive and time-consuming than the other new arrivals. By the time he finished his testing, All the other new players had arrived and completed their own tests. Everyone was now gathered at the training court, waiting for the assistant coach who would be leading the Summer League squad. Wilson had finished his tasks and already left. "Hey, man. Great to be on the same team. That block on Nick Collison was insane. I'm Michael Sweetney, let's get to know each other. We're in the same draft class." Since Wang Xiaochun was the last to arrive and seemed to have received some special attention, the other rookies looked at him with a hint of scrutiny, which made Wang Xiaochun feel slightly uncomfortable. Just as he was thinking of breaking the ice and saying hello to everyone, a miniature version of himself spoke first. "Classmate? Oh, right, I know you too. Great to meet you. Just call me Wang." Of course, Wang Xiaochun recognized the players who had been drafted by the Knicks along with him. Sweetney was the 9th overall pick in the first round, a lottery pick, while he himself had only been a lucky second rounder. Wang Xiaochun did not expect this first-round pick to be so friendly, initiating the conversation. "By the way, you know that big guy over there too, right? He's also in our draft class." Clearly, Sweetney was a very talkative guy. After introducing himself, he even introduced the others to Wang Xiaochun. "Yeah, I know him too. I didn't expect him to be that tall." Sweetney was referring to Slavko Vrains, whom the Knicks had selected with their 10th pick in the second round. He was 226 centimeters tall and weighed 125 kilograms, from Belgrade, Serbia. Such height naturally amazed Wang Xiaochun, who was tall himself. "You probably don't know this, the big guy doesn't speak English. When I greeted him earlier, he had no idea what I was saying. Isn't that hilarious? My English isn't great either." There were a total of 9 players representing the Knicks in the Summer League, but not all of them were rookies. According to Sweetney's introductions, aside from the 3 rookies, there were also several players who had already been in the NBA but were currently unsigned. Like Blagoda Sekulic, 218 centimeters tall, 100 kilograms, who played 4 games with the Cavaliers last season before being cut. Frank Williams, 191 centimeters, 96 kilograms, undrafted, signed a 1-year short-term deal with the Knicks last season, played 21 games, averaged 1.3 points and 1.6 assists. Now trying to earn a new contract through Summer League. Dermar Johnson, 206 centimeters small forward, 91 kilograms, drafted 6th overall by the Hawks in 2000. Played 2 seasons, then had a car accident last year, and has been bouncing around since. Now trying to catch on with the Knicks. As for the rest, neither Sweetney nor Wang Xiaochun knew much about them. "Alright gentlemen, welcome to the New York Knicks. I'm your assistant coach for the Summer League, Earls Warren. Let's skip the formalities, I'm sure you all know why you're here. I want to see what you can do. Let's start with a scrimmage." After waiting about 10 minutes, the assistant coach finally arrived. He seemed like a no-nonsense type, straight to the point, all action. Since they were going to represent the Knicks in competition, in addition to food and lodging, they were also issued appropriate training gear. Once they changed, it was time for team division. To better evaluate the rookies, Wang Xiaochun, Sweetney, and Vrains were all placed on the same team. Sweetney at small forward, Wang Xiaochun at power forward, and Vrains at center. They were joined by 2 undrafted rookies playing point guard and shooting guard. The other team consisted of the 3 veterans plus 1 rookie. Due to a shortage of players, one coach filled in as the 5th man. They lined up by height. Wang Xiaochun was matched up against Dermar Johnson, who, at 2.06 meters, was slotted at power forward for the scrimmage. No more talking, the game began. These kinds of scrimmages usually were not scored. Timing was informal. Everything depended on the coach's judgment, and every player knew this was their chance to prove themselves. Their playing time in Summer League would be decided here. There were no set plays, so most players went into hero ball mode. Whoever got the ball played their own game. Unless it was an obviously terrible shot, no one was passing, which made Wang Xiaochun a rare exception. Unlike others who were trying to show off, he simply tried to fulfill his role, just like at Syracuse. He did not fight for the ball. On offense, if a teammate was going one-on-one, he would quietly go to the corner and wait, ready to shoot a 3 if the ball came his way. In chaotic situations, he would occasionally set screens. Whether teammates appreciated it or not, who knew? On defense, he was matched against Dermar Johnson, who, despite playing as a power forward, used small forward moves. Wang Xiaochun could only stick with him around mid-range. If he got too close, he risked being blown by. Fortunately, Johnson's 3-point shot seemed poor. Even with 2 steps of space, he did not attempt one. Instead, he tried to drive. But his drives did not work either. At least not against Wang Xiaochun, who was a mountain of a man. Slow maybe, but massive, not easily passed. Even mid-range shots did not work, because Wang Xiaochun stayed with him. His sheer presence was like a concrete wall, hard to shoot over, so Johnson could only glare. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's a scrimmage. I'm not even defending you. Why are you going all out on me? I've been a free agent all year, I need to prove myself. Why are you blocking my drives? But all he could do was glare. After all, Wang Xiaochun was a newly drafted player with a decent pick. Unlike Johnson, who was coming off a serious injury and constantly questioned, he knew his place. All he could do was fume. As for him not defending Wang Xiaochun, it was just another way to pad his own stats. Wang Xiaochun stood in the corner doing nothing. So Johnson went elsewhere, trying to snag a rebound or force a turnover. Which, unfortunately, made things harder for Sweetney. Why? That will be explained later. The scrimmage lasted about 20 minutes. Apparently, the assistant coach felt that was enough. The game ended, but he came away with a very positive impression of Wang Xiaochun. He liked how obedient he was. Just as Wilson had said, strong as an ox. Once he got position under the basket, no one could move him. Even though he grabbed only 2 rebounds, he created space for his teammates to grab more, and his three-point shooting was spot on. He went 2 for 2 on open looks, forced passes from Sweetney when he got double-teamed. His form was a bit awkward, and his release was slow, but the results were impressive. This gave the coach a rough idea of how to use Wang Xiaochun during the summer league, and how to plan the next phase of training. As previously mentioned, the Knicks were scheduled to participate in 2 regional summer leagues, one in Boston and one in Rocky Mountain. The dates were July 8th to 17th for Boston, and July 17th to 25th for Rocky Mountain. The competition adopted a points system. The more wins a team secured, the higher their score. There would be a champion crowned, but no MVP awarded. Chronologically, the Knicks were to compete in the Boston Summer League first. 10 teams participated: Boston Celtics, New York Knicks, Milwaukee Bucks, Washington Wizards, Atlanta Hawks, New Jersey Nets, Philadelphia 76ers, Cleveland Cavaliers, San Antonio Spurs, and Dallas Mavericks. The Knicks' first opponent was the Washington Wizards. As newly drafted rookies and key players under evaluation, Wang Xiaochun and the other 2 draftees naturally started the game. Their positions remained the same as in the training match. Wang Xiaochun was still the power forward. This somewhat surprised him, pleasantly so. After all, from his perspective, there were plenty of veterans and bigger names on the team. He had never started in college league games. Now, in his very first NBA game, even if only a summer league match, he was a starter. He was excited and fully prepared to give his all and fulfill his responsibilities. However, once the game started, it quickly became clear that the focus was not on him. Instead, it was on Sweetney. Not because Sweetney was particularly popular, but because he was being targeted. The Washington Wizards Summer League core was Jarvis Hayes, also a rookie, from the University of Georgia, selected 10th overall in the first round right after Sweetney. He stood 2.01 meters tall and weighed 100 kilograms, playing as a small forward. Perhaps he was not pleased that Sweetney was selected before him, so he went straight at Sweetney again and again. And it turned out, Sweetney struggled to keep up, at least offensively. As previously noted, Sweetney was excellent in the paint and smart in how he played, but he had the same issue as Wang Xiaochun: too heavy, not agile enough, weighing 124 kilograms. Facing Jarvis Hayes' lean 100 kilogram frame, he naturally had the disadvantage. Fortunately, he could still be thankful that Wang Xiaochun, during offensive possessions, did not occupy the paint. So when he backed Hayes down in the post, he did not have to worry about clogged space. Thus, he was still able to score. But on defense, he could not keep up. Once again, he had Wang Xiaochun to thank. Wang Xiaochun's matchup was Jahidi White, a second-round pick from 1998, 2.06 meters tall and 128 kilograms. A fellow bruiser. But being in the same weight class did not mean equal strength. Besides, if someone had been in the league for 4 years and was still playing in summer league, that alone said something about his level. Hayes' offensive scheme relied on traditional pick-and-roll tactics, with White setting the screens. As everyone knows, a good screen helps separate the ball handler from their defender. It creates a clean opportunity for a shot or a drive. Even if the play fails, the screener can roll to the basket and still pose a threat. Given White's size, it was not hard for him to block Sweetney. And in the beginning, it worked. They scored twice in a row. This made Wang Xiaochun feel guilty. Even though it was not his direct opponent who scored, it happened because his man set the screen. So he felt responsible. I let that happen. Time to shut it down. Faced with this, Wang Xiaochun had no clever solution. Again, limited experience, limited technique. But just because he had no clever ideas did not mean he had no ideas at all. As the old saying goes, brute force can overcome skill. I'll just use strength and shove him. From then on, Wang Xiaochun refused to let their screenplays work. Whenever White stepped up to screen and Hayes tried to run behind him, Wang Xiaochun would time it and step in with force, not only preventing White from being a useful screen but turning him into an obstacle, slamming into Hayes instead. This was the difference between equal size and unequal strength. Of course, this tactic came with risks. It was dangerously close to being called for a foul. In fact, the first time he did it, he was whistled. The push was too obvious. Too large a movement, too visible, arms extended too far. But Wang Xiaochun learned quickly. If I cannot be obvious, I'll be subtle. So instead, he began using his body to push as if he were urgently trying to get around the screen to defend, while accidentally bumping White into Hayes. This is normal defensive contact. I never pushed anyone. And just like that, the pick-and-roll combo was dismantled. But even though Wang Xiaochun shut down that combo, the Knicks still lost the game. Why? Partly because of Wang Xiaochun, but mostly because of his fellow 2.26-meter rookie center. My God, how is this guy so weak? He cannot protect the rim, he barely grabs rebounds, and he always gives up fast breaks. How am I supposed to keep up? Offensively, Wang Xiaochun stayed in the corner, not just to give space to Sweet Nay, but because he figured the 2.26-meter giant would dominate inside. He thought he would just get in the way. Turns out the giant was a waste of height. He could not hold his position or grab boards. After nearly 20 minutes on the floor, he picked up just 2 rebounds. Wang Xiaochun was so anxious watching him, he wanted to run into the paint himself to get the rebounds. The coaching staff saw it too, but Summer League was more about observation than winning. They probably thought, well, let's see if the 2.26 guy can at least contribute on offense. But no, he was useless on both ends. They had no choice but to sub in the former Cavaliers' 2.18-meter center. Unfortunately, he was not much better, no wonder he got cut. On top of that, everyone was trying to show off and nobody was accommodating Wang Xiaochun's slower pace. So it was no surprise the team lost. Final score, 69-87. Lost by nearly 20 points. Wang Xiaochun touched the ball 7 times, shot once. He only shot when wide open, otherwise, he immediately passed if unsure, scoring 3 points, 6 rebounds, 3 fouls, and 2 turnovers. No other stats. Thus, he completed his NBA debut.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.